details will be revealed shortly. At some stage during the day, you may be looking for an opportunity to get out of the sunshine for a few minutes and get some shade. Then a good opportunity for you will be to visit the Somerset Cricket Museum, which will be open today from 11:30 this morning, right through until the end of the tea interval. It's always worth a visit, plenty of new displays, absolutely brilliant again, no admission fee, but any donation, however small, would be gratefully received. It's a historic building and the displays in there are wonderful. So if you haven't been for a little while, then pop in, you'll see something new, and if you haven't been at all, then please take the opportunity to pop in and have a look at what's on offer. Once again, we'd like to say hello to all of the youngsters that are joining us today. We've had a slight change of plan. We put them over in the Trade Nation stand, so give us a wave over in the Trade Nation stand to all our youngsters who are with us today. We have 1,500 school children who are attending the game for free today. It's one of our annual school days. The youngsters are very welcome. We're looking forward to you making lots of noise today as you enjoy the cricket. We hope you have a great day with us. But please remember your hats, drink plenty of water, and put that sun cream on when your teachers tell you. Our Principal County Championship partner, WPA Health Insurance, have joined us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground for this match. Representatives from WPA are visible around the ground during the match with some information on the services that they provide and also handing out some fun giveaways. Their marquee is in the St James Street car park, so please take the opportunity to speak to representatives from WPA, and once again thank you for their support of Somerset. Catcher's balcony today. We're delighted to welcome and host a number of groundspersons from our local network of clubs and schools from across the southwest as part of the Somerset Ground Association. Mainly all volunteers who invest many hours of time, dedication and expertise into the managing and preparing of pitches and grounds for our players to enjoy. It's our chance to recognise and reward their efforts in facilitating hundreds and thousands of young people and adults to enjoy the game throughout the season and say thank you to them. This is one of a series of events that the Somerset Ground Association hosts to support the clubs and school network throughout the season. The group is being hosted by Scott Hawkins, the head groundsperson here at Somerset County Cricket Club, and plays an integral part in supporting our volunteers. So we say a huge thank you to the volunteers for their outstanding contribution to the game, and we hope that they enjoy the day. Thank you very much.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton. We have a county championship match on our hands, as you can see on your screen. It started well for the Somerset captain Tom Abell because he called right. He's won the toss. He's chosen to bat. We do have high temperatures here, and there was some talk about sessions being reduced to 90 minutes each today. I'm delighted to be able to tell you that that has been cast aside and we're going to have a normal day's play. My name's Stephen Lamb, alongside Harry Everett. Morning, Harry. That was good news this morning as well.
Yeah, well, it's bizarre now as we speak. It's completely clouded over. No sunshine to be seen whatsoever. We've had an hour of tannoy announcements.
We'll be dropping down to the low 20s.
Yeah. It's been a bit of a farcical last hour, let's be honest. No one quite knew what was going to happen. There's people queuing up outside the gate. Loads of fans in the stands. Loads of school kids as well. Great to see 1,500 school kids here across the day. And yeah, loads of sun have been applied and it's completely clouded over.
And I can give you the Somerset team. The first two players we will see emerge from the Andy Caddick Pavilion will almost certainly be Matt Renshaw and Tom Lammonby to open the batting for Somerset. Then Tom Abell is slated to come in 3, the skipper. George Bartlett, Lewis Goldsworthy, James Rue, wicket-keeping debut at Taunton in the Championship coming up for him, but due to bat at 6. Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Jack Leach, Marchant Delanga and Jack Brooks. That is the Somerset lineup. No Peter Siddle, who has a niggle, which isn't altogether surprising given the workload he's had in recent weeks.
I think, bless him, he's just completely knackered. The flattest of roads up in Southport to play at that club ground, 4 days last week, then the finals day. I could see him finals day, he was hobbling around a little bit in the field. You could just tell he's He's bowled so many overs the last couple of weeks. He needs a rest really, and it'll be very exciting to see Casey Aldridge come in and have a go with the ball.
Yeah, good opportunity for him. Good to see Jack Leach back. Amar Verdi deputising last week at Southport. No Craig Overton, of course, because he is on England duty. No Josh Davey, who has a hamstring injury. So that's the way things are looking for Somerset. Yorkshire have an ex-Somerset and a soon-to-be Somerset. We will see them come out into the field fairly shortly, but just to run through that Yorkshire team: Adam Lythe and Tom Kohler-Cadmore due to move to Taunton over the winter. George Hill, Harry Brooke, Matthew Waite, Jonathan Tattersall keeping wicket. Don Bess, late of this parish, is in the Yorkshire side. Jordan Thompson, Matthew Revis, Jack Shutt and Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, some exciting faces to see there. Jack Shutt and Don Bess, bit of spin. Shannon Gabriel, we know, he's got his Test pedigree. He goes some short, sharp, explosive spells. He does take a fair while between overs. I was watching a bit of that incredible Yorkshire-Surrey game from Scarborough last week, and it took so long when Shannon Gabriel was bowling, but incredible chase in the end from Surrey. Jamie Overton, another man falling with his parish, as you said, pushed up the order, and Surrey winning that game and making a bit of a mockery of the Yorkshire attack in the end, a bit of a white ball game almost in the county championship. But most teams around the country you'd think would bat today, but interestingly, Warwickshire at Edgbaston have won the toss and put Kent in. So just looking at the other Laws, Middlesex won the toss and put Sussex in. Everywhere else there win the toss and batting. But you'd think it'd be a batting friendly day all around the country.
It certainly looks it from up here. Stephen Patterson not captaining Yorkshire in this game. Adam Lythe is deputising and leading his team out. But that pitch that we're looking down on, well, it's a very pale brown.
Yeah, you'd think there'd be a fair amount of bounce and carry, and pretty good for the batters here. Just Somerset batters just need to get through the first few overs, see off the new ball, see off angry necessarily, Shannon Gabriel, but he looks like he's always got a point to prove, and he'll be the main threat to us.
A bit of a pressure cooker.
Yeah, I think they get through an opening spell from him, and it'd be nice to see them cash in. Matt Renshaw had a lean week last week, with pretty much everyone else scoring runs in the game at Southport. It'd be really nice to see Matt Renshaw spend a bit of time out in the middle. The Aussie, who's probably used to conditions like this, won't faze him, I wouldn't have thought. He's in a long sleeve shirt.
And he's made runs here before this season.
Exactly.
Matt Renshaw, he's going to be taking strike at the outset. And he will be facing the bowling of Jordan Thompson from the River End.
The hero of T20 Blast Finals Day for Yorkshire in the first innings, bailed them out of trouble, got that amazing 50 when Yorkshire looked like they weren't going to score anywhere near enough, did well to get up near 200, and then Lancashire passed it with aplomb, easily passing it, and Jordan Thompson really had a hell of a T20 Blast campaign for Yorkshire, getting them through that Surrey T20 quarter-final, saving 5 of his final over with the ball, and then with the bat in the semi-final, but slightly different task opening the bottom of the red ball, isn't it?
Looks like he's got a new white sheet behind him in the form
of
the sight screen here at the River End.
Not quite the old painting rag, it's been upgraded for the new sort of phase of the county championship. So Jordan Thompson is going to start around the wicket to Matt Renshaw, and that's tucked away by Matt Renshaw. First ball glided, fine glance down to the fine leg boundary. Oh, the umpire's given it as leg byes. I thought we got a tickle on that, but the umpire's got a much better position than we are, and it's given it as 4 leg byes. Either way, it's a great start for Somerset. Somerset CCC off the mark with a first ball of the 4-day game here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
He's just straying fractionally to leg, Jordan Thompson, with the first ball of the match. Let's see the shine on the ball as it scudded away down to the boundary.
There was Shannon Gabriel's at fine leg, but he's quite a wide, almost a, not backward square, but more of a long leg than a fine leg. He had no chance of stopping that, just picks it up, and that's a much better line and length from Thompson. Second ball. It's tricky for the bowlers. They've gone from Saturday bowling at Edgbaston on a ridiculously flat pitch with a white ball, to then, Sunday, Monday, bit of travel, bit of rest and recovery, a little bit of training, and then suddenly they've got to play 4 days with the red ball.
Yeah, and of course they're both the also-rans, aren't they? They were both beaten semi-finalists.
The third, fourth playoff, you could almost add that doesn't exist. It's almost in the red ball this week. So Jordan Thompson with 3 slips. Matt Renshaw has played at that, and that could have chopped on. There's another boundary down to almost exactly the same place that the first ball went, down to the fine leg, but not in control of that, Matt Renshaw, off
inside
the inside edge. Yeah.
We'll have another look at that.
Colin Thompson will be more than happy with this. Renshaw didn't really need to play at that. It's well outside off stump.
Yeah, could have gone anywhere, stumps included.
He's off the mark, and he's on a little chuckle. We know what Matt Renshaw's like. He had his full goalkeeping kit on. He loves the football warm-up, does Matt Renshaw. He's enjoying, even in 30 degrees heat, when they were worrying about whether they could play cricket, the Somerset lads were not worried whatsoever. They're still playing their five-a-side football, so would have made a right mockery if they could play five-a-side football, but couldn't play proper cricket timings. But no, we are playing 3 2-hour sessions as per normal. Renshaw drives through, and nearly went through cover point. We could stop at point. We could have quite an expensive over, actually. That cover drive could have gone for 4. We'd already had 8 off the over.
Yeah, ironically, that was a more authentic shot for no run at all. I think he's opened his account in more distinguished ways, Matt Renshaw, than that one, but he won't mind. He's underway, as are his team.
Johnny Tattersall with the gloves, and he's going to watch Renshaw get another potential 4 here, actually. He's flicked that away to square leg. No, he's going to rein it in for 2. Good chase, square leg, running back, keeps it to 2, and the runs are flowing. We're going to probably keep harking back to T20 Finals Day being the most recent match for both of these two sides, and the fact that only 4 of the 18 counties were there and these two were both there, and so many players from both. 8 from the T2011 in the county championship squad for the team this week. I made my counting will work out exactly from both sides, but 10 for none off 5 balls is a decent lick for Somerset. Funny old games for you. This time Renshaw defends, and that's a bit of an inside edge again to square leg. And after the first over of a 4-day match, Somerset had 10 for none and barely played a defensive shot.
T20 pace.
Bizarre, isn't it?
And a little bit of good fortune for Matt Renshaw, that inside edge that just went past his leg stump all the way down to the fine leg boundary. So he's on 6, and Tom Lammonby yet to face a ball.
It just makes it even more bizarre that I just can't get over Warwickshire Middlesex choosing to bowl in these conditions. I know every pitch isn't the same, but what we've seen after an over here.
You feel in mid-July on the whole people are going to bat.
Yeah. It's almost like, do you remember that Nasser Hussain at the Gabba, wasn't it, 2002? I was going to throw it to bat. I think they were about 364 for 2 at the end of day 1. I wonder if that's. We'll keep our eye on Warwickshire Middlesex, particularly the other games around the country.
Mark Butcher was bowling by the close on that day. And getting hit back over his head by Matthew Hayden.
Yes. We're going to see big Shannon Gabriel from the Chiscothic Pavilion end.
Bowling to another left-hander, Tom Lammonby. This is his first ball of the match. That's a sighter. You can charitably describe it. Well outside the off stump. On its way through to Tattersall behind the stumps. 3 slips in for Yorkshire. And the gully. Attacking field as you'd expect. Sun is just getting back out again now. Lost in the haze for a while. We've got a few wispy clouds well up above us. Gabriel round the wicket to Lammonby. That's inside the off stump. Had a decided bit of nip about it though.
Yeah, there does seem to be a bit of movement from Shannon Gabriel. Jordan Thompson didn't seem to be getting much with the ball from his first 6 deliveries, but Shannon Gabriel, so many years of opening the bowling for West Indies and Test cricket, plenty of experience to draw upon here.
Yes, he'll be looking not to take too much out of himself in between deliveries, walking quite slowly back to his mark, Shannon Gabriel.
Very sensibly so. We said he's not the quickest between the overs. He won't worry about the over rate.
See the off stump again, a bit of lift there for tall West Indian. Won't be unused to bowling in conditions like this.
Well, no, I always feel like Shannon Gabriel's been around for years and years and years. But he actually made his Test debut in May 2012 against England at Lords. So 24, he's 34 now. It's not massively long ago. I almost feel like he might be one of those few cricketers who's still going for the noughties, but little bit late onto the test scene, but plenty of experience. 48 test matches, 144 wickets. Pretty decent option for Yorkshire.
That's on target. Been played well by Tom Lammonby. His first delivery he's had to play in the over.
Did have a small spell at Worcestershire in 2015 and at Gloucestershire in 2019, but Shannon Gabriel now with Yorkshire.
Somerset 9th in Division 1 at the moment. Yorkshire are 6th. Gabriel just pauses for a moment before setting off. Played firmly enough down into the gully. Yeah, the only team below Somerset in that Division 1 table at the moment is Gloucestershire, who look destined for the drop.
Not a great season for the West Country teams, is it?
Gloucestershire 55 points to Somerset's 72, and they're trailing Kent by 18. There's a bit of a gap between those last three sides.
Kent have been a bit of a funny one, really. Scored a lot of runs, but just can't take wickets. Kept going for 500 runs in their first innings. Ben Compton kept churning out runs, but they still can't get the wins.
Good movement after it had passed the bat for Shannon Gabriel. Has a long look at it as it's taken to his right in the end by Tattersall.
In addition to our normal catering outlets, we have the beer cellar now also open at St James Street car park with indoor
Somerset's
seating in
last
the cool.
championship encounter with Yorkshire. That was up at Scarborough last year, wasn't it? And that was a rather nightmarish end to the season. Yorkshire winning that by an innings, but it's a long time ago. Victory sorely needed here by the hosts.
Yeah, innings of 33 runs. Azhar Ali was in for that game, 6th September. But Jordan Thompson is going to continue into one of the two left-handers, Matt Renshaw, who does defend this ball. A bit more of a county championship shot than the bizarre first 6 balls from Thompson that were almost the T20 over. There he is, the man from Sidmouth and Blundell School, Devon, Somerset connections. He was there on finals day, he was there enjoying Saturday night with all the Somerset players. He's still mates with them all, he's still in touch with them regularly, family and friends. So though he plays for Yorkshire, his heart's still down in the West Country. Great to see him back. Renshaw just defending into the onside. The bizarre thing, we talk about Yorkshire, we talk about the T20 finals day. Their 204 for 7 was the highest, is the second highest ever total on finals day. And Lancashire chased it effortlessly, it seemed like. They're 208 for 4, obviously taking over that second highest ever total on finals day. So Yorkshire actually batted very well, but then just faltered a bit with the ball. So it'll be interesting to see how they do bounce back. Slight change in bowlers, of course. Gay wouldn't play in finals day, but Renshaw whips that away through square leg. That is going to be for chase. Yeah, just a flick of his legs, wasn't it? The timing down to the dugouts in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
Yeah, Yorkshire still looking for their first T20 trophy. Had high hopes going into Saturday, as did Somerset.
Yes. And you look at the team, Revis, Waite, Thompson, Best, they all played. So that's 4 of the bowlers. It's only Schutt who's in the squad, and Gabriel, who didn't. So it's not a massively different team. Hill in for Milan with a change. That's a glorious stroke from Matt Renshaw. Decent diving stop for extra cover. Don Best just getting a little fingertip on that. They're still going to come back for 2.
He probably saved a couple.
Yeah.
Because it was nicely timed again by the Australian. And Best just managing to take some of the pace off the ball. It's quite a long boundary out there to extra cover. Over by the Somerset and River stands. The longer of the 2 on either side.
Thompson again to Renshaw, and that's another whip across to the leg side, straight to Shannon Gabriel there. just having to squirm around in the commentary box to see the big West Indian down below us. He doesn't move that well in the field, doesn't move particularly quickly, but he didn't have to there. Easy stop, and Renshaw absolutely crashed that ball. Sweeter than any of the fours he's hit, but he only gets 1 run for it.
He's got an enormous towel down there, Shannon Gabriel, which he's
to wipe his brow
up with.
Yeah.
Almost as tall as he is.
I'm going to slip corner of Cola Cadmore, Harry Brook and Lewis Hill. 3 slips. Pretty much the batters. There's Thompson, this time over the wicket to Lammonby. Interesting change of approach. Decent over that from John Thompson, bringing it back after that expensive first over for 10. Just a 3 off that one.
He's had a pretty productive summer, Tom Lammonby, with the bat. This is his 9th championship innings. But, not quite breaking through, as it were. Averaging 27, but plenty of potential there. I feel that the best is still to come. Season of progress, if not necessarily a complete breakthrough. So Renshaw now taking guard down at the river end. Has 13 of those 17 Somerset runs on the board. Leg buys the others. No need to get involved with that at all at the start of the over. It's good to see. It's slightly confusing after the game at Southport. We've now got 3 Somerset batters averaging over 40. James Rue, top of the averages, having just played the 1 game so far, but a really good start for him. Made 70 in the first innings. Then 23 in the second. As Gabriel's in again, no stroke required or attempted. Then Lewis Goldsworthy, who had a tremendous match. Absolutely the key batter, boosting his average to just under 46. Slightly healthier look than it's had for some of the season. And those 2 power to add in this game.
I don't think they'll need to play particularly aggressive shots here with a very quick outfield and a flat deck and tiring bowlers and fillers in the heat. I think just the timing and use the pace of the new ball particularly. The ball will rush away.
There's the famed Renshaw leave.
I don't know if he's nicked it off Lavashani, he gets the credit for it in Test cricket, but maybe it's a Brisbane jokey thing. We'll have to ask him if we get to interview Renshaw after play. I'll add that to my notes to ask where he's got that official leave from. I don't know quite where it's filtered into the game. A couple of years ago it was never seen, never heard of. Now I think it's the amount of kids I coach who are shouting "no run" and waving their bat in the air like it's a lightsaber, loving it.
Yeah, down the years there have been so many imitations being the sincerest form of flattery.
Yes.
Here goes Gabriel then. Nicely played. Rue having not got it a yard either side of the man at the square leg, Matt Renshaw, so that could well have gone all the way.
You have to be careful using the verb rue today. Now we've got James Rue into action. REW of course, but very exciting to see him take the gloves and have a bat today. He was actually involved there Saturday at finals day. He was a 12th man with a bib carrying the drinks, but very much part of the squad. And those runs at Southport last week, and great to see showing faith in Goldsworthy, Bartlett and Rue.
Well, you couldn't wish for a much better start, could you, in championship cricket than that. Looking forward to seeing him. He's due to come in at number 6. There's lift again from Gabriel, but not quite the direction. Just mentioning Rue and Goldsworthy, 1 and 2 in the averages. The aggregate highest by some distance from them is Tom Abell, who's just 3 short of 500 championship runs.
Yeah, I think he was the sort of common tip. We talk about the WPA Predictions League. He was the go-to top run scorer. I was the outlier who gambled on Lewis Goldsworthy. I thought Abell might get a bit of a chance of England.
Well, could be coming in with a late run.
Yeah, I know. Got a bit of a laugh, but we'll have to have a look. We'll get the graphic up and we can have a look at what we've predicted for the season. Who did you go for? Was it Abell?
Yes, it was. Yeah. A bit predictable, I'm afraid.
That's all right.
Stick my neck out. Well placed. At least one here, running over the practice pitches, and that's going to put a little bit more pace on the ball and enable them to go through for a second.
Yeah, good running so far. Not worried about. Well, let's talk about the heat. We're going to have to keep mentioning the heat, but it is completely cloudy over. Here we go. Lewis Goldsworthy I went for. Josh Davey, if he keeps getting these hamstring niggles, I could be in a bit of trouble there. Most first-class sixes. We haven't seen Renshaw hit too many sixes actually. The hat-trick in first-class cricket we're still waiting on. Hopefully Craig Overton will be released from England and he could be a good shout for that. And there you are, Stephen. Great picture yourself as well. Abell, Overton. Again, you've gambled. Is Overton going to be round enough as Jordan Thompson comes in to Lammonby, who's got out fending outside the leg side a few times this season, sort of wafting, swishing down the leg side, but he's got away with that one. And it's a dot ball through to Jonathan Tattersall. Andrew Hodd retired a couple of years ago, so Jonathan Tattersall has been the main man with the gloves for Yorkshire.
Yeah, Craig Overton, first-class 60s. I went for Lewis Gregory.
Yes.
How's that worked out? Not terribly well yet.
Yeah, he got quite a few runs at Gloucester, didn't he? Bristol-Lars up there, and they got 100 here against Surrey. He defied Surrey for a little while, got some runs there as well, so Tom Lammonby defending into the offside.
He is actually, I'm delighted
it?
to reveal, he is top. Not by much. with
By
sixes.
1-6, is it?
He's on 5. So that's not too bad.
And Craig Overton with 4.
Reasonably happy with that. This stage of proceedings. Perhaps
There
they'll
you
come
go.
in and hit a few more later on today.
You're on course. So it's no change of field yet as the Trade Nation stand is filled to the brim with school kids coming in and out as Tom Lammonby defends that solidly, properly in behind that. We just welcome Spencer Bishop, bringing some friends around the box, come and say hello. Lovely view. We've got a tour of the Cooper Associates County Ground. What a lovely day for a tour. Come and have a look at all that we do up here. We've got a great view from the Thatcher's deck.
Bit cooler up here.
We'll be jealous of the aircon and coming in to enjoy the experience. Not quite behind the bowler's arm for this match, but what are we? Just behind third slip, I suppose you could say. Thompson in again to Lammonby. Lammonby driving off the front foot. Good pick up by Don Best, running across, cutting the angles down. That short extra cover, short mid wicket. But here we go. You can have a wave, guys. You are on camera. You are live on YouTube.
Wave candidly.
2,107 on YouTube on the Facebook live stream, all watching the bit of tour behind the commentary box. So, Matt Renshaw just leaning on his bat. Wonder how much Yorkshire chat he's getting from his origin of birth as Lammonby defends that. Of course, born up in the north and spent a lot of time in Australia. It's a funny one, Matt Renshaw, isn't it? He gets Middlesbrough lad, goes to Australia, comes back to Somerset and overseas, but falls in love with the West Country. He loves it down here, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's been quite peripatetic this
Yes.
summer, but it's great to see him back here.
Holidays around Scotland. He's been learning football. He's been on behind the Wyvern, sitting in the Trade Nation stand, enjoying Somerset T20. He's not playing, of course, with Tom Lammonby. What a lovely defensive shot that is. Textbook in behind it. No way Jordan Thompson's going to breach that defence.
Yeah, his defensive style say I with some hesitation, has exuded confidence in that over. There they are.
There we are. They'll be watching that. They'll have to rewind the YouTube stream. Plenty of school kids from around Taunton and the local area enjoying the cricket today.
Be nice and warm in that Trade Nation stand. Maybe, hopefully not too warm. Temperatures due to be around about 29-30 at their height today. The sun re-emerges along with Shannon Gabriel in his waft.
We've had a play and miss for a couple of overs, haven't we? After that weird start.
We had the inside edge, didn't we, in the first over. The attempted leg glance, which finished up as boundary leg buys. That was probably the first play and miss outside the off stump that we've seen this morning.
There's a big old waft from Renshaw. We know he does play that booming drive through mid off. Not this time. Got a gully in now as well as the 3 slips for Shannon Gabriel.
That's tidier. Just clipped comfortably in between the 2 fielders in front of square on the leg side. A single for Renshaw. Without loss after winning the toss. Somerset, no particular alarms on what looks like a good batting wicket. Very little breeze at the moment. As Gabriel's in again. And that is going to be another inside edged 4. This time from Tom Lammonby. So they got off the mark in identical manner, these two.
It's been a bit of a bizarre opening passage of play, hasn't it? 5.3 overs in, plenty of inside edges. Plenty of good defensive shot from Tom Lammonby too, but the ball's not doing masses, but there's just been a few inside edges that have gone away for 4. And there's a fine leg fielder at both ends who's done very little. Not been able to stop the 4s in between the wicketkeeper and fine leg, but whatever happens, they haven't brought the fine leg any finer. Which in club cricket, after 4 boundaries through that region, you'd be straight away trying to stop those.
So Lammonby on 4 now, 24 without loss. That's off the middle.
So we had a proposal in the Holly stand at final stage. If we're going to see similar to the County Championship.
Accepted or rejected?
It was accepted, very, very positively.
That's relief.
We got thousands and thousands egging them on in their fancy dress outfit.
Was the mascot race its usual entertaining?
Yes, yes. Although it's always a bit unfortunate. Poor old Stumpy's got so much fur to carry around, such weight. It's not quite as easy as some of the less dolled up mascots.
Lift again for Shannon Gabriel outside the off stump.
He will get more lift than most when he's that sort of hit the deck and bounce up bowler.
Yeah, tall and strong, broad of beam. For 7 his figures at the moment. Just one delivery of his 3rd over remaining. Just to confirm that if you did read anything about possible shorter sessions today, that's not going to be so. We're going to play normal 2-hour sessions. So we can expect lunch to be at the usual time of 1 o'clock. Won't be a run. End of Shannon Gabriel's 3rd. There we go. The 2 opening bowlers. Jordan Thompson marginally the more expensive.
Pretty much all on that first over.
And you can see the arrival of the wispy clouds there as well above the Quantock Hills, which are caught in a bit of a heat haze. And there's a Somerset batting card thus far. Early days, no damage yet.
Jordan Thompson to continue, so he's now staying over the wicket to both batters. And again Renshaw flicks it down the leg side straight to Shannon Gabriel, who doesn't really bother the long barrier, just picks it up two-handed and hurls it in. I always think he's a great cricketer to watch, Shannon Gabriel. Something about his mannerisms, his movements, makes me chuckle.
Yes, he's unhurried.
Yeah.
Unless he's delivering the ball.
Yeah.
Having a good swig of water at the moment down at long leg.
Yeah, Gabriel took 4 for 86 in his debut match against England at Lords in May 2012. Lamby leaves outside off stump, but it's his opening bowler Jordan Thompson now, who's back round the wicket. Tom Lamby can't really make his mind up. Jordan Thompson, he's tried both angles to both batters. If you're like plenty of the people on the YouTube comments or the tweets, like Colin Golland, who's really enjoying the coverage, really enjoying the YouTube stream, the commentary, and wants to come down for future days or even later today, you are more than welcome. There's plenty of tickets available on the gate. You don't have to buy them in advance, you can just turn up and get yourselves in for what should be a great 4 days of cricket as Tom Lammerby edges to first slip. Great catch from Somerset's future teammate. Tom Lammerby might be asking Cola Cadmore to buy him a beer at some point, because Cola Cadmore has caught Tom Lammerby off Jordan Thompson for 4, Somerset 25 for 1, and Cola Cadmore has caught his future teammate.
Very well too, moving to his left there, got both hands to it. Reasonable height, but moved well, Cola Cadmore. So the first breakthrough for Yorkshire. 1 gone, Tom Lammonby for 4. And the breakthrough for Jordan Thompson.
Tom Lammonby caught on the bowling of Jordan Thompson for 4.
Yeah, just playing at one outside off something he didn't really need to play at. A little bit of movement from Jordan Thompson and well pouched by Cola Cadmore, 2 hands just to his right.
The incoming batter for
the
Somerset,
7th
number
over.
28, Tom Abell.
Brings in Somerset captain.
Often in far too early the last few years for Tom Abell, but 6.3 overs is nowhere near the earliest he's been in. He was quite critical of himself at T20 finals day. Played that sweep shot that was caught on the boundary. Shot that gets him 4 and 6 so many times, and chatted to him quite a lot after the game, and he kept beating himself up about it, thinking, oh, if only that 6 had gone further in front of the square, a little cleaner or better short boundary to the Holly stand side. But that's some of the best players, aren't they? That they're so proud and self-critical that drives them to higher success. Tom Abell was probably more suited to this form of the game over the years, but has really improved his stroke making in the white ball game as well. And skipper of all 3 formats, he'll be desperate to show the team how to do it here with the bat.
Yeah, it was very much a Red Bull launch to his career, wasn't it? Coming into the Somerset side in the Championship.
Yeah, with Marcus Trescothick to them opening up. Now Tom Abell has tinkered around a bit from opening to 5 to 3 now. I think 3 is a perfect position for him personally. Here he is, the right-hander, and he leaves that. He looks so good when he leaves the ball as Tom Abell. Sounds a daft thing to say, but he just looks so in control, and it makes the bowler think, well, I'm not going to get this guy out with that sort of line leg. Then he has to attack the stumps more, and then Tom Abell whips him through mid-wicket. It's frustrating for a seam bowler.
1 for 14, Thompson's figures at the moment. Yorkshire will be delighted with the breakthrough.
Same 3 slips to Jordan Thompson, and Abell leaves that again well. We were talking about the weather a lot today. I'm afraid I'm going to have to bring you some bad news from the West Country. We'll start in the furthest west. In Plymouth, it's pouring with rain and thunder and lightning. And further east, there's rumbles of thunder and much cooler now in the Exeter racecourse up over Howden Hill. So it's creeping along the A38.
Let's hope it's not
The rain is
heading this way. If it goes in the same direction as the A38.
There's a few hills there.
A bit damp.
Might it get all the way over the hills? Over Exeter and Wellington. Jordan Thompson this time is defended by Abell. Yeah, and the English Riviera has turned very dark with dirty black clouds.
Not too bad here at the moment, though.
The end
of Thompson's over.
Very happy birthday to Finley Jones from Heronsmore Academy World, who is 10 today.
Very nice, isn't it? A little touch.
Happy birthday
Clock card on the
Finley
PA.
Jones from
Birthday wishes to fans in the
and the
ground.
whole crowd. Have a great day with us.
He's somewhere in that Trade Nation stand, the birthday boy. You can have another look at the fall of Tom Lammonby in slow-mo now.
Lovely action, Jordan Thompson.
Just feeling for it outside the off stump. He knew.
He didn't even look to see if the catch was taken, Tom Lammonby. Started turning and walking before checking if it was grabbed. You can tell by the sound effects, I guess. He knows.
Oh, outside edge again, and he's got away with it this time. That's wide of the man at third slip. And there'll be another boundary in that for Matt Renshaw to take him into the 20s. So inside edge, outside edge. 2 boundaries for the Australian.
Yeah, similar really to the Tom Lammonby one. Just fortunate that Renshaw's got a slightly bigger bat. They talk about big edge bats. I used to use the big edge bats, and you get more soft hand sort of edges through more of the 4th slip gully region rather than flying to the slips. And it's paid off there for Renshaw. 4 raced away to the Clonexon Pavilion. Probably the shortest boundary of the entire dimensions here. That angle to the scoreboard in the Clonexon Pavilion.
Would have pleased Shannon Gabriel too much. This time off the middle and up to mid-off. Get a better angle on the Cola Cadmore catch here. He is perched at slip and moving very well behind second, Harry Brook. That's a fine catch. Went for it with both hands and a fair degree of confidence. Held on pretty comfortably. Nicely played this time. At least 2. Won't go all the way. Yeah, that's on that evidence of that catch, Somerset's slip cordon should be reinforced.
Yes,
next
it'd be
year.
interesting actually, the dynamics. Craig Aveston, when he plays, is a brilliant slipper. Over the years we've had James Hildreth, who's sadly not in the side this time in the Red Bull games recently. Who else would be the slip contenders? Tom Banton when he's not keeping. If it's Steve Davis or James Root keeping, he might have Banton in there. Yeah, well, will Curly Campbell walk straight into the slip cordon? That'd be an interesting dynamic for next season.
Gabriel still round the wicket, and that's turned well again by Renshaw. At least 2. It's a long chase almost to the boundary rope. Gives them the opportunity to take 1 extra. Hot work running 3 out there.
Well, it's also nice to see some runs in front of the wicket. So many of the runs this morning have been behind square. Edges or tickles down to fine leg. That's an authoritative stroke from the big Aussie. Australia A experience, of course, recently for Matt Renshaw. Did miss 1 championship game for his matches out in the match against Pakistan. Great to have him back in the West Country. Enjoy watching the T20s.
Brings Abell on to strike at that river end for the first time. Still 3 slips in and a gully for the right-hander. complete confidence, but on the ground out to Gully.
Just back on Renshaw, the interesting thing for me was seeing him bowl a fair bit against Sri Lanka. He bowled 3 games actually, 1 List A game in 2 separate innings of the first class game against Sri Lanka. He didn't take any wickets, but not been used by Tom Abell much here in the two different periods he's had here actually. Holds off spin and has been used in the Big Bash for his team Brisbane Heat. So a 4-day game in the dirt and a lot of hard work. Maybe could be the week of Matt Renshaw having a bit of a twirl.
Comfortably left again, confidently left at that point earlier, Harry. He's a firm judge, Tom Abell.
Knows where his off stump is.
Now, Matt Renshaw's top of the bowling averages, mainly thanks to his efforts at Southport.
Yes. He did really well, didn't he? That Southport game was bizarre. Actually, the last day I was listening to the commentary and making me chuckle. He's great to watch, Matt Renshaw, his celebrations. Yeah, 3 for 29.
Average of 11.66.
Not bad, eh?
Little bit rogue from just 2 innings. Still Thompson then, buoyed up by the wicket.
Yeah, I mean, now it's overcast. I think there's going to be a bit of swing around, so Yorkshire will continue with their seaming swing bowlers into his 5th over Thompson, 1 for 14. That's outside of some. Now, interesting, Shannon Gabriel has now gone to mid-off, which might that be prompting a bowling change? Shannon Gabriel probably wouldn't bowl too many more than 4 overs in a spell in this heat, and his age and the way he runs in, he's got, well, yeah, you could say repeatable action, but also quite a taxing action, isn't it? You think he runs in and hurls himself in a bit. It's going to hurt and knacker him out, so they might change it up at this end. Jordan Thompson will continue there. And Renshaw tickles it down to fine leg, which is no longer Shannon Gabriel. Is it Revis down there?
Another look at those delightful clips off his toes by Matt Renshaw. Brought him 2 and 3 respectively. Very nicely played on the leg side. And again in slow-mo. Watchful. Just offered a little bit there.
Head into the ball, isn't it? That's good technique, just flicking it. As Abell, oh, that's a chance for 3rd slip, diving across to his right. It's going to race away for 4. Tom Abell does get another fortunate boundary for Somerset. I think I make that all of the top 3 batters off the mark with an edge for 4.
You do. Spot on. The only difference with Tom Abell was that it was off the outside edge rather than the inside.
Good bowling again from Thompson, but shows that however flat we think the pitch might be, a bat first, hot conditions, flat deck, the ball's doing a little bit, not the easiest of batting. Just got to get through this new ball period. I think it'll be easier to make hay while the sun shines after 15 or 20 overs or so.
Yeah, we're in the 9th at the moment.
And that's a better shot from Tom Abell. Flick that across down to fine leg. Good pick up and throw. Will only be 1 run.
No, he's turned it into 2.
They have run well, haven't they?
Really quick on the first one, Tom Abell.
I suppose Renshaw's a big, tall man, and we know how quick and fit Tom Abell is. Probably 2 of the faster runners. I was having this debate at Finals Day, actually. Who's the quickest runners in the T20 team? I mean, Matt Renshaw wasn't in the equation because he wasn't playing, but I was trying to work out who would be the quickest over 22 yards. Speaking to Joel Tratt and trying to work out who it might potentially be.
That was good thinking, though, because he was out of the blocks really quickly and knew he would be running to the danger end.
As he leaves the next one outside off stump.
So, on to 6, Tom Abell, off the mark with the outside edge.
Yeah, what surprised me, Stephen, who were you to guess out of the T20, who would you say would be, this is officially timed, over 22 yards. The two quickest Somerset batters. I was very surprised by the outcome.
Abell's got to be one, hasn't he?
Well, I thought so too. But John Chatt, the strength and conditioning coach. Let's jump. We'll just see Jordan Thompson into Tom Abell. That's got to be a one into the covers, yes. Hesitated, but Don Bess is quick, but not quite quick enough to stop the one.
And he knew, Abell, that that was the maximum that he was going to get on that occasion.
But no, apparently it's Banton and Smead have been officially timed as the quickest two.
Wow.
Over 22 yards with pads and bat, proper running. They also do their fitness training and tests, etc.
Yeah, good on them. Be quicker than the skipper. Here we are. We're going to have a change. Shannon Gabriel has, we thought, having been moved to a different fielding position. We'll have a rest. 0 for 16, his figures. Jordan Thompson, slightly more expensive, but with the breakthrough.
Ball from the Marcus Scottish Pavilion end, number 77, Matthew Revis.
Pick that up on the public address, the new bowler coming on.
Yeah, I like Matt Revis. I think he's an exciting bowler. Had a tricky time in some of the T20 Blast games, but I think he's one of these young guys you've got to realise that they're not going to suddenly be perfect as a youngster.
Here's his first ball of the match. Shaking away.
Slightly reminds me of Casey Aldridge, big, tall right armour. He's 20 years old as Matt Revis. I mean, something about him, the big frame, the way he bowls, quite a heavy ball. He was in the T20 Blast finals day. He only made his T20 debut in 2020 and his list day debut in 2021 in the All London Cup, so fairly new to his county career.
The sun on his back, and once more no need for Tom Abell to play that. Sandy-haired Matt Revis, born in Steeton in Yorkshire.
Yeah, can't say I've ever been to Steeton personally, have you?
Nor me. I wouldn't accurately be able to place it on a map, I'm ashamed to admit.
Well, I feel even more ashamed to admit because I lived in Huddersfield for 3 years.
Oh, yeah, no excuse for that.
And it says it's in West Yorkshire, near Bradford, and I spent plenty of time in Bradford and cricket grounds all around, but never played at Steeton. Never went, so not far from Keighley apparently. Bradford way, so I'm having to learn a bit more about the geography of Steeton as we speak. Sure there'll be someone on the YouTube comments who'll have a story about Steeton or Matt Revis in his youth.
Again, no need for Abell to play that. Much a fledgling career for Matt Revis.
Steeton's in between Keighley and Skipton. Beautiful area of the country, actually. A few Sunday walks up there towards the Yorkshire Dales, and beautiful, beautiful area of the country. Just northwest of Bradford.
He's just homing in on the off stump without forcing Abell to play at the moment. It's not far outside the line. Slips poised there, in case there should be an outside edge from the bat of the Somerset skipper. This time a firm defensive push to conclude the over. Maiden start off his spell.
Yeah, decent start from Matt Revis. He's played 7 first-class games. A little bit of batting in him. He's 53 not out is his high score, but renowned for his bowling. 15 wickets. Best in innings of 3 for 43. Best match of 6 for 100. Average not ideal at 35.73. Slightly higher economy rate of 3.66, but he does take wickets. He's got a knack of that. He's come into the game with Ben Coe's been injured. He's been playing in the twos lately, but he's had a few injury problems. Of course, Tim Bresnan went to Yorkshire a couple of years ago now, so we've got this crop of young bowlers coming through.
Number 6, Matthew Waite.
And another one, Matthew Waite, who's tipped years ago. I used to hear people talking about him. He's going to be the new Tim Bresnan. He's got a funny old arm waving action as he charges into Renshaw. He should cut the first ball for 4, but he doesn't quite get hold of it, Renshaw. That's a good stop running across at point to save the boundary. 77 on the back of Matt Renshaw. 77 also on the back of Matt Revis. So 2 wacky numbers in the back of a shirt in the same match.
Yes, you get good odds against that.
Yeah. Same 3 slips, but yeah, this bizarre run up from Matthew Waite I've seen a few times. Still can't understand why he sort of wobbles his arms all over the place. It's not quite frog in a blender like we've seen some of the left arm spinners over the years referred to, but I just think he's not really getting his energy straight through. You think he'd be a bit quicker if he was a bit more aerodynamic and streamlined.
Yeah, it's a bit of a whirlwind.
Yeah.
Running in.
So he's round the wicket to Renshaw. There's a lightsaber lead. The thing is with Matthew Waite, he's actually 26. You think of him as a young, up-and-coming player, but yes, he's only played 11 first-class games, but played a lot of club cricket, but a bit older than some of the other guys, like a Revis or a Schutt, but definitely an all-rounder. Obviously, Tim Bresnan replacement. I suppose had Bresnan not been at Yorkshire, he might have got a few more games earlier on, but he's only got a highest first-class score of 59 not out, but 30 wickets.
Almost wound himself up for the drive there, Renshaw, before pulling out of it.
There's one going down to. Was he going to do some gardening? Then changed his mind. I don't think there's much gardening you can do on a pitch this hard, in this weather, other than a couple of times I've tried to dig out Yorkers and knock the turf out the ground. But when it's this dry and this hard, there's not much else you can do patting down patches. Look at that, Matt Renshaw. Solid in defence. Revealing a bit of flesh as his t-shirt rides up his back. Long sleeved, of course, as he likes to wear. There's a few guys who just seem to be more comfortable in long sleeved.
Yeah, you can tell the heat out there a little bit from the sort of languidity of movement on Renshaw's part and on some of the fielders.
A little push looking for a one to cover point, but not interesting to see Revis at point when he's not bowling. Normally bowling out to fine leg, or if not mid on, mid off, but Revis in at point. Look at this, everyone flocking to the upper tier of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Undercovers. Only Cannon's up there. The in Botham stand I don't normally see quite this busy. All in the shade. And the hardy souls with their floppy hats in and around the Somerset stand and the River stand. Plenty in.
32 degrees, Polly Rhodes is indicating.
She's also indicating the rain flying up the A38 there.
Some rain heading this way too, would you believe it? Here's Revis starting a new over. That's off the leading edge out into the gully.
Talking of Polly Rhodes, the scorer next door, being very helpful. As always, her daughter Amy Matthews giving a great tip for those of you in the heat waves. I like this. I reckon you should put milk bottles, frozen milk bottles by a fan, or frozen water in milk bottles in front of a fan. That helps cool the rooms. There you go. If you're watching on the YouTube feed in a sweaty room at home, there's your little tip. Thank you to Amy Matthews.
His radar is a pretty reliable one as well, that she was just showing then.
The thing is, you can have all the technology in the world, but we've got very helpful people in the YouTube comments from Holden Hill, from Plymouth, from Newton Abbott, people telling us on the YouTube it's coming up in the southwest that we've got official confirmation. Exeter Racecourse now, 24 degrees and rain, says Richard Hingston.
In the meantime, 29, 30, 31, whatever, and bright sunshine at the moment at Taunton. As Revis is in, that's nicely placed by Abell in the end, just to the right of the man at backward point. Comfortable too.
mentioned Polly, got lift back with Polly on Sunday morning for finals day, having stayed in Birmingham Saturday night. And it's just great picking the brain of a scorer who knows every in and out of the game of cricket, because there was that bizarre finish to the T20 Blast finals day, which we could talk about for eons and eons, but all the intricacies of the laws of cricket are fascinating to chat about.
It would be a supreme irony, wouldn't it, if after all the talk of heat and reduced sessions, we were to have a downpour here. I hope not.
Yeah, I'm not sure what there are a few umbrellas. Some of the school kids have been very organised. Bringing umbrellas, they might be useful for dual purposes today.
Yes, very much of the shading variety at the moment. Nicely timed again by Tom Abell. And placed. 2 more for the skipper. We'll take him into double figures. 46 for 1. Tom Lammonby, the man dismissed. Well caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore at slip off Jordan Thompson for 4. That was when the total was 25. Last moment leave there to complete the over.
I've got a nice little Somerset umbrella actually. And see my car, I never really use it. Well, in an air conditioned box we don't need it, and if it's raining you just tend to go inside. But
they've come prepared, and they've come to a very good shady place.
We have a message for Rod Williams.
Annie Chaves, give me a nice little update. Thank you, Annie. Great to hear you listening. She says it's cloudy in Exeter, thick grey, but no rain yet.
Is waiting for you. Rod Williams in one of the boxes to the Priory Bridge gate.
That's a little bit of a breather. Helmet removed, bat on the ground. Just reorganising the kit a little bit.
Should send our best regards to Annie, who hopefully will be fit and well and have her back at the Cooper Stations County Ground soon enough.
Indeed. He'd have wished, Matt Renshaw. A bit of a flourish, but straight to extra cover.
Yeah, there's a whirlwind action in again. Renshaw leaving with that lightsaber approach. It's almost like, I keep calling it the lightsaber leave. It's almost like he goes to pull it. He's definitely leaving it, but it's almost like he's playing a pull shot with his bat, waving it out of the way so he can't potentially edge it. There's a different way to leave. Just Scotland used to just sort of play inside the line, didn't he?
Mm.
It was just defend.
Quite hard to tell at times whether he left it or not.
Yeah, we're playing this. Matthew Waite took his maiden 5-wicket haul in first-class cricket in 2019 against the Leeds Bradford MCCU. He'd love to have that today as Matt Renshaw, good little single into leg side. Yeah, that was back in 2019 when they were called the MCCU. And now love to change names, don't they? ECCU, all these different names. They like to come through the English counties, and they used to be the minor counties, the national counties. The change in terminology, but wickets are still wickets, and Shannon Gabriel is now back behind the wicket at fine leg, which is odd because Matt Revis came off the bowl, they moved Gabriel back into the ring. Unless they can take Revis off after 2 overs and bring Gabriel back on, I would be surprised to see. Or they just fancy that Gabriel should be the man at fine leg or long leg, 15 yards inside the ring. Well, inside the rope, actually, I'm not sure. Quite wide, trying to save 2, I guess. As Tom Abell squared up a little bit for that one. Revis, a backward point, picks up. Somerset 2s are in action today. They're playing Worcestershire. Ben Green opened the batting and opened the bowling. Perhaps might feel a bit harsh to not get in this 11, Ben Green, but they performed so well with the bat and the ball in the T20s, coming in at 6 or 7, well, more likely 7. And got 5 for against Glamorgan, the best figures in the entire T20 Blast this year. Not quite done so well against the red ball, but he got 29 in the first innings, opening the batting. He's got 1 wicket bowling in the second innings. Well, in second innings of the match, but the Worcestershire first innings. Great to see some big names for Worcestershire: Tom Fell, Kashi Valley, Ben Cox, James Hildreth, of course, Ollie Sale, Will Smead's even playing a rare red ball game for him. Waiting again, this time again it's squared up, it's Tom Abell, but on the front foot, soft hands.
Yeah, kept it down. All along the ground to backward point. Lewis Goldsworthy, George Bartlett, James Rue, the next 3 batsmen due in for Somerset. Then Lewis Gregory, Casey Aldridge, Jack Leach, Marchant DeLanger and Jack Brooks. Peter Siddle missing this game with a niggle after many overs bowled in recent weeks.
Just giving
a bit of a breather.
Yeah, just continuing that 2 scorecard. The slightly odd name you might be surprised to see is the Indian leg spinner. Chahal is actually also playing for Somerset.
Yes, Revis, and that's driven nicely. That's going to go all the way. Beautifully timed by Matt Renshaw. Out to the extra cover boundary. That's as sweetly stroked as any delivery of the day.
Yeah, and I should just clarify, it would be a little bit unfair to have an Indian spinner playing second team cricket. So, similar initials, but different player to the Indian leg spinner.
Followed up with the defensive block. Renshaw is on 32 now.
.1 degrees in Charlwood, Surrey. The Met Office officially confirmed that's the hottest day on record.
Defended again, and he almost went through the leave process after playing the shot. It's getting to be a habit. Stroke or no stroke.
On a bit of Shannon Gabriel watch. He's now at mid-on. Quite sure why they keep moving his position. Adam Live, captaincy. No Stephen Patterson here today.
He's going at not far short of a runner ball, Matt Renshaw. That'll be a dot though. Start on the offside. Kent 5 down. It's interesting. In 10 overs. I'll give you some more detail on that in a second.
It's bizarre, isn't it? You think how flat the pitches should be, and there's wickets tumbling around the county ground.
Nice push on the offside from Renshaw again. Very easy on the eye, the Australian. Yeah, Warwickshire put Kent in, and they have them 43 for 5, and Oliver Hannon-Dalby has all 5 of them.
He got Ben Compton on his 3rd ball. That's a pretty good start. Ben Compton, the limpet, the man who scored so many runs in the championship this year.
Pulled, and that's handsomely struck. There was an attempt to get in the way by the man at mid-wicket.
Stop.
But just too much power in the stroke. Imperious way to complete the over from Matt Renshaw. Goes to 36.55 for 1 now. Somerset. 2 delightful strokes.
Yeah, imperative, authoritative pull shot by Renshaw. He's going to have a little bit of drink. He's going to have a glove change as well. Yeah, I think they're perfectly within their rights to have a few extra drinks breaks. I suppose they had the little drink when Tom Lammonby fell. Drinks were brought out, and a little partnership strung together here. Abell and Renshaw are getting a little bit of a drink now. So So, very cloudy, but no rain here as Abell defends Matthew Waite. Yeah, Ben Compton edged for 4 first ball, and then he was out off the 3rd. That was the first. Hannon Dolby wicket. Yorkshire against Kent. We talked about the teams who batting first, and well, it's paid dividends, isn't it? Yorkshire inserting Kent. Hannon Dolby bowled so well here, didn't he, in the County Championship early in the season. He also scored some useful low order runs, but
he's a reliable performer, isn't he?
Yes. Sam Dalling has joined us in the box, so I'll finish off this over from Matthew Waite, and it's left by Tom Hill. Great take by Jonathan Tatzel, diving well across Curler Cadmore. That's gone to 1 3/4 slip. Yeah, interesting. There's a big gap between Curler Cadmore and Brook. Massive gap. It's almost like they got a first slip, a 3rd and a 4th. And Tatzel's almost taken that from the late swing at almost second slip.
Pronounced after it had passed the bat.
Great take. Wait with this weird run up, all legs and arms, and entertaining to watch. Left outside the off stump.
There's the man who took an excellent slip catch in the first hour. On his way back here for next season, Tom Curler Cadmore.
Wait, squared up, Abell again. LW shout, surely it's too high.
He went up late, the
Looks
bowler.
like it went to his thigh pad. A bit of ambitious. Cool.
Still the 3 slips in. Just the 1 breakthrough so far for Yorkshire. We've been playing for an hour, midway through this first session here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Abell's. Gosh, that's a beautiful ball from Matthew Waite again, though, isn't it? Travelling over this for the Somerset skipper. Very well bowled by Matthew Waite. And talk about Shannon Gabriel, his old West Indian opening colleague, Kemar Roach. He's got a key breakthrough of the Essex opener. Brown. I think Brown. Caught behind, off Roach. Gabriel, of course, had those no ball issues at Scarborough last week, but we haven't seen any of them yet today. Very few extras, actually. A couple of leg byes, but Yorkshire bowled particularly well, I reckon, as Tom Abell's defending that straight down the pitch. Right, that's the end of the over. Yorkshire have Somerset 55 for 1. And Sam's going to come in for myself to talk you through the next passage of play.
Thanks, Harry. So Somerset would be reasonably content with how that scoreboard's looking at the moment. One wicket to have gone, that of Tom Lammonby, as you see. Catch slip, diving two-handed by Tom Curler Cadmore off Jordan Thompson. Just the 1 scoring stroke from Tom Lammonby. And Somerset school children much enjoying their view of proceedings from the Trade Nations stand, which is just to the left of the Andy Caddick Pavilion as we look out. Still to be Revis from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Just some adjustments. We've seen a slip taken out for the first time today. Adam Lyth just conducting operations, stand-in captain for Stephen Patterson for Yorkshire. And all ready to go. There's another man out deep at mid-wicket as it's not quite timed by Matt Renshaw. Straight to the man close in. Good afternoon, just. Sam Dalling.
Afternoon, Stephen. It's been a long time, actually, isn't it, since we sat in here together. I'm very pleased that we've got aircon today. I've been down trying to do a call downstairs in the heat. Oh, it's hot.
That's on the middle and leg and pushed firmly enough, not quite quite timed. Yes, it was welcome up here. It was welcome in the car on the way. The aircon.
Yeah, you come up from Cornwall this morning?
No, Bristol.
Bristol. Oh, sorry, I thought you were coming up from Cornwall.
That was yesterday.
I see.
Yes, it's a bit silly. I should have stopped off here, really.
Sorry, we're just doing our social lives on air. We come straight in. I hear you. I can rest easy now, though, Stephen. I now know.
Oh, nicely done. Straight and well fielded as well. Pulled in by Adam Lythe just inside the rope. I wasn't at all sure he was going to make that, but managed it. Right down below us here.
Yeah, good bit of work there from Adam Lythe. Fresh off his 100. He loves playing up at Scarborough. I was luckily was up there last year when Somerset went for it was just a couple of days in the end. 4-day game, only lasted a couple of days. But good bit of work from Lythe there.
Yeah, more here, and oh, that's a good dive from Shannon Gabriel. Not something he'd have relished, but got down there very well.
It's swinging though, it looks. It's the first time I've seen Matt Revis bowl, and he is shaping it back in towards the left-hander. Good bit of work there from Gabriel, diving like across him, almost like a goalkeeper, diving across to his left, using his right hand to get that extension. Yeah, we had Ryan Sidebottom, who did some work with Yorkshire over the winter. He was on the County Cricket Matters podcast earlier in the season.
That's just that dropped on ball from Abell to backward point.
And I said to him, go on, I'll put you on the spot as a coach, ones to watch from Yorkshire. And he said Revis, and he hadn't necessarily been bowling an awful lot, but Ryan Sidebottom was very impressed with what he'd seen, and he's doing all right so far. Both County Championship and Vitality Blast had a tough Saturday, went for 29 in and over in that semi-final, which is really what took the game away.
Good looking straight drive again. Gabriel in action again. The dot ball to conclude the over. 0 for 15. Revis's figures in this so far unbroken spell. Started with a maiden.
This is the previous over of Revis. Slow motion replay of that Renshaw pull shot. It was the first shot I'd seen. I'd walked in. It was imperious from Matt Renshaw. I think Jordan Thompson was giving it a good effort at mid-wicket out there. Just shows he maybe hasn't got the pace to be bowling that at Renshaw if he's pulling so comfortably off the front foot.
Yeah, that was a lovely shot. It was an equally good one actually on the offside earlier in the over, out to deep backward point, which was beautifully timed. 39 not out, Matt Renshaw.
Yeah, promising signs. Somerset need to get runs on the board. Really, this is such a huge game. And Matthew Renshaw has been in the runs this season. As Ben Warren just delivers me a scorecard. Perfect service. Around the wicket there, Matthew Waite is continuing into his 4th over now. Just gone for the 1 run so far. Players like Waite and Revis getting their chance with Yorkshire, with Matt Fisher, who did so well for England. He actually bowled beautifully up at Scarborough in that game where they played Somerset last September. I think he got a 5 for in the first innings. He was exceptional.
And went on to play for England.
He did indeed. Driven, but straight at cover, and it's just hit. It just took a nasty bounce in front of him. I think that's Thompson with 44 on, yeah, at cover, always in the action. Jordan Thompson just took a nasty bounce just in front of him. Struck him in the chest, which is why he's still down on one knee.
Oh, that could be, is painful.
Yes, it was struck well. He did well to get right in behind it. And Ben Code as well, hasn't played much at all this season. I think he's playing 2s this week. Again, Renshaw this time pushes it to Thompson, is able to get both hands on it, so much less painful this time around. Yeah, Ben Code had such a good record for Yorkshire, but he's had a tough couple of years with injury. I think he tried to come back about 10-11 weeks ago and wasn't able to, but good to see him. I'm pretty sure he was bowling for Yorkshire 2s yesterday. Let's have a look. They are, I think, to put some serious effort. And yeah, well, 17 overs, 1 for 28 for the 2 so far against Leicestershire. Tattersall can get a hand on it. It's going to be given as byes. It swang. I thought it might have clipped Renshaw's pads, but clearly not. Tattersall went one-handed. Just couldn't stop it. It's just the angle. Weight starts from around the wicket, and he's bowling from quite wide of the crease there. You can see, and it just angled. He's got no chance there, really. Tattersall. It's a harsh byes, isn't it? It's a wide. It's a wide, really. It's past outside. Yeah, Tattersall's only a little lad, but he's got no chance of getting there. Matthew Waite survives. He's still only gone for one run, but
it's not a signal you like to see from the umpire, is it? After you bravely attempted a diving stop.
Better trajectory on that one. Wait, it's kind of a short, bustling run up, isn't it? He's quite a tall lad. It's only four or five steps by the time he gets there. Seems to get a lot of his power through the body.
Comes in with a flurry.
He really puts everything into it, doesn't he, Matthew Waite? Renshaw able to leave that one alone. That exaggerated leave. Spent a bit of time on loan at Worcestershire earlier in the season as well, Matthew Waite. So having a decent season. There we are, down on the lower tier, just below us, on the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Stephen and I are just in the windows above that Thatcher's sign, but we've got a day to celebrate the work of the local ground staff, so they're all in. I mean, they've got a good spot today. It's perfect behind the bowler's arm as the players go off for some drinks. But yeah, the ground staff of various clubs around the county rewarded for their efforts with a lovely day at the cricket.
Absolutely, and there's plenty of shade there, so with all this heat it's probably quite nice to be able to get out of the sun every now and again, although actually the sun is shrouded by cloud just at the moment. It's a little bit of a breeze picked up on the ground and some haze which you can see in the distance, partly obscuring the Quantocks.
It's almost more dangerous that to be out in, isn't it? Because it just lulls you into that false sense of security. So if you are out, I mean, you and I were talking earlier, Steve, because I know you've got an Iceland trip on the cards, and I went there a couple of summers ago. Amazing country, but that's at 13, 14 degrees in the summer. That's about my optimal heat. I mean, I'm not built for the sun. The sun and I have this mutual agreement where we stay away from each other as much as possible. And I would put factor 50 on any time the sun is out, but it's definitely a day for that.
Yes, and taking their time understandably over this drinks interval. But it's been a pretty good first hour and 10 minutes for Somerset. Just the one setback, the loss of Tom Lammonby when the total was on 25. Well caught by the future Somerset signing, Tom Kohler-Cadmore, off Jordan Thompson for 4. Matt Renshaw, who opened with him, is still there on 39, and the captain has been in there for 32 deliveries for his 11. Both of them got off the mark in rather streaky circumstances. Inside edge from Renshaw, outside edge from Abell, but they're still there. After Tom Abell won the toss this morning. Here's Revis then. Getting things back underway. Gentle push up to Shannon Gabriel. Shared the new ball with Jordan Thompson this morning. In fact, the stand, temporary stand occupied by the school children, is probably the most populated in the ground. Although we've got smatterings of spectators. Actually, I admit the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, we saw shade seekers. Saw a whole raft of them. So that stand's probably competing.
Yeah, definitely a day to stay out of it, isn't it?
massive. Goes on to the offside.
I wonder if there was ever any doubt in Tom Abell's mind about winning the toss and batting. There are a few sides that have put teams in, aren't there? And they do it's reaping some rewards.
Warwickshire.
Yeah.
Been scything their way through the Kent top order. Going to be no, it won't be a run. Don Best sharply around to his right to prevent his old skipper from adding to his tally.
Yeah, Middlesex doing likewise as well up at Lords, where it really will be hot up at Lords. 39, 40 degrees in London is seriously uncomfortable.
That's about 10 degrees up on where we are here.
Yeah, 30 degrees in London is uncomfortable. I spend a lot of time in London and it's not nice when it's warm.
Yes, good memories of my last visit when I was commentating with you, Sam, that Vitality Blast game. Craig Overton came in and pulled the match out of the fire, really.
Yeah, I very much had my Middlesex hat on that day. I'll have to confess, Stephen, as you saw, I was celebrating physically, but while expressing myself verbally that it was disappointing for Middlesex to have given it away like that.
I couldn't find anybody that evening who had seen the ball hit onto the roof of the grandstand at Lords, as Craig Overton did, the second of his 2 sixes off consecutive deliveries. That was a massive hit.
Yeah, it was a 3-ball innings, wasn't it? It was just what the game was virtually gone. He came in 6, the second one. They're both off Jason Behrendorff, who's been absolutely superb in that tournament for Middlesex. Plays a lot of cricket for Australia, plays IPS, so really experienced, and Craig just hit him. Yeah, that second one was massive, and it just changed the game completely. They exchanged a few words after the third one, which went up in the air, and he was caught. And I said to him afterwards, all friendly, was it? He said, yeah, it was very friendly. Very friendly. 2 competitors, right. Matthew Waite's going to continue then into his 5th over, just gone for the 1 run so far, although Johnny Tattersall, I suspect at lunchtime, will mention that the 4 byes that went against him in the previous over were really a result of Waite, who had been coming around the wicket, just trying to slant it into the left-handed Matthew Renshaw. He's going to come back over the wicket after a consultation with skipper Adam Live, who's at mid-off. 2 slips, Cola Cadmore and Harry Brooke. And immediately is on the money there. Matt Revis just had Renshaw prodding at that one. Goes down to have a little look at the pitch, and was he having a word with Tom Abell as well? But they just kissed the surface and beat the outside edge there.
Yeah, it'll encourage the bowler. It's a rare blemish from Matt Renshaw. But interesting to see.
Flicked into the leg side. It's a nice looking shot from Renshaw. There is a fielder out there at deep square leg who does well to come around and cut it off, so keeps it to a couple. Renshaw moves up to 41 now. If you're just joining us, Stephen Lamb and myself, Sam Danner here. Harry Everett is with us all day as well. Day 1 of Somerset versus Yorkshire here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Key game for Somerset in real relegation trouble, if indeed that is what the powers that be decide it's going to look like next year.
Yeah, we don't know for sure, do we?
No, we don't. I think you kind of got to put that out of our minds and think, well, bottom 2 isn't good. Whatever they decide to do, bottom 2 isn't good. 8-team division, so if they go to 3 sixes, bottom 2 push to live. Think about a run at mid-on, but they don't take it. Yeah, you don't want to be finishing in that bottom 2. And Somerset need to win games. If you look at the table, they've won more games than the sides around them. But until last week, they didn't have a draw. The Lancashire game was their first draw of the season, and with 8 points for a draw, that's been Somerset's big downfall. It's the games where if you can't win, it's being able to hang on and pick up that draw, which they've really missed.
Yeah, 5 losses this season. Oh, that's a bit of an indeterminate push again outside. This has been uncharacteristic of the innings so far, really, from Matt Renshaw.
Yeah. It's been good, the switch from around the wicket to over the wicket for weight is working. That perhaps kept a little bit low, but Renshaw definitely played down the inside of it. Gives a nod to the bowler. A good pressure here building from Yorkshire. Leaves that one alone outside off stuff. He thought about it. You just see, doesn't it? A fraction of a second there was a movement as if he was going to prod at it.
Yes, and it wasn't the leave with a flourish that time either.
No.
With the bat swishing across to leg.
Which suggests that there was a little bit of, as you said, Stephen, he was indeterminate initially. Playing on one of the, if you're just joining us, playing on one of the furthest strips over, really, you can get away with on the County Championship Day. It's a huge square here. That was a leave with a swish to end the over. 64 for 1. Yeah, playing with a huge square here. So if ever you see we can't quite, there are just a couple of blind spots on the pitch. We've got the cameras right up, right behind the bowler really for the straight on view, but there are a couple of spots where we can't see down, for example, to what would be third in front of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion. There we are, can't quite see it without the bars in the way. So even our camera access has got restricted view today. That's what sometimes happens. Nothing we can do about that one. Got Andrew and Henry down there doing wonderful work with the camera as they have been all season. I noticed Andrew isn't wearing the jeans today. He had jeans on Tuesday and we caught him down below us. He was eating chocolate cake that didn't find its way to us, this chocolate cake. And we were commentating on it, and you could see it all over his hands. He didn't know what to do, so he wiped it all over his jeans and then confessed confessed with a nod of the head that Mum is the one that does the washing for him.
Going to be Revis to continue. This will be the 6th over of an unbroken spell. 0 for 15 at the moment. Yeah, the West Country, I'm afraid, is bringing up the rear of Division 1 at the moment, but Somerset have got a better chance than Gloucestershire of surviving the drop. There is a leave from Somerset captain to start the over. Gloucestershire 55 points from 9 games. Very hard for them to get out of that. And Somerset then next up 72 in their 8th. And Kent, who've started very badly, Somerset will be distraught to hear, they are in 8th place with 90. So 18 points between Kent and Somerset.
It was almost a bit of a shame. It was an amazing win for Surrey up at Scarborough last week. Brilliant game of cricket. But from a title race perspective, from the neutral, because Hampshire would have been right up there next to them. They've started well at Cheltenham. Unsurprisingly won the toss and elected to bat. They're playing a shortened day there. Felix Organ's got 45, Ian Holland 18, so they're 70 without loss. You've done a fair bit of Gloucestershire in your time, Stephen. I imagine you've done the Cheltenham Festival. It's lovely up there, isn't it?
Did it last year, actually. Yeah, tremendous place to watch cricket and play it. It's gone down off the bottom of the bat, I fancy. Down to Jonathan Tattersall. A little bit of inward movement from the delivery from Bevis.
Well, he's been shaping it back into the left-hander, which means the right-hander, his stop ball's been going away. That one just looked like it went the other way.
It's a good leave by Tom Abell. Yeah, scenically the Cheltenham College ground is one of the nicest in the country. It's certainly one of the nicest outgrounds, and there's a long tradition of Gloucestershire playing up there. Missed a year through COVID. Last year was the comeback one, in fact. And just narrowly, there was plenty of drama in the last game because they had a chance, if they could have drawn with Hampshire, to go through to Division 1 for the run-in.
Yeah, I was going to say, I remember that because did Nick Gubbins come out and get runs, and Hampshire won with quite a short chase in the end.
Yeah.
But I think we had a keen eye on it from a Somerset perspective because it was about who came through with Somerset, and look, it all blew up for Somerset in the September. But it was that thing where you took through half the points.
That's right.
Of that you earned against the team you played against, and Gloucestershire.
Yeah. If Gloucestershire had gone through, it wouldn't have suited Somerset
exactly.
so well. Not that it made much difference in the end, in the final analysis.
No, but at that stage you're going Gloucestershire had beaten Somerset and drawn, whereas I think Somerset had beaten Hampshire and drawn, so it did make a difference.
It served Somerset's purpose for Hampshire to go through at that point.
In the end it was moot.
Entirely so. 64 for 1 then, here at Taunton. Very welcome joining us on the live stream. We'll have another look at the variety of swing deployed by Revis in that over. Hazy conditions. I wonder whether that's got anything to do with it. Lost the sun for the moment. They're just shaping away outside Tom Abell's off stump after the in-swing that we saw earlier, and what follows all will be revealed. Oh, yeah.
Quite sharply, you can see, we saw it with Renshaw, it was swinging back into him, which would mean, as a left-hander, which would mean his stock ball to the right-hander was going away, and he just used that one very cleverly. Right, Gully's gone in for Renshaw. Waite, who came back over the wicket in the last over, is going to stay there because he had some success. As Renshaw just pushes down into the ground, picks it up and throws it back to the bowler. George Hill's gone in at Gully, so Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who is in the final throes of his Yorkshire career, there for a couple of months at least, before he will be calling the Cooper Associates County Ground his home. I know he's very excited about that, but also very keen to finish his time at Yorkshire. He's very much got his Yorkshire head on at the moment. First county championship appearance of the season for him as well.
Must be quite a strange thing for it to be here, given his plans.
Harry Brook as well in its second slip. What a brilliant season he's having. Driven by Renshaw, it's gone to the right of Jordan Thompson. He thought about putting the dive in, but couldn't quite get there. And they will pick up a couple. Renshaw moves on to 43. Well, we had, was it Alex Davies last year, who moved from Lancashire to Warwickshire, but ended up having to play in the Bob Willis Trophy final. So his last game for Lancashire was against Warwickshire in the Bob Willis Trophy final. Not quite on Edgbaston territory, but still must have been a bit of a surreal feeling to have a game with such a lot riding on it. Just a pause as Jordan Thompson makes his way back to cover. Push back at the bowler, so a bit more purpose about his strokes in this over. Renshaw, the previous Matthew Waite over. Waite had been coming around the wicket to Renshaw and not quite getting it right, but he switched to bowling over and just put a couple in that corridor, and there was one or two that Renshaw played at and it beat the outside edge, and there was one where Renshaw just for half a second forward about playing, well, it's probably less than half a second given the reaction time. Big shout for LBW. Finger goes up. Matthew Renshaw, I think, knew his fate there as soon as it wrapped him on the pads. It was pushed up, it was a little bit fuller. Matt Renshaw, he takes the gloves off, flicks his bat up in frustration. Good bit of bowling there from Matthew Waite. He has his first wicket of the day. Yeah, you see Renshaw's head, we just saw on the replay, his head goes straight up. He knew what was coming, batted beautifully for his 43 off just 60 balls, but his first innings is over. Somerset 66 for 2 now here. Matthew Waite, 5.4 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5. But it's fair to say he deserved that, Stephen.
Yeah, indeed, and it's been good, intelligent bowling. And I just wonder, saying earlier, this haze that's developed, we've lost the sunshine for the moment, and there's a little bit of a breeze as well. And I just wonder whether that's made the conditions a little bit more bowler friendly. It's very, very hard to tell from here, but we've seen a bit more movement just in the last 2 or 3 overs.
Well, if you'd have been here at even 10 o'clock, you wouldn't have imagined it would look like this now, because it was beautiful, bright blue sunshine. It was always going to be a batting day, one felt. Right, next batter in then for Somerset. George Bartlett makes his way to the middle. Has a bit of a stop-start season really for George Bartlett. He was due to line up in the first game down at the Aegeus Bowl against Hampshire, and it just seemed everything went wrong. Bartlett, I think, rolled his ankle playing football. There were a couple of COVID cases, and it's taken him a while to get back into the side. But for me, George Bartlett could be a mainstay of the Somerset middle order for many years to come. And I know his contract's up and there's a bit of uncertainty, but for me, I just really like watching George Bartlett play, and this is only his second championship game of the summer. He played up at Southport last week, and I just hope the powers that can be can do what they need to, really.
Oh, he's a joy to watch when he's fluent. Made a wonderful 100 at Trent Bridge back in 2019. Big partnership, actually, with the man at the other end, Tom Abell. They both scored hundreds in that game, early season.
Free slips in then, as Bartlett keeps out his first ball. There's a bit of a spring in the step, as you would imagine from Yorkshire out there. 42 games now for George Bartlett. All his red ball cricket has been played for Somerset. Average of 26.8, so yes, definitely room for improvement, but 500s in there. Was that 2019 game? Did Tom Abell also take a hat-trick with the ball in that game? Is that one? I think he...
Not that one,
There was Craig Overton and Tom Abell both took hat-tricks.
That was a different game.
Was it?
I think that was the following summer.
Pushed out towards point to end the over then. 21 overs gone, 66 for 2. Tom Abell, the skipper, is unbeaten on 11. George Bartlett, who came into the side, or maintained his place in the side for Tom Banton, who was available for selection for this one. Wasn't last week because he was doing his thing for the England Lions. But Bartlett retained his place, and we'll be looking for a score today, Stephen Lamb.
Very much so. And he's got the reassuring presence of his captain at the other end. Always nice to know that having shared in a mega partnership on an occasion previously, you've got the same partner keeping an eye on things at the other. And it's Tom Abell who's on strike at the start of a different bowler, in fact. Jordan Thompson is coming back for his second spell. Has a wicket in the bag already. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 22, his first. And he's going to be bowling to Tom Abell. Firm defensive push from the Somerset skipper. Let's have another look at the Renshaw wicket. Arms pumping from the bowler weight. Looked pretty good, didn't it? Certainly no issue about height. And the Renshaw body language did rather indicate he had foreseen his doom.
I was laughing at the use of the word doom. Very dramatic. Love watching Jordan Thompson play, by the way. He is just, I think I first saw him up at Scarborough last year. He's just a cricketer that if you want something to happen, you give the ball or the bat to Jordan Thompson. The way he made 50 off, I think it was 50 off 17 balls, including being at finals day on Saturday. He just smashed it, and he does the same with the ball. He's just an all-action cricketer that makes stuff happen.
Nicely glided down to backward point. Won't be a run though for Tom Abell. Came in with the total on 25 for 1, Tom Abell. Seen it to 66 for 2. He's got 11 of those. Neatly but unproductively played out to short mid-wicket. Interestingly poised after an hour and a half this game. 2 wickets have gone. Yorkshire looking for a third between now and lunch, which they would feel would give them the session. Somerset can get through without any more damage. That'll suit them.
223 was the partnership you were recalling, Stephen, between Abell and George Bartlett up at Trent Bridge in early season, actually, April 2019.
Yeah, the 2 Jacks accounted for all the Notts wickets in the second innings in that game. Jack Brooks and Jack Leach. 5 for a piece. That's found the gap, and will bring at least 2 for Tom Abell. And that's the extent of it.
Might have been. Was that Jack Brooks' debut then? Very early in April 2019, so it can't have been far off. It was some attack they had.
Yeah, I don't think it was debut, but it was early doors.
Jake Ball, Stuart Broad, Luke Fletcher and Luke Wood, as well as Samit Patel and Stephen Mullaney, were the bowling attack that Abell and Bartlett faced up at Trent Bridge, which is not an easy ground to score runs, particularly in April. His other hundreds, George Bartlett, 5 of them coming. His first one, that was his second. His first one came the year before against Lancashire. 137 against Surrey. 100 not out exactly in the Bob Willis Trophy season. Him and Tom Abell, actually, they put on a big partnership then, did they? And that's when they declared 100 not out for Bartlett. Maybe, I don't think that was a declaration, maybe that was second innings. And 100 against Hampshire last summer too. Long way from that at the moment though is Matthew Waite, who's bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 5 at this stage.
Yeah, that's tidy, isn't it?
I think that's a fair description, isn't it? He's bowled well as well. He's bowled really well. There's not been much loose stuff at all other than that stray one that went for 4 byes. Left alone, and good leave, good swing, good pace and bounce through to Johnny Tattersall. It started to another one of these players, Bartlett, who was always started as a red ball player, but I think he made 80 odd against the Sri Lanka Development 11. Harry, I'm looking for Harry for that because he was here for that game, and has been in the T20 squad for recent games. Played much of the Royal London Cup winning campaign in 2019. There's a little shuffle forward down the wicket. Just takes hands off bat. He's been doing that a little bit.
He's off the leading edge in the end.
Yeah. Wasn't convincing. Let's have a look at the very first ball he faced today. You can just see there's a little shuffle down the pitch. There we go. Straight away a step. And maybe that's because he's seen, I mean, they sit there and they have it all on the videos, the analysis, and maybe it's because he's seen the swing, which Waite and Revis have certainly been getting plenty of, so he's just trying to negate that, but there's enough encouragement, that leading edge off Matthew Waite, for Dom Best to move in, or be moved into gully. So Curler Cadmore, Brooke, Hill are the free slips, and now Bess is in at gully. Bartlett keeps that one out. So he remains without having a run to his name yet. He's faced 5 balls so far. I love how the scoreboard says lead by 68. So I said do lead by 68. I like, that's quite a good way of putting it. I think that's how we should describe it for this first innings. Left alone by Bartlett, happy to bide his time. Good numbers on the stream as well over 2,500 people tuning in. I'm sure there'll be a few people who perhaps if it wasn't for the heat might be here as well, but welcome to all of you, welcome to all Yorkshire fans as well. Brilliant to have home and away support and the neutrals. That's the beauty of county cricket's live streams these days. Every ball is available.
And it's a testing period for the Somerset batters at the moment.
Wider one. I don't think there's anything on that, so I think it'll be Johnny. Yeah, you see Johnny Tattersall, who a couple of steps to his left, and he looked up and he saw the umpire's signal of byes. So for the second time off Matthew Waite's stray delivery, Johnny Tattersall is the one that is punished. And Somerset's lead extends to Stephen, 72.
Yeah, whoever reads it on the scorecard, 8 byes, they won't know how unlucky Johnny Tattersall is. I'm going to make a move, let Harry Everett back in after some more words from you, Sam.
I don't know if I'll let Harry Everett back in though. Maybe I'll budge him out. I've just noticed, I'm going to chat to him. I looked down at this, there's a notepad between us, and I wondered if it was notes on the game, but it looks very much what's going on. Ah, I see, yes. It's the Sussex game, right? This must be the Beer and Cider Festival in the Royal London Cup, Friday night. got Harry Everett's notes here. I know what's going on. There's a
Tom Abell's just driving it backward point for 2 as Sam gets very distracted. I'm a bit of a shocker this morning, poor Sam.
And why am I having a shocker? Just because I was reading your notes.
Reading my notes, goes off to have a work meeting, forgets what's going on. No, Somerset Sussex Royal London Cup.
That's the Friday, isn't
it? Yeah.
That is the Friday. What's that then on the family day? Which games?
Another Royal London Cup game actually. We'll get the graph and the fixtures up later on, don't we? We'll have a separate time for it, Sam. We've got plenty of time left in this. All 4 days, me and you, isn't it?
Yeah.
Plenty of time for that kind of chat.
For a 4-day game, eh? Hopefully get 4 days.
I was just trying to text Sophie Luff actually. We need to congratulate her on her 100 the other day. I believe she'll be back with us in a couple of days, which should be nice. Tom Abell squared up there, just a little bit of an outside edge with Jordan Thompson now from the pavilion end.
Well, she mentioned she was playing today, and I wonder, is she playing? Because you know she got that England A call up, and I think I read yesterday that England A, because the New Zealand team are down in Somerset preparing, the White Ferns are preparing for the Commonwealth Games, and they're at Millfield, and I just wonder if they have, if they're playing a couple of games against England A.
Decent, solid defensive shot that time from Tom Abell, no way through.
And I'm just hoping that that's maybe what Sophie's playing in.
Yeah, she got a very late call up to England the other week, didn't she? She was
it didn't sound that well organised, if I'm honest.
She didn't even know there was a game going on, I don't think. And it was, yeah, the England A team, but that'd be great to hear her back in the box with us. It's a bit weird. There's lunch at Northampton, lunch at Cheltenham, finishing at 12:30 in the heat today, and we're completely overcast here. And I've just been outside, and it's not even massively warm here anymore. We'll keep going till 1 o'clock. Tom Abell this time, soft hands, good use of the outside edge there. Soft hands judged well down to the vacant third man area now for 2 runs.
So they're playing 90-minute sessions, aren't they,
yes,
basically, up there, and finishing at 4:30?
Which is...
There was talk of that here.
Slightly odd.
And I think they only made a decision this morning. I do get it in somewhere in London where it's 39 at Lord's or at the Oval where it's going to feel so much hot. It really is a struggle. But here it's just a nice hot summer day, so I'm glad that common sense has prevailed and they're playing the full session.
We want to play cricket in the height of summer. Bring the spinners in, bring the batters in, so nice to have it. As that's a leg stump half volley, whipped away by Tom Abell. It was slightly aerial, but Matt Brever's big figure at mid-wicket couldn't get around to his right, and it's a race to the boundary for 4 by Tom Abell down to the family stand.
Yeah, lovely shot from Tom Abell. We just see it on the replay there, just complete balance with that one. Started running, but George Bartlett knew actually as soon as he struck it there was no need to run to that. He was distraught on Saturday, wasn't he, after the semi-final, Tom Abell? He showed his emotion on his face.
Yeah, saying earlier he just couldn't get over it. All night he was going on and on about his shot. He was devastated that sweep shot as he leaves on outside off stump. Kept saying that sweep could have gone for 6. Caught a deep square leg for the Holly stand.
He lives every ball over in his memory,
yeah,
didn't he? You spent the evening with some of them, didn't you? So Tom was still worried about it. I mean, it sounded like he struck it sweetly, and you just looked up and you just hoped, from a Somerset perspective, it was going to plonk into that Holly's crowd.
But you say that there are a few dismissals like that. Riley Rousseau's could have gone in the gap.
There's that Beer and Cider Festival graphic up. Friday 19th of August, Somerset versus Sussex in the Royal London Cup.
Cop, there you go.
Cop.
You can use my notes now.
That looks like Lewis Goldsworthy to me on the graphic. I think it is.
Yeah, very good. They were all in the cup last year.
Archie Lennon, young leg spinner for Sussex. Yeah, he got 90 odd up at Surrey, didn't he, in the abandoned game where the rain came in the second innings. So that's all to come. Royal London Cup fun in August. Looking forward to that. Going to have a change of bowling then at the River End. Matthew Waite, who has bowled 7 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 9, has been replaced by Shannon Gabriel. And Bartlett is off the mark immediately, just back of a length from Gabriel. And Bartlett just waited for that one, was able to cut it away to the boundary. He moves on to 8. Just stands there, waits for that, cuts it off the back foot. Not that wide actually. Didn't give him much width, but it was more on length. He still played it quite tight. to the body. And Bartlett, yeah, I thought he was off the mark. Moves on to the scoreboard. Is just suddenly, I think something's happened with the scoreboard because that's taken Bartlett to
overheating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's taken Bartlett to 8. I'm sure that was him getting off the mark. I think he's only got 4. And I think Waite has better figures than that. He's certainly not bowling now. So I'm going to ignore the in-ground scoreboard for a second. Good pace there from Gabriel. Bartlett leaves that one away.
I'll just look over my shoulder into the score box and see what's going on.
It's definitely Bartlett getting off the mark, that shot. Yeah, the NV Play Cricket still has Shannon Gabriel, still has Matthew Waite as bowling. It's not quite sure.
Every excuse, anything that goes wrong, say the excuse to the heat, Sam.
Yes.
Can't argue with it.
It's too hot. And Shannon Gabriel is bowling. George Bartlett waits. 3 slips in place. Again, Bartlett leaves that one alone. You can just see the change of pace. You can see in terms of where Johnny Tattersall and the slips are fielding as a plane comes into land. That must be going to 40 commando, perhaps. Yeah, it must be. That is very low.
Flying,
very low over.
Just shaving the top of the quantox. From here, it looks like.
40 commando base is over out at Norton Fitzwarren. And that plane is very low. It looks like it's on its way down. I suspect that is where that one is landing, or is it going to go back up again now? It just looks like it's shaping. It's got very much a plane watch. It looked like it was trying to change direction. Deep square leg goes out, back at the cricket. Jordan Thompson is sent out to deep square leg by Shannon Gabriel, so still 3 slips in. Gabriel into his 5th over, bowled 4 overs with the new ball a little bit earlier on, come back into his 2nd spell. Big, tall man, much longer run up than Matthew Waite. Well-directed Yorker that George Bartlett keeps out, and Gabriel has a look back, well bowled.
He had that problem with no balls, didn't he, up at Scarborough? Managed to keep his foot behind the line in his over so far this morning. Started at the pavilion end. Now he's coming on for the river end. Yeah,
a friend of mine who of a Surrey persuasion was up there at Scarborough. He said, look, if you've got a dinner reservation for the next 4 days in Taunton, just push it a little bit later, because the Gabriel seemed to be overstepping almost every other ball. But he's probably a new ground for him. I wonder if he played cricket up at Scarborough before. It's his 2nd game for Yorkshire, this one. Oh, bouncer. Very short. I was going to say well directed, but it actually wasn't. It was too short. George Bartlett. It did move. We see Johnny Tattersall has to go to his left quite late on, but it was so short. George Bartlett was in no real danger there. It's almost at his feet there. Tattersall takes a step to his left, and then it does shape late, but that is almost straight down into the ground. A couple of wickets for Gloucestershire previously. Gabriel, also a brief spell at Worcestershire. 161 test wickets at 31.84. Trinidad and Tobago is the island where he plays his cricket in the West Indies.
You've been corrected on the old plane spotting. There's no runway at 40 apparently.
Is there not?
It's heading up the Minehead Road according to flight radar, said Richard Hingston.
I wonder where that's landing. End of the over. 25 overs gone. 85 for 2. Scoreboard is correct. Again, let's have a look at that Tom Abell shot the previous over of Jordan Thompson, just over pitched. Too far, too straight really, and just clipped away beautifully by Tom Abell.
2 headbound warriors in this game, Jack Brooks and Jordan Thompson. So the headbound warrior from Yorkshire is going to slightly move his deep square leg around even squarer. From the Bradford building sign, they've done some great work, great video. That's been played in the T20 Blast. Thanks to all our sponsors at Keeper Associates County Ground who keep us going here as Jordan Thompson is. Interesting for George Bartlett. It's left outside the off stump, but George Bartlett went right across outside off stump. Trigger movement, moved from middle, and then it swung even more away from Jordan Thompson into the gloves of Johnny Tattersall, who took it well.
Yeah, he's been doing that early. He's been taking a step or 2 down the track as well. Maybe something he's been working on. I think it's a little bit new there. Look at that. Shuffle straight across. And they're constantly working, aren't they? You can see all 3 stumps by the time the ball passes in.
Good take by Johnny Tatzel as Bartlett defends out the offside. Interesting stat for Johnny Tatzel. I played in Yorkshire for 3 years and was up at university up there, and a friend from university, I think I scored a few runs on my debut for university, and he said, if you used my kit, you'd have scored 150. And a chap working for Bear Cricket, which is a big company up in Yorkshire, and they sponsored Johnny Tatzel. He's one of their big profile advertisers. Yeah, I do like the local brand you get in different counties at different sponsorship deals. As Tatzel's cut by George Bartlett, save him, he doesn't need a run there, and that's smashed through. When he scored his runs against Leicestershire in the Royal London Cup last year, and he scored that amazing knock against the Sri Lankan development in the T20 he played just before the blast started. The characteristic shot of George Bartlett is that was smashed through, sort of forward point for 4.
For me, he's a brilliant cricketer. I really hope. I have no idea what the situation is. I know he's out of contract, but I hope there are conversations going on. And he hasn't had as I said, unlucky with that injury at the start of the season. So, but for that, he might have played every championship game. But I just hope Somerset can keep hold of George Bartlett.
A lot of talk about whether it'll go and do an Eddie Byram, go and play for Division 2 side, get more action. But yeah, this time he's outside off stump again, and it looked like he was going to try and pull, but I wouldn't say he's like a cat on a hot tin roof. I think he's just been very proactive, a bit like Ben Stokes likes to be moving around, just trying to score. Very, very positive. Well, if he doesn't get out, it's good. If he does get out, he'll get some criticism for it. But
yeah, the word busy just came to mind. Really,
yeah.
There's a lot going on there. Even with after he played the shot, that flicking behind his back. So lots happening out there for George Bartlett. Played a couple of nice shots as well. Got a couple of boundaries still early in his innings.
Thompson is again left, well taken by Tassel, swinging away. Yeah, Tassel's an interesting story. He was a batter for years, and Andrew Hodd was the wicketkeeper of the gloves for Yorkshire when Johnny Bairstow wasn't around. And Tassel's worked really hard at his keeping, sort of came late to the art.
Well, they released him, didn't they? He was at York. He's been around a long time, but he was released by Yorkshire. I'm sure maybe 2014, 2015. Amazing to see him get his highest score last week up at Cheltenham. 180 did he get?
Yeah, batted particularly well, didn't he?
Just shows that it doesn't, there are some cricketers that come straight in and it happens for them straight away, but not for everyone. And there are ways back.
Not Cheltenham, Scarborough, I think you mean.
Did that what I said?
Yeah.
I meant Scarborough. Yeah. Maybe I am having a shock.
Yorkshire Surrey at Cheltenham, an interesting one. No, but talking of Cheltenham, go on. Maybe you'll just segue into a Cheltenham update. I loved it at Cheltenham, actually. We had my first ever commentary with BBC Sport there with Bob Hunt a few years ago. Gloucestershire against Leicestershire, Mark Cosgrove was playing, Colin Ingram was playing, I think. And I love the Cheltenham Festival. I think it's just such a great initiative, such a great idea. And you get people who wouldn't normally go to Gloucester games, they just turn out for the Cheltenham Festival. I think it's a great few weeks of cricket. T20 Blast, they played there previous years, but a couple of championship games there this year. And I just love reading articles about people's experience of it. Of course, the 150th anniversary this year. A fortnight of cricket. Royal London game against Warwickshire also being played there. And there's the South East Stars playing the Western Storm in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy on Saturday. And Wiltshire against Gloucestershire. So much cricket going on at the Cheltenham Festival we should encourage. As we're going to see some pads come out, which means it's going to be a short leg or a silly point as Dom Bess is going to have a bowl.
Yeah, just the one over there from Shannon Gabriel. Maybe it's just a case of, well, 5-6 minutes before lunch. Let's see if an over of spin does anything. So Dom Bess, a familiar face to Somerset fans and Yorkshire fans, gets a warm round of applause from the faithful here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. It was another kind of Keyswetter Butler style decision where, unfortunately for Dom Bess, he was at one point playing Test cricket and then going back to play second 11 cricket because of Jack Leach's success. He's into Abell, who pushes to cover. These two are inseparable off the field, Abell and Dom Bess. I don't think anyone will have felt Dom Bess's departure more than Tom Abell. Best friends, and the first time Dom Bess is back here at the Cooper Associates County Ground as Abell pushes forward. How Dom Bess would love the wicket of Tom Abell for a good number of years. Used to seeing Dom Bess come on, take 4, 5, 6 wickets, him and Jack Leach bowling in tandem. We'll see them both bowl in this game, just for different sides as Abell pushes it out to Shannon Gabriel, who does the fielding at backward point. Bess to Abell. Slightly back of a length, so Abell can play that on the back foot and also pitching on middle, so turns it out towards the leg side. Couple of balls left. What are we on? 5-1. So I reckon 2 balls left for the 27th over. I think we'll probably get another one in. As Abell pushes forward defensively. Be no run, so Don Bess needs one more dot ball to start with a maiden. Somerset, Tom Abell, George Bartlett will be keen not to lose a 3rd wicket before lunch.
Talking lunch, I can smell someone stuck in next door.
I'm surprised you're not up and out already. As Abell gets on the back foot, pushes it out towards Thompson. End of the over, so probably one more over before lunch, I think we'll have. But do stick with us at lunchtime, because the wee cricket lads, remember them, Dan and Kez, they were up doing some commentary here for one of the T20 games. I saw them. They were at finals day as well, doing some of their own video content. Brilliant videos they do. But we're going to play all 3. Do you say back to back when it's free, or is it back to back to back?
Oh,
I don't know, but we've got all 3 videos coming up. They had a one where Tom Abell and some of the pros got involved. They had a £10 bat to use.
George Bartlett was involved in that.
George Bartlett too. There was a match day vlog as well. That's when they were here for the T20 game against Glamorgan, and then there was that Will Smead and Tom Banton versus Kez bowling 6 hitting challenge, where plenty of balls I think were lost in the river and in Morrison's car park. So they will be up shortly after probably one more over before lunch.
Yeah, big Shannon Gabriel was going to bowl this last one. His run-up's getting longer and longer. I think he thinks, why not? I'm going to eat some food in a minute, as Stephen Lamb's already tucked into his burger behind us. Not that we're jealous. We're going to see out the last over from Shannon Gabriel. George Bartlett poking that, punching it to the offside for no run. Yeah, Don Bess just back on that. It's just so nice to see Saturday with all his old mates. You know, he's played club cricket with them. He's played school cricket with them, against them. Lammonby, Green, Abell. He's a Somerset, West Country Devon lad, through and through. I played at his home ground, Sidmouth, the Forkfield, last Saturday before last, just before the quarter-final against Derbyshire. And all the old boys down there are still talking about him. Luke Bess was captain of the side, but Josh and Zach not playing so much these days. Busy with work, and S&C coach at Nottinghamshire, but it's just such a West Country family, the Bess, isn't it? I just love seeing Don back here, and I want to see the lad do well, to be honest with you, without doing too well against Somerset. And we have a no ball. Shannon Gabriel, we're just saying, I just had a mate from Yorkshire, mate from university, texted me saying, oh, how many no balls has Gabriel bowled? And I said, none yet. And now 5.2 overs gone. He's bowled his first of the day. And in this heat, you don't really want to be bowling 22 yards, charging in 22 yards more than you need to be.
Because he does charge in as well. It's a long run up. On Bess, his attitude just spot on. It always has been. You know, even when he knew he was going to leave, he was 12th, 13th man at Worcestershire and in the Bob Willis Trophy, and then in that freezing Bob Willis Trophy final, where my memory of that is just him and Rudolph van der Merwe taking shelter outside the Lord's Pavilion because of the COVID regulations and having to go on and get balls and helmets. The 12th men couldn't even go and hide in the dressing room. They had to be down there for the entirety, and Don Bess did that without complaint.
And he stayed behind the line in Shannon Gabriel, but he's edged for 4 by George Bartlett, well in front of 3rd slip, the sort of 4-slip gully. And that's raced away for 4. And they'll have to a bit of a chase the boundary. You don't really want to be chasing the ball to the boundary when you know it's already gone for 4. George Hill will be the man from slip. It's one of those things, there's 3 slips and a wicket keeper. You're not going to send the wicket keeper in his pads, but one of the 3 slips has got to go. It's almost a fight over shotgun knot, or who can get away with going to go and chase that ball to the boundary. I bet you're because there's always someone who's really enthusiastic that goes off running after them, and I bet that's normally you, isn't it? It probably should be. It probably used to be. I admit lately, sometimes, especially if it's Sunday cricket or friendly, I might do that thing where some teams are really poor and they try and first knee down doesn't have to go, or the last person to put their knee on the ground is the game you play sometimes. The chase. Well,
it probably wasn't this Sunday after you'd been out until, what, 5:30, 6 a.m. in Birmingham, and then went and got a lift back with our wonderful score at Polly Rhodes.
Yeah, I must admit, I've not had much sleep last weekend. It's been pretty non-stop, from playing to watching to commentating to playing to... Yeah, we had a good night in Birmingham Saturday night, after an hour and a half of misery and sadness for Somerset. It was nice to see the Somerset lads celebrating the Hampshire success. They're tight-knit, a lot of them played with and against each other for years. So.
Helmets on, George Heel is under it. He's in at short leg, and there is a deep square leg. Live's gone into slip.
Shannon Gabriel, who's whipped away by George Bartlett straight to that short leg field. I was about to say the short leg field was quite deep, but because Shannon Gabriel bowled quite quick, if the short ball is going to loop up, yeah, you don't want to be too close. Not just your own safety, but it might loop up over his head. But he's perfectly placed to stop that from George Bartlett. What's interesting here is, you say they've sent a man back to deep square leg, that's Matthew Revis, and fair play to him, he's signing autographs between balls. Some of the kids, well, Pete Siddle's been doing an absolute marathon of autograph signing this morning, not involved in the game, he's played so much lately. The poor bloke's knackered, well into his 30s now. He's been on autograph signing all morning, and now Matt Revis is trying to help him out with the pen. Shannon Gabriel showing a little bit of underwear as he's doing George Bartlett all ends up there. It's a beauty. Outside off stump.
And there's Mr. Revis dutifully signing autographs, as was whoever was on 12th man duty for Yorkshire was down there. All the school kids in the Trade Nation stand. Brilliant to have them in for a day's county cricket. A good day. We'd have loved that, Harry, at school if the teacher said, oh yeah, we're off to the cricket for the day. Beautiful.
Well, it's funny you say that. I did a supply teaching at Heathfield School in Taunton. They're all coming down tomorrow. So all my pupils will be here tomorrow enjoying the cricket. I don't think I can give them all a tour of the commentary box, but I don't think we'll get them on comms either, but we'll hear them shouting and screaming from the stand.
Work experience.
No, it's great. That's how I first got into it as a teenager, coming up here, enjoying the county championship. And that is, they had a bit of pad for George Bartlett, just sort of on with a leg stump.
Another no ball though from Mr. Gabriel.
Yes. Umpires Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan could be pretty busy today. Should mention actually, Hassan Adnan was involved in a little bit of controversy. The Jack Leaning catch. Do you remember that Kent Somerset T20? Probably the most aggy game of cricket I've watched at Somerset this year, actually. Sam Billings and Craig Overton had a bit of a to-do. Riley Rousseau was a dodgy bowled outside bail. And Jack Leaning, I thought, to be fair, the one I was actually on Kent's side on that one.
It looked a good catch.
I thought he took a great catch, and Hassan Adnan charged over and said, no, Jack Leaning has not caught that, that's gone for 6. But he's involved here again today, and it'll be interesting to see if there's any other controversies. We hope not. That's easy enough no ball calls against Shannon Gabriel with no TMO, of course, as George Bartlett defends that into off stump. Good, Jordan Thompson is keen, he's like a whippet running around there. He's not too sore from finals day, he's recovered well and he's charging around at extra cover to keep that to no run. A little bit carried away chatting, so I haven't looked at the YouTube comments for a little while. There's plenty of air.
Lots of aeroplane
chat.
We're following planes around. I've just been looking at that. I'm learning, definitely learning in there.
Gordon Avery, lunch is at 2:30 if we have too many no balls. It makes a good point, actually. This was meant to be the last over before lunch. It started at, what, 12:59, and there's been 2 no balls, and we still should have 1 ball remaining. But you never know with Shannon Gabriel. You'd have thought he'd fancy his lunch, but he's delaying everyone currently. Plenty of kids lining up outside the Andy Caddick Pavilion. They'll be struggling to get into the changing rooms without signing a few autographs anyway. Gabriel, this time George Bartlett does hit that cover gap, and they might come back for 2. Yes, good running. Tom Abell's always running hard and well. And George Bartlett has looked good so far. He takes his score into 15 not out. Tom Abell's 21 not out. Somerset at 99 for 2, and Sam's already off for his lunch. 28 overs bowled. Yorkshire will be fairly happy with that. We're going to show you some wee cricket videos for the lunch interval. We'll be back on in about 39 minutes time after you've watched 3 videos from wee cricket. Enjoy.
You love driving to Somerset, don't you?
Up the Somerset. I'm getting quite good at it now. Yeah. Just like driving full stop, you know. What is it? Somerset Glamorgan tonight, isn't it? Friday the...
Oh, it's the Glamorgan again. I've already seen them last lot.
Oh.
Get any?
No.
No. Seeing it well? 4 off 16.
Yeah.
Decent strike rates. At least you'll go well with the ball.
Hopefully.
We've seen it here before.
Yeah, it went.
Leg spin. So.
I wonder if they could fix that roof.
Welcome to a vlog. We're back at Taunton again, 3rd time this year. They can't get rid of us, can they?
but we've had access all areas so far today, which you'll see in a second. Press box, Taunton, great view.
Not bad. So this is where all the writers and content creators.
Looks like I'm playing a piano here, but best view of me head this as well.
Yeah, look at that.
Scorers. 4 buys. Scorers hut. We got a lovely little lamp. It's the wheel of misfortune, this one. Yeah, we're going to do some live streaming commentary, so...
Come and sit in commentary seat.
Yeah, I don't know. This is the bit that I'll probably get most nervous about, to be honest.
There you go. Feel the part?
I look the fucking hear myself.
So that's what a pitch looks like before it's been cut.
Yeah.
And limed and
I mean,
whatever
to be
else they
honest
call
with
it.
you, it already looks better than anything that
Of
we're
course
gonna
it does.
see this year, doesn't it?
So there we go. Before
2 hands.
That's, yeah. I feel like that's slightly above my...
Now we've got a serious pitch report, Kev.
Have we actually got to?
Well, I don't know really. I mean, you can do if you want.
Yeah, I'm just quite enjoying just picturing me facing like a
Tom Banton.
Craig Overton.
I think Tom
rocket.
Banton probably a bit more your speed.
Yeah,
mate,
probably.
To be honest. Wow.
I mean, it sounds hard. Roundabout.
He's
Wonder
probably
what
ain't gonna do
Banton bowls, because I'm going to have him one day.
You're going to have him, are you?
Yeah, I'm going to have him.
Good evening and welcome to another night here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Rooney.
It's not raining now.
No, it's not, but the covers are still on.
Yeah, Tom, you won the toss. Which way are you going to go first of all? We're going to have a bowl first tonight.
Well, we went to the shop, the same shop that gave us the cricket balls that you lost inadvertently, and they've given us a couple of shirts, which quite frankly I reckon are amazing. And then just in case you forget who you are as well, you've got your name on the back of it as well, which is hilarious.
I couldn't see. I don't know whereabouts it twanged off it.
About halfway up, I think.
About halfway up.
There's probably a dent.
Yeah, so we got the Kes River, now we got the Kes
Kes
Lamppost.
lamppost.
Yeah, 32 for no loss after 3. There's nothing discreet about using one of these, is there? They've started so well. That's it.
Oh, it's going to get a wicket first ball. Lewis Gregory.
See you, Marnie.
But we've done a bit of everything.
We literally have, yeah.
Quite literally the whole lot.
We've rolled apples. I've got to get over the obstacle.
That's hard work, that.
We spoke on the live stream.
Yeah.
We've met about 1 million people who watch our nice videos.
Yeah.
We got it!
Oh,
Smeed.
wallop. That is...
Smeedy.
Caught in the crowd. I mean, look at this. Decent.
Dosh him.
Wallop 4.
Cheers. Oh, he's done it.
Go on, Kes.
Time, yeah? Oh, yeah, I don't bat very long.
Good luck, Kes. How are you seeing them?
Pretty badly, if
Yeah.
I'm honest. How quick's this coming out?
Marchant.
About 12 yards away. Yeah, run it.
Oh, streaky.
Oh, that is quick.
Well left.
Yeah, I
That's
think
pretty
that's
out,
pretty
yeah.
done.
Well batted.
Thank you. 70 for no loss? 81, no, 81
81 for no loss, yeah, they're going well. Banton and Smeed are still in.
Smeed's on 48, 90 for no loss of 8.5, so... Yeah, that's a bit of a shame really, wasn't it? But I mean, Riley Russo's been hitting it well, so we'll have a bit of him instead, shall we?
Yeah, let's have a bit of him.
122 for 1, Smeed's on 70, 51 to win,
Yeah.
30 for 100, unless Russo decides to spoil the party.
Marnie's leg breaks against a left-hander. This doesn't seem like a good idea. Oh, it's hit the keeper in the face. I mean,
31 to win and 29 for 100.
Not going to happen, is it? Riley's ruined it.
I mean, to be fair, he could hit 30 off the next 5 Marnie balls, couldn't he? So
He could, yeah. And he's on strike. Here he is. What a shot that is. Oh, 6.
Right, to put it quickly, well, Marnus is going the distance. He's going to be out here, maybe. No, it's 6.
6 more.
158 for 1. Smeed 87. Here he is again. He's hit that. It's probably just 1. It is just 1. What a game though for Somerset. Unbelievably smashed them. Absolutely dominated. 160 for 1 with what? 7 overs to go.
This is about a 240 score. This, if they keep going at this, right?
Well, hopefully people enjoyed this video.
I hope so. I mean, we've enjoyed making it. So.
I love being at Blast games.
Yeah.
They're just so much fun.
They are brilliant.
I love being at this ground. Here we go. It's just 1.
Yeah. Sometimes it's not the big names, but I mean, like Will Smeed in a couple of years' time is going to be one of the biggest names in T20 cricket. Full stop. Like to see him now at 22.
Oh, he's going to be a he's going to be a no, he's not even that. I think he's 20.
20 years old.
Yeah. Here we go. That's coming our way. That's coming our way.
He nearly got it.
He nearly caught that. He nearly caught that. Kind of feels like it's fitting if he smacks this for 6 me.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like 95 not out would work quite well.
If he hits it over the flats, I'll give him 12 for 100.
Would you?
Yeah,
Thanks,
I would,
KP.
yeah.
Thanks for joining us, KP. It's nice to have you along.
No problem. Then I'd have him in the test team.
Batting at 9.
Yeah, batting 9.
And look at their techniques, and you just think,
come on, Smeedy.
franchise it. That's what I say. Here we go then. Smeed.
4th runs, game over. Thanks for coming. See you later.
Massive win.
What a win.
Smeed finishes 94 not out.
What an innings that is.
The grounds. What an innings though.
Are you playing on Saturdays, club cricket?
We're trying to, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
Where do you guys live?
Down in Sussex.
Okay.
In the dizzy heights of Div 6 and 7.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a good standard.
Is it?
Very good, yeah.
I reckon you might get a few.
Yeah, I reckon you do all right.
We've made it. We're at Somerset again. So 4 months ago, wasn't it, we were here? We did such a good job. They've invited us back. They put us on the LED boards. They put us on the big screen.
Nice blue as well.
And they've said, do you fancy coming down and trying to hit 6s with Will Smeed and Tom Banton? We went, 24 brand new cricket rocks, which I think is going to last about 24 cricket balls. And they're going to be gone.
Oh my word.
If you want to come down Somerset, the tickets are on sale for the T20 Blast.
Yeah, do that.
Come down. We won't be playing unless this is really successful.
Yeah, Banton's up first. He said no flat ones as he walked in.
No flat ones that you're well known for.
Get down. He did say no flat ones, didn't he? How far's that going, do you reckon?
Oh, Bob.
Okay. Oh.
Nice, Bob. But it's so broke.
That's 6. That was alright. We'll give it, yeah, not bad. Yeah, you got a few.
They were good feeds. Come on then, Smeedy.
It's a shame, isn't it?
Tightest t-shirts on the planet. Look at him. It's
I
embarrassing.
didn't choose the size.
You asked for smaller sizes. Get on with it.
Ah. Oh my life. Shot.
How's your risk assessment size?
We're at Somerset and Dan having a bat.
Backstop. Watch it.
Oh, blinked.
So I'll go home now then.
Oh no.
Oh,
My bad.
Shot! Lost!
Catch him! Oh, that's going. Oh, that's a good strike. Oh, 4 runs.
Oh no.
Very high. Is it time for me to have a bowl?
I'm not getting a contract here, am I?
No, I hope not.
Thanks. Right, let's go. I'm going to try it into Morrison's.
There's a big wind blowing to the flats as well.
No, I can't hit it there. If I hit someone, I won't be able to live with myself. Well, I'll block it back.
Oh, got him! 3 slips. Right, let's see how far this goes then. Oh, that's...
I'll take one, take one. No, that's out of the ground.
Oh, that's gone. These aren't going to last very long, are they? That's gone for 6 as well. How's he done that? That's gone miles. Ping.
Imagine facing this bowling.
Good. Ah! Oh my God. That's ridiculous. Please tell me that's on. Yes.
Ah! No!
Oh, that's out.
I'll go left-handed for a few. And you get to give massive sellies if you get me out.
Oh, I don't like bowling to lefties. Oh. Oh. Come on, Tom. Oh.
Oh, watch out, watch out. You're bowling nicely.
Oh. 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 Oh my word. Oh.
Bowled, bowled, bowled. These aren't that bad. There's a place for this in 100.
Ah. Oh. Ah. But Tom Banton's hit cares for about 3 sixes that went about 100+ meters. So
yeah, longest one we reckon is about there.
And what is that?
105.39.
Not gonna lie, that was all epic.
What, that left-handed?
No, just yeah, that was epic as well. They're nice leggies, they are.
Yeah, they're nice to hit. Yeah.
Had too much bread ball. I needed that. That was good fun.
Oh, too short. Ah. Right, pitch it up. Ah. Oh, that's. Shot, Will. Oh. Oh. Wow, okay.
1 out the ground.
Oh, well bowled. Well bowled. Oh. Well fielded. Oh. Yeah, finish on that one. We're on our way to Somerset. We've got 2 cheap cricket bats in the back of the car.
Yeah.
And basically we're going to see if we can snap them. Oh, we've made it. Well, taunted.
So what do I need to say, I guess? Yeah, if you introduce yourself and just kind of say first impressions on the bat with class.
Hi, it's Renshaw and Abell from Somerset County Cricket Club. It's a brilliant practice. Love the stickers, but I won't be going out and buying one of these.
All good?
Yeah, it's running.
Hi, George Bartlett from Somerset County Cricket Club. Right arm rockets, bit thin, bit light. That's good, but not sure how it's going to go.
Which camera?
This one.
Ben Green, all-rounder of sorts. This bat is an ND, never heard of it. Don't really like it, but we'll see how it goes.
Hi, I'm Tom Abell. Seen better bats, if I'm honest. I'm someone that could do with all the help I can get, so I could be in a bit of trouble today.
So what's the plan? Just try and wallop a few? Block it and you'll bump me. Deal, mate.
Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
Enjoy.
Cheers. Mate, that could be 6 off 1.
So you see the smile on his face. Oh, that's climbed in. That's got to be 6. That's got to be 6 outside, surely.
Do you reckon?
Okay.
I guess you probably haven't paid for a cricket bat for a while.
For a while. I reckon the last bat that I paid for, £160.
Okay.
That was about 10 times as good as that. So
Oh.
I'm going with £16.
16 quid. All right, there we go. There we go. There's the first offer on the table.
I mean, you can't tell even. There's barely any damage to it.
Best of luck to you, sir.
Thanks.
Any game plan here for us?
Well, I suppose just make contact.
Okay.
Oh, I like it.
It'll last forever like that.
Big swing, no ding, buddy.
Oh my God, this is so... I'm terrified stood here pointing this way.
You know the big brown red thing? Yeah, you got to hit that one.
Still going.
Keep going, boy.
This is taking an absolute battery.
Yeah, it is.
How was that?
It wasn't too bad.
Hmm?
I only hit half the ball, so but I never could feel whether I've mishit it or timed it. So it's
Right.
all the same feeling almost. But yeah, it wasn't too bad.
Is there any damage on it?
Nah.
No, nothing at all.
Good value for money, this. I'll pay 25 quid.
25. Hello.
That's all right.
Turned it on for the camera, so.
He's not dying wondering, is he, George?
Oh dear.
Top of the bat. Awful bat. First one of the year. Missed a straight one. Oh, that's big. That's big. Nah, that's big.
I think it's just showing that I can't bat.
I think we could.
Well, play with that bat. It's beautiful. You just got to swing as hard as you can. I
Yeah.
don't think it's one for like nurdling it in, timing through gaps.
I mean,
30 quid.
Some 30 quid, Kes.
We got a little crack in there, that.
Oh yeah.
That's the only thing.
Pressure, bud. That was so good.
Hope he bowls you a bumper first, Rock.
Yeah.
Told him to.
Where I'm hitting at the moment, that'll hit me straight on the noggin.
I can't quite believe it's still going, but there is a little crack on it.
I think I've peaked there.
See, that's it.
Have a look behind square.
See, that's gone like a rocket. Have you got any of those in you, Kes?
No, I haven't.
Nothing at all.
No, not really.
There he is. There he is.
Got it all.
Striking.
They're going to go home, I'll feed you, don't worry. Oh yes. Already.
Some of these are 6 outside, aren't they? Yeah. Most, yeah. It's up to 30 quid. Don't feel as though you have to
Up to
on.
30 quid?
Don't feel as though you have to.
$29.99.
£29.99, okay.
Bargain.
members forum that was scheduled for day 2 of this match has been postponed. It will be rescheduled for the Royal London Cup match, which takes place on August 4th here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Further details will be announced shortly. The Taunton Area Committee has been in contact and asked me to remind you that they're holding their annual barbecue at How's That, Fitzhead, on Friday, July the 22nd. The evening will feature food and drink, raffles and draws. Tickets are available from members of the Taunton Area Committee and from Somerset County Sports. Somerset players will be in attendance, as will our guest chef, Andy Caddick. So if you fancy a banger or a burger cooked by Andy Caddick, I'm not sure if that's an incentive or not, but Andy will be there on the barbecue, and it takes place on Friday, July the 22nd. Now I do have details of some of the brilliant raffle prizes on offer that evening. Let me give you an example of what's on offer in our, it's actually an auction. So we have in the auction a day at the races at Taunton, £50 voucher for the bank in Taunton, 3 signed books from Jeffrey Archer, Brian Rose and Vic Marks, 2 tickets for Bristol City, a £100 voucher for Woods Cafe in Dolverton, Joss Butler signed shirt, a 3-course dinner for 8 people cooked in your own home between November to the end of January. I'm not sure who that's by, perhaps that's Andy Caddick again, who knows. Lot 8 is a Somerset membership for 2023. 2 tickets to see the Exeter Chiefs and a signed rugby ball, and a hospitality box for up to 20 people, including free ground entry for Day's County Championship cricket here at Taunton. Now if you can't get the barbecue but wish to place a bid on the lot, then please contact Nicola Osborne on 07779 313 192. So if you do want to find out more and have a reminder about those items, then give Nicola a ring. I'll give you 20 seconds and then I'll give you her name and phone number again if you would like to be in a position to write that down. So Nicola's number, Nicola Osborne, for that auction lot at the barbecue, 07779 313 192. 07779 313 192.
The roll is a bit dodgy. It's a lot easier to put a bit of water in. Just on the road as well.
We've had a fair few birthdays today, and we have another one for you this afternoon. A very happy 15th birthday to Billy Fowler, who comes from Sidmouth College. Here with all his mates from school, enjoying himself. Very happy birthday to you, Billy Fowler from Sidmouth College. Your mates are with me now, and they reckon they're going to be buying you a special ice cream for your 15th birthday.
Good gust of wind, they're all wrapped around the dancing. Don't get the covers, please.
Working with Somerset is one of the best ways to get your message heard. By advertising with us, your business could be seen by tens of thousands of people every day. There's a large range of partnerships and advertising opportunities available here at the club, from traditional pitch-side equipment awards and player sponsorship to hospitality packages, shirt sponsorship and tailored business membership. Something to suit every business and every budget. For more information, please visit reception in the Marcus Trescotty Pavilion, visit our website or give us a call here at the club on Taunton 01823 425 301.
Covers all of that in seconds. It's football that bonkers, isn't it? Yeah. Which without being funny, when you take them off, you just like
well, especially in the sun, because what they just covered with is slick. You'll have that greasy feel. So what they're covering it, it's not going to dry out.
As you can see on our big screen, we have One Night of Neil on the 28th of July, bringing together an incredible collection of stars from London's West End, backed by a phenomenal 9-piece band, a magical tribute concert featuring the wonderful music of Neil Diamond, featuring dozens of his greatest hits, perhaps even one or two that only die-hard fans will recognise. It's a show no follower of Neil should miss. Whether you're looking for an exclusive and premium pre-concert dining experience or a vibrant party atmosphere, we've got the perfect offering for you that evening. And for more information, once again, visit reception or our website, or give us a call here at the club. One Night of Neil on the 28th of July.
Which is a bonus, obviously. I went out and for a cup of coffee. And I sort of got sort of scared. Terrifying.
clearly a delayed start to the afternoon session. When we get news from our match umpires, we'll bring that to you as soon as possible. During this breaking play, we can bring you another birthday, and it's another birthday from Sidmouth College. If you're from Sidmouth College, give us a big cheer and a wave. It's for their PE teacher, Mrs. Omand, who is 51 today. 51 today. No, I read that wrong, sorry. 31 today. Mrs. Omand, very happy 31st birthday. And what a well-behaved bunch of youngsters you brought with you from Sidmouth College. country. Let's start off with the one-day international at the Riverside. South Africa 90 for 1 against England after 16 overs. South Africa 90 for 1 against England. Moving into the LV Insurance County Championship Division 1. At the county ground, Northamptonshire are 87 for 4 against Lancashire. At the Kia Oval, Essex 112 for 6 against Surrey. At Edgbaston, Kent 131 for 6 against Warwickshire. And at the county college ground, Hampshire 117 for 1 against Gloucestershire. Into Division 2. Nottinghamshire 156 for 1 playing Derbyshire. And at Lords, Sussex 99 for 2 against Middlesex. The news from our umpires, Tom Lungley and Hassan Adnan, is that they will make a further inspection at 2:45. Further inspection in around about 15 minutes time at 2:45.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground here in Taunton. Day one of Somerset versus Yorkshire. The hottest day on record in some parts of the country, it seems, but we have been interrupted by rain. There was a thought earlier on this morning, about 10 o'clock. We were still trying to work out if the day might be shortened to keep the players out of the heat. There was the potential for 90-minute sessions, but in fact, we've gone for a full day. We're not going to have it because during the lunch interval, it started pouring down. The pitch was covers, the full covers were on. It wasn't just the partial covers. The entire square was covered. Somerset 99 for 2 at lunch. We haven't restarted. Good news is the umpires have been out and they've had an initial look. We haven't got any official news. But what I can see and what you can see on your screens now are 3 members of the ground staff. They're just waiting to peel back that large layer of covers. I think they're waiting for the sopper to come on and move some of the water. So there are signs. There's definitely signs of brightness, and I think we will play in perhaps the next hour or so. Sam Dalling here alongside Harry Everett, Stephen Lamb as well. We're your commentary team on day one here courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Now we're going to turn shortly back to the county championship when Somerset go out to bat once again. Tom Abell and George Bartlett will resume. It was Matthew Renshaw and Tom Lammonby, the 2 batters, to fall. Tom Abell having won the toss a little bit earlier on and elected to bat first. I think I'm right in saying that Somerset have batted first in every single one of their county championship games this summer. But now the T20 done last weekend, attention will shortly turn to the Royal London Cup in August. Somerset with a number of home games here. They play Durham, they play Middlesex, they play Nottinghamshire, they play Sussex. Not in that order, that's just the order they've come in to my head. I think the last home game is that beer festival. There it is, yes it is. So they start with Nottinghamshire Outlaws on the 4th of August. Wednesday the 10th of August is Durham at home. Sunday the 14th of August is Family Fun Day. Middlesex, the Seaxes, who are up in London playing at Lord's, having won the toss and elected to field on a day like today. And then Sussex Sharks visit on a Friday night game, 2 p.m. start. I believe that is, I'm sure I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, but Beer and Cider Festival open till late. So that promises to be a brilliant occasion. There's away games too against the old enemy Gloucestershire, up to Leicestershire, up to the Oval as well to play Surrey, and up to Edgbaston to play Warwickshire. Now, as we all know, there is another tournament going on alongside the Royal London Cup, the 100, which means Somerset will, like every other county, be without several of players who you will consider first choice white ball players. So just to recap, there'll be no, for Somerset, no Tom Abell, no Jack Leach, no Will Smead, they're up at Birmingham Phoenix, no Rudolph van der Merwe, no Tom Banton, who's at Welsh Fire, no Tom Lammonby, up at Manchester Originals, no Craig Overton, who's with Southern Brave, no Marchant de Langer or Lewis Gregory at Trent Rockets. Now, that presents an opportunity for other players, like more experienced players and some younger players, and that's what I know Harry, myself and Stephen Lamb are really excited. So we're going to play selectors for the next 20 minutes or so here on the live stream. So I wonder if we start by having a quick chat about who makes your 11. So each of us have been working studiously and independently, no conferring, to come up with
started for 10.
11. Stephen, I'm going to throw it to you first. Can you remember what your 11 is off the top of your head? I know you had to hand in your homework, like that bit of paper to Ben Warren.
I did it the old-fashioned way.
You? Excellent. Have you made a copy for yourself?
Well, I hadn't done, but I thought it would be good for me mentally to work it all out again.
Okay, go on then, Stephen. Where are you going? Should we do it bit by bit? Or
shall I start with the 2 overseas, which are fairly straightforward, actually? That's the easiest. That's Matt Renshaw and Peter Siddle, who we can assume will play all the way through, provided they're fit. Peter Siddle missing this game, of course, with wear and tear pretty much as we understand it.
Quite. We're going to look at who we agree on, who we disagree on. Harry, I presume you would have no qualms in having Mr. Siddle and Mr. Renshaw in your 11s.
No, before we even do this, I think we should I want to say that I think we've got a serious chance of winning this tournament. We've got one of the strongest 11s in the Royal London Cup. I honestly did my homework in 10 seconds flat because I've actually done this game before, actually. I've chatted with friends across the season, actually, and played the Royal London Cup game, and I sort of just springs off the top of my head now. As soon as Ben asked me to do it, I wrote down 11 names, 10 seconds flat, handed it in, because we've got such a strong 11. I don't think there's much debate, so
okay,
it'll be interesting to see.
So we've got Renshaw. So are we saying Matt Renshaw's going to open the batting, like he does in red ball cricket? So alongside Matt Renshaw then, So who's going to bat alongside Matt Renshaw or Stephen Lowe, and who's going to come in at the fall of the first wicket?
I'll have a punt on George Bartlett and James Hildreth. Those two positions.
Which of those is going to open then, Stephen?
Bartlett.
Bartlett to open. Interesting.
I like that.
Harry, yeah, I do quite like it.
I didn't actually go for I'll be honest with you, my top 6 could be fairly flexible. There's such strong... we've got the best top 7, top 6, whatever, best lineup in the World Cup by a mile, I think. But I originally had Renshaw and Davies down, the two left-handers, who have opened in County Championship cricket. Yeah, Davies is a classical player, probably a little bit more defensive than Renshaw. Davies has opened in T20 Blast for Somerset. There's my openers, the two left-handers.
And batting at 3?
Batting at 3, again, it could be multiple options. I think I'd probably go Bartlett, but it could also be Goldsworthy or Hildreth.
Yeah, so I've gone for Bartlett as well to come in at first drops. I think we've all got George Bartlett in our top 3, but I'd not thought about him opening. But if you want a right-hand, left-hand combination, then actually I do. Maybe I'm gonna bump Bartlett up the order, Stephen. You've charmed me into that. Okay, I'd also gone for James Hildreth in the end, who I had. I'm not sure where. Again,
he
it's
wasn't your team 5 minutes ago.
Well, no, but I've been told I'm not allowed to have someone. I'd initially. So I'll explain. As I've been sold out, I was trying to be good to Ben and Dan, but I've been enjoying. I've been watching the second team scores, and I was trying to think out of the box and think who could be brought into the team. And Andy Amin has been scoring runs heavily for the seconds, and he is an opening batter. So I'd initially picked him, but then he's not contracted, so I can't do. So thanks for calling me out on that, Harry. No, he wasn't. Hildreth comes back into my 11 if there's no Andy Amin.
A bit of quality to bring in there.
Yeah, it's a little bit of quality to bring. It's a difficult one, isn't it, with Davies and Hildreth, because there's so much talent, so much quality between them. But do you play them or do you play a youngster?
Yeah, it is awkward. I ended up, I thought of both, as you did. I ended up picking Hildreth, but not Davies. But I'd happily include Stephen Davies in, say, a squad of, well, as he is in the squad. And I expect we'll see him play the odd game.
Yeah, I think that's probably fair as well. Okay, so Harry said his top 6 is flexible. So why don't we've named 3. So Harry, give us the rest of your top 6.
Yeah, so Goldsworthy, Hildreth, Bartlett, Green, and Davies and Renshaw.
That's your top 6. How about you, Stephen? Where's your top 6?
Well, previously affirmed Renshaw and Bartlett to open with Hildreth and 3. My other 3 are Lewis Goldsworthy, Ben Green and James Rue.
Yeah, they were all in. I mean, I didn't necessarily have mine in batting order. I think I might have had George Thomas in there in the top 6.
Fair enough.
With potentially Rue or Green coming in at 7. I enjoyed watching a bit of George Thomas a little bit last season. I mean, if we've lost Will Smead's biceps, we probably need to bring some biceps into the side, and I think George Thomas
is very unlucky to not get in my 11. I will say that now. He could be a very good player to come in at number 8, or he's our first injury comes in.
Yeah, I think
he bowls a bit of bats a bit.
He'd probably give my team, my 11, a bit more balance as well. Actually, looking at it, him coming in at number 6 or 7.
James Rue was at 7 for me, which seems harshly low, but we're gonna have to argue and discuss about this as we have.
We're doing it very agreeably though at the moment.
Yes, we've got so much talent, so many options for Somerset. It's amazing. Really. We're just gonna have a little update here from Polly Rhodes. The important things from today.
How much do you want to pay me? I know what's happening. I know Polly and I know what's happening.
Just give Polly the mic.
It's live. Yeah, go on, Polly. Go on. You tell us what's
Polly
happening.
Rhodes from next door is going to tell us.
Polly's going to come on and tell us what's going on. She knows. I can't even remember it. She only told me 30 seconds ago.
Here we go. Get Polly on cam. Here she is.
Good afternoon, everybody. We have 48 overs left in the day, and because it can't be played in one fell swoop, we will be having tea at 4:30. To begin at 3:30, tea at 4:30. We continue until 6:30, or when the overs have been bowled. Hope that's clear.
That's very clear indeed, Polly, and impeccably delivered. Thank you very much.
Lovely to have Polly on. I hope we get Polly on. And we've always wanted to get her on, but it is difficult because she has quite an important job and she can't miss much of the cricket. Polly is absolutely brilliant. I have a feeling, so there's the umpires these days have radios and they radio up to the scorers, and I have a sneaking suspicion it's Polly telling the umpires what's about to happen rather than the other way round. Right, Harry, where were you? Sorry, I've lost my train of thought.
Polly, to be honest. I got lift back for her and her husband for final day on Sunday morning, and Just love talking to Polly. But go on, what are we talking about? The Royal London Cup.
We're talking about the Royal London Cup. We've got, I tell you what, we've got it on the screen now. Okay.
Yeah, I did have James Rew at 7 in my team, but that's pretty ridiculously low for the talent he is. But I just think there's 6 serious batters.
I agree. So can I
Steve Davies
suggest,
is the one that
we've got that gap at 7. Can I suggest and get a little bit of a vote? Can we put George Thomas in there? I know he wasn't in your side, Harry.
Yeah, I loved him last year and I bigged him up, so I've got no issue with George Thomas. I just think it's a little bit harsh. Steve Davies has got another year on the contract, and if he's not getting the T20 team, he's not getting the county championship team, and arguably our weakest of the 3 teams because of the other tournament taking our key players away. If he can't get in our other format team, then why is Steve Davies contracted?
There is that, and I think there will be a part to play, but you've got to look at, is that what the tournament's for, or is it forward-looking? Is it more beneficial for Somerset County Cricket Club long-term, as good a player, as good a human as Steve Davies is, and he will play again, is it more beneficial for George Thomas to play those games than Steve Davies? I don't know.
I mean, to be practical, let's be realistic. There's no way this 11 is going to take the field very often because there's so many players over the age of 30. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be, we might even have COVID. We never know. There's going to be illnesses. It's very unlikely they're going to be fit every game, so we can have them come in.
Would you play? Sorry, go on, Stephen. You jump in.
Yeah, well, I'm just looking at that team on the assumption that James Rew is keeping wicket, which he's down to do. Then George Thomas does bring balance to that middle order. I think that's the strongest reason. He wasn't in my original 11, but I'm happy for him to come in.
I like how I've shoehorned George Thomas.
Well, don't forget the potential role with the ball. He didn't actually bowl last year. He does bowl as well, so he's a good sort of 6th option.
And assuming they want, I mean, Rew, everyone is very excited about Rew, and for good reason. It started in that England Under-19 World Cup, but if he's going to come in as keeper, is Steve Davies going to play if he's not keeping? Would you have him out in the field in a one-day game? I don't know.
Probably not, no. That is another fair point.
And I think you've got to give Rew the chance. I think Rew needs to play and be given the chance.
I think we'll see. How we haven't seen Rew keep too much, let's be honest. So the next 3 days will be quite important to see how James Rew is with the gloves. But yeah, I can't really. You're right. I can't see Steve Davies grazing around the outfield, to be honest with you.
I like we've got a spot in there that's going to be filled with Andy Amede's name, I'm sure, at the top of the order. Ben will enjoy doing that.
Oh, he's just come in.
Oh,
just
there he
as
is.
you
There he
said
is.
It was as if by magic.
There is Andy
Your
Amede's
words spirited him in.
Okay, bowlers. So we've kind of got 6 or 7.
We seem to have left out James Hildreth, though, even though you and I both picked him, Sam.
And I picked him as
and
well.
you picked
All 3
him
of
too.
us picked him, but he's not in our team.
This is a concern.
All 3 of us picked James Hildreth.
There we go.
Ah, he's coming.
There we go. Okay.
So Bartlett, I'm not against Bartlett.
Shaping up to be a cracker now,
I like
Harry.
that. I like that a lot. And so we're saying George Thomas bats at 7 in that team. Okay, the boulders. We haven't discussed them yet. We've got 8,
there's
9.
a massive name that's not on that
We've
list.
got 8, 9, 10 and 11. Go on then, Harry. You're massive.
Josh Davey has to be in this team. Josh Davies probably, him and Craig Overton are our 2 best county championship bowlers. Josh Davies has been crucial in the T20 Blast, taking the 2nd most wickets. Him and Craig Overton, I think, took 25 in the group stages.
Are we
And
sure?
he can bat.
Are we sure he's going to be fit?
Well, he's had a hamstring problem the last few weeks, and he was having a scam when I last spoke to him last week. We don't know if he's going to be fit for the whole tournament. He might miss the first couple of games. I believe he missed a couple injured last year.
I agree with you, Harry, that if he's fit, if he's fully fit, he should play.
I think we know that Ned Leonard is not going to play. We know that Sonny Baker is very unlikely to play with his back injury. So I thought Josh Davey was slightly more likely than those 2. But obviously we don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know if Sonny Baker is very unlikely to play. I don't know who's more or less likely to play that. I agree with you. I think Davey plays. I mean, there's an argument to say that Siddle will probably play all the games if he's the overseas, but Brooks and Davey might rotate. There's going to be
We
some
could fudge
rotation.
it, couldn't we? Given that
Play
they
12.
both had fit. 12. That would be magnificent. We'd beat all comers. No, I'm thinking if there's an injury question mark over Davey and Baker, then maybe we put one or the other in.
A slash. Can we have a slash?
Yeah.
Like we do in the
Are we
World Cup
allowed?
draw and
Are
2
we
teams
allowed
get to
that?
play a playoff?
Okay, so what in that 9 slot, Baker / Davey?
Yeah.
Yeah,
But I
Davey
suspect-
could bat 9, Baker would probably bat 11.
I was going to say, I expect if Baker was playing, he'd be further down the order.
Davey at 9
all
is
happy
pretty
with
strong.
Casey Aldridge in there?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
And 8's perfect spot for Casey Aldridge.
Aldridge and Brooks, I'm fine with.
Absolutely. So we haven't. So let's talk about names. So who have we left out? Because I believe Max Waller is available to play. He's not got 100 in that side. I suppose Renshaw. Can Renshaw bowl a bit of spin? He can. He picked up 4 wickets in the upper.
Bowl, yeah.
So Renshaw could bowl. Without looking it up, I wouldn't know how much he's bowled in white ball cricket. Is there a spot
He
for
bowled in the Big
Waller?
Bash.
Spot. Is there a spot for Waller in that side ever.
Just someone else I'd put into the mix is, I don't think we've got to Ollie Sale, have we, yet?
No, that's another one I had in the injury bracket.
He's in my 11.
He's more fit, I think, than Sonny Baker currently. So, and Ollie Sale could be a decent number 9. He got 97 for the second team the other day.
All right, so we've got George Thomas in at 7. Let's put pen. Are we happy to put that in pen? Or
9 could be Sale / Davey / Baker.
Well, what we need. So we fudged it with 2. I'm being pushed. The powers that be above me.
Sale / Davey.
We need a 9, 10, and 11. So go on. You've got Sale, Davey, Baker, Brooks, Siddle. I need 3 names from you, Stephen Lamb.
Well, you've got to have Siddle.
Right.
I go Sale, Brooks, Siddle.
Sale, Brooks, Siddle from Lamb.
Everett. If Davey's not fit, it all depends on fitness. But it'd be nice to see Ollie Sale play.
If fitness wasn't an issue on the first game, and I can come back to you, Stephen, if you want, because you didn't have that caveat. But on the first game of the Royal London Cup, which 3 of those you?
100% Davey, Siddle, Brooks.
Davey, Siddle, Brooks. Stephen, is Sale still in your side then?
Wait, if Davey's fully fit.
Yeah.
I think Davey plays.
Okay, yeah.
He has to.
I think if they're fit, I think Davey, Siddle, Brooks.
That's a pretty good experience for an attack.
So I don't know if the players will be on their way back out a bit shortly. We can see a bit shortly. We can see the sun's out. Shannon Gabriel's out there warming up.
It was extraordinary walking out there just now. It felt a bit like a sauna because of the effect of the rain on the outfield. It was pretty hot, as we all know, first thing this morning. It's now hot and quite humid, and I wonder how the ball will behave in those conditions.
I think that's why the umpires went out and had a look and said, we'll have a look again in 15 minutes, because they're not used to these conditions, so they weren't sure how quickly it was going to dry out with those sauna-like conditions. So I'm sure we will have the final graphic, the locked-in 11, that basically Harry's going to send to Jason Kerr and Paul Tweddle and say, this is the 11. Matt Renshaw, George Bartlett, Stephen Lamb has got us into...
I promoted Bartlett to open.
That. Goldsworthy, Hildreth, potentially with Hildreth at 3 and Goldsworthy at 4.
But they might even put Green ahead of Rue, actually.
There's Green, there's Rue, the order can be flexible. Thomas, Aldridge, Davey, Siddle, Brooks. Pretty happy with that?
Strength and depth.
Well, given that they're missing 9 key players, that is a pretty good side.
Well, what have you got? At least 1, 2, 3 internationals, including Davey in there. Plenty of Lions experience. A couple of lads that have played England under 19s.
And number 11 scored a first-class 100. That's ridiculously talented 11, if you ask me. I think we're underplaying how strong that 11 is.
So are you backing that Somerset side to win the title?
There's no way we should leave to any of the other 17 candidates if those 11 play. Yes, we're going to have injuries and a bit of rotation potentially. But if Steve Davies isn't in that team, Sale, Baker aren't in that team, to me, that's ridiculous strength and depth.
Who would be the first bowler in? If they're both fit, Sale and Baker. I know they're not the same.
Sale, I think.
Tricky one.
It is, isn't it? But they are very different.
Very different. I think I might go Baker in, actually. From what he bowled in the Royal London Cup last year, I just had a bit of a struggle in the T20 in the COVID season. I don't know.
Sale's
Sale offers more with the bat.
Maybe going a bit more with experience with Sale. Been around a tad longer.
And the thing is with Sale, has he bowled in a game since that T20 game in the COVID season, the Gloucestershire game?
Oh, God, that last over.
Yeah, but so I'm not kind of making any comment on that. It's more that I don't think he's bowled, and actually he's been injured. He's on his way back. Somerset, there is a decision, as lovely a bloke as he is and as good as he's been at times, there is a decision to be made as to whether to keep someone like that on, and you need to probably have a look and let him play some cricket and see how he gets on.
So do join in on the YouTube comments. You can tell us what you think. I know I've had plenty of friends text me what their teams are and what they're disagreeing with, what they're thinking's better. So have a go. Think what your 11 would be if they're all on the cup. Just a couple of weeks away now. Of course, got those warm-up games at Truro against Cornwall, at Bovey Tracy against Devon. Be great to see the Somerset guys playing at club grounds, and I'm really worried about the Bovey Tracy swimming pool.
Are you playing in any? I'm sure you'll get into a Cornwall or Devon 11 game somewhere. Harry always gets a text every commentary day. We say, oh, we'll go out for a drink afterwards, or we'll do something afterwards, and Harry's up for it, and he means it as well. And about 4 o'clock, he just gets a text saying, Harry, we're 1 short for a T20, 45 minutes away somewhere. Will you come for the second innings and bat at 8 for us? And Harry obligingly says yes. So I reckon you're in an outside chance of. You must be in the Devon and Cornwall WhatsApp groups for selection.
Got a few contacts.
What exactly worries you, Harry, about the Bovey Tracy swimming pool?
It's so close to the ground. It's at Cow Corner and Long On. and it's not got much of a fence or a wall over it. I was chatting to some of the guys down there actually, trying to get me to commentate on the they have got a YouTube live stream down there. Not quite sure we could get all the technical things sorted out, but it's so close to swimming pool.
So you can have a little dip when you're between overs.
The balls will be sailing in there.
I think that's got to be part of behind the wire, and surely we'll get Ollie Sale and his GoPro cam on in that swimming pool. So yeah, Sunday the 31st of July, Cornwall versus Somerset. According to the website, that one actually starts at precisely at 11:01. Rather than 11 o'clock.
Well, they started 10 seconds earlier today, so they're making up for it.
That's a Truro Cricket Club. Tuesday, the 2nd of August, Bovey Tracy, take your swimming trunks down. Harry Everett's worried about it. Maybe he'll be down there in a high-visibility jacket, just shielding people away from that swimming pool. Devon versus Somerset. And then 2 days later, it all gets underway here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset versus Not Outlaws. Head to the Somerset website. You can buy your tickets there now. 50 over cricket, I know it seems rare these days, but I love 50 over cricket. We had a Lions game here the other week. It's just a wonderful format of the game. First of 4 home games. Somerset go to Gloucestershire that Sunday. They host Durham the following Wednesday. Up to the Upton Steel County Ground on the 12th of August. Then back here Sunday afternoon. That's brilliant, isn't it? Club cricketers playing on the Saturday if they haven't got a Sunday game, and you can come down with your family for family day. Somerset versus Middlesex. Head up to the Oval, the Ben Redwood Derby, Surrey versus Somerset on the Wednesday, and then finishing the home fixtures with a Friday night beer and cider fest versus Sussex Sharks. There's the fixture list. Get your tickets on the website. The Royal London Cup will be underway shortly, and speaking of getting underway, players and umpires are on their way back out into the middle. George Bartlett and Tom Abell are going to resume. Somerset need one for the 100, and Harry Everett and Stephen Lamb are going to kick you off for the afternoon.
George Bartlett buoyed up by the news, no doubt, that he's been promoted to open in the Royal London Cup.
Yes, I'm sure that news has reached him. That news would have reached him. I hope he doesn't go into one-day opening batting mode. There's no power play, George.
Just to recap on the situation, 99 for 2 Somerset after they elected to bat this morning. The 2 men out, Tom Lammonby caught at slip, well caught by Tom Kohler-Cadmore, Somerset recruit of course, off Thompson for 4, and then Matt Renshaw, LBW to Waite for 43. It was an attractive knock, took just 61 deliveries to get there. The not out batsman, Tom Abell the skipper on 21, and George Bartlett, as we were saying, he's on 15. So we're pretty much ready to go. The umpires and players back out there, and it's going to be Matthew Waite to take up the attack from the river end. So after that unexpected interlude for rain, which wasn't part of the weather worries first thing, we are about to get back underway here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
I was just a bit worried about the ground staff. They've left the super sopper on the edge of the pitch. A deep square leg, the super sopper, and the rope that whips up the dew is still there. I don't know if you noticed, Stephen, I deputised as the ground staff over the luncheon. Did you see that? I wandered out to the pitch for the ground staff talk. It was a ground staff day where club ground staff are here on the balcony below us listening in to a talk from Scott Hawkins, and they're all having a chuckle now as they try and move the super sopper in time. But yes, as the heavens opened, just as I was on the edge of the pitch having a look at the square of the ground staff from the clubs around, and the poor ground staff were a bit short on the covers. He said, "Oh, do you mind helping me, Harry? Just help me push the cover out."
Good thing you were there.
Well, I suddenly thought, I wonder if a cover for a county ground is any different to a club ground, and I'll tell you, it's not really. You push it on and you attach the bungees and you whack the pipes off. Just like all other club grounds around the country. But no, great work they've done, and great to be back playing.
Here's the first ball of the afternoon session then, the delayed afternoon session from Matthew Waite, delivered to Tom Abell. So pretty evenly poised at the moment, this match, an important one particularly for Somerset, second from bottom in the first division table at the moment, needing to make up ground on Kent in particular, who started woefully this morning against Warwickshire at Edgbaston, have since recovered to a degree. Nicely played, just for a single. Good stop at backward point.
big cheers for the 100 for Somerset. Not a batting point, you've got to wait till 200 for the first batting bonus point of the innings, but Somerset were quite happy to get to triple figures. Loss of 2 wickets is pretty good going for Somerset by their 2022 County Championship standards.
Nowhere remotely like George Bartlett was intending that to go, but doesn't matter. All along the ground to square leg. Comfortable single. George Bartlett, who came in to join Tom Abell with the total on 66 for 2. They've taken it into 3 figures since, these two. It's pushed gently up to mid-on. One of the fascinating things about selecting that Royal London Cup side is just how different it is to the Somerset team we're watching out there at the moment, and the variety, the depth you need.
Well, the strength and depth of Somerset's amazing, really. So many players could be out, away, injured, international duty, or playing for franchise cricket teams, but still a superb side. Yes, if you have missed that, feel free to rewind the last half an hour and listen to our chat on our Royal London Cup teams.
Getting well on top of that, Tom Abell to defend it. The challenge to start with was bearing in mind the fact that 9 Somerset players are involved in the 100 with various different franchises, including Tom Abell, who's out there on strike at the moment. Hot and hazy afternoon here in Taunton. Whether that is helping the bowlers at all, the conditions are rather more humid than they were first thing this morning. That over negotiated reasonably safely. 101 for 2 at the end of it.
We'll try and give you some updates from the County Championship scores around the country. It was that interesting how, I think it's just Warwickshire and Middlesex chose to bowl first. Everyone else chose to bat first. At 2 o'clock, Middlesex they were at Lords. Sussex were only 86 for 1, whereas the Warwickshire team chose to bowl. Had Hannon Dolby to thank for getting his 5 wickets. Then he went to 6 for 25. Been amazing as Ollie Hannon Dolby, and what Yorkshire would wish for someone to rip through the batting order of Kent, like maybe Shannon Gabriel could do against Somerset here. We know he's capable of serious spells where he rattles through, but he's still got his little tea towel stuffed down the back of his trousers. I'm not sure why he needed that at the start. Maybe it was for sweat at the start of the day. Now it's in case the ball's a little bit wet from the outfield, but he's going to come in with 2 slips in the gully. There were 3 slips early in the day, but the ball's 29 overs old now. Leg side, and George Bartlett has a diving stop from Johnny Tattersall, and umpire Tom Lungley is very quick to be straight on with byes. I thought it might have clipped something on the way through. Thought it might have been leg byes, but
I think that's the 9th bye of the innings.
Poor Johnny Tattersall though, because he's dived across really well to stop it.
I've got every sympathy with him. The first of the boundary byes was untakeable.
I do feel like keepers do get stitched up in first class cricket, if you are to be one of those people who judges keeps on how many byes they have.
Difficult day for him.
Gabriel this time outside the off stump, well left by Abell, but look how much the ball's moved after it's gone past the stumps. Tattersall's taken it down the leg side.
It wasn't so much of a feature first thing, that was it?
No, I feel like it's potentially moved more. It seems odd. It's been a weird day for weather, isn't it? We talk about humidity and cloud cover and conditions. You could be a meteorologist and a cricket fan and you still wouldn't quite know exactly why it's moving and the ball's doing different things at different times. Somerset fans on Twitter still mourning the loss of Riley Rousseau, who's ended his great T20 Blast campaign, and he's finished his jobs for Somerset here. He's not playing as we have Tom Abell whip him onto leg side for 1 run. Yes, Riley Rousseau will be involved for South Africa in the T20s upcoming against England. Hopefully. Didn't make the ODI squad, which was slightly surprising. I thought he might play, particularly here on his home ground with Tom Abell as skipper. They could have been a top 4 of England players. Sorry, they could have been the top 3 of England Lions players Against South Africa, it was Abell dropping himself down the order while Banton and Smead opened up, scored some runs, but Riley Rousseau wasn't playing for the ODI's team, but hopefully we'll get a gig for the South Africa in the T20s. That'd be good for Somerset fans to watch him bat again, because
he's involved in the 100 as well, isn't he, Rousseau?
Plenty of batting practice in England. Gabriel has eventually got to the back of his mark. We could write a book on the time it takes Shannon Gabriel to get to the back of the top of his mark. This time Georgie Bartlett plays a expansive left cover drive, doesn't quite get hold of, and trickles out for no run. One of George Bartlett's teammates from Bridgewater, Will Williams, has Luke Proctor, LW for 19, North Answer 78 for 3 against Lancashire. And yeah, Will Williams doing really well. The Kiwi overseas from Bridgewater has gone up north and got a overseas contract now. He's got a British passport, so that's helped him get his gig for Lancashire. Cable seems to run up from a different place each time. He's got his marker, but sometimes he starts 2 yards behind it. There's a Morning Morkel sort of semicircular turn. And that's a very confident lead from Bartlett. I like that. Bartlett does look good, doesn't he? He's 20 odd at Southport last week, looks solid. Yes, I know he gets out and you want to score big runs, but he's an aesthetic player to watch.
Yeah, he's got some glorious strokes in his locker and plays them with quite a flourish. 24 years of age, George Bartlett.
Sorry, this is quite a long over. We've only just resumed after rain delay, and Shannon Gabriel was in absolutely no rush after a long lunch break. That's a glorious shot from George Bartlett, and an equally glorious stop. Massive credit to Dom Best there at deep cover. He's always, not deep cover, sort of fairly straight cover. Brilliant, brilliant stop. We've always known he's a good fielder. Done well there.
Saved 4 runs.
There in the covers too, yes. Really good work.
Even though the outfield may have slowed up fractionally, but it's drying off very quickly. I've got no doubt it's had hardly any rain on it in recent days and weeks. Totally unexpected burst at lunchtime. So wait to continue. Miserly figures. There's a dot ball to add to them. 8 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 7. At the start of this one.
I find it slightly bizarre how there's talk about T20 finals day. It's fresh in our minds from Saturday, and yet there's a Warwickshire Kent Championship game going on there. I mean, Matt Henry scored 34 off 22 back in the Kent shirt, but otherwise 164 for 8 Kent is anything but T20 cricket.
Watchful leave, meanwhile, here from the Somerset skipper. Hampshire are going well at Cheltenham. It's their second visit there in the Championship in consecutive years.
Yeah, the session before tea, 24 overs at Cheltenham for only 44 runs. Just Ian Holden going, so quite a quiet session.
That's another good piece of fielding, backward point this time.
Yeah, really impressive fielding there from Matt Revis. He's a big figure, diving across with his long limbs, long arms sticking out.
Sense there is more than the usual amount of time taken between deliveries, which you can forgive, given the heat. Slightly inside out. Defensive push from Bartlett. Sun just trying to break through after the rain we had earlier. No more expected, but Need to be careful about saying that after what happened today. Wasn't really on the agenda first thing. He's got that fine of the man at backward point. There's no way that's going to be pulled in. It's another boundary for George Bartlett. His fourth.
Yeah, great to see George Bartlett playing some of his signature strokes. That back foot punch through the covers, he does cut well, plays. Takes it well through the offside, really. And then when he needs to go hammer and tong, he can loft it over long on. He's got most shots, George Bartlett, just sometimes he can almost have too many tools in his toolbox when to use which club.
Yeah, played that very late, and he's going to pick up more here. Certainly a couple more, and he's already seen it over the rope. So consecutive boundaries for George Bartlett. Batting with increasing confidence. He's on 24 not out at the end of the over. And that's done a bit of damage to the weight figures. 1 for 16 now.
Yeah, it's just the effortless way Bartlett can just stroke it behind third man for four. It's a little bit worrying from a Yorkshire point of view. That weight doesn't look particularly threatening. Shannon Gabriel is when he gets it thereabouts, but just not really intensity from Yorkshire. Partly the heat, but maybe it's a flat, placid pitch, but not doing as much with it in this mini session we've just started. Thompson, Gray, and Gabriel were moving a bit early on, weren't they? Saw a bit of swing early on.
9 altogether off that weight over. The brace of boundaries in a single.
Meanwhile, Northants v Lancashire, we saw Ryan Rickleton get that ridiculous partnership the other day. He scored a couple of hundreds lately, but he went to Washington Sundar, the Indian spinner, for 22. So another overseas being signed from India for Lancashire, doing well on his debut. That's a very full ball from Shannon Gabriel. I like that. Something different.
Yorker.
Yeah, I mean, people say it's a T20 death bowling, but there's room for Yorker in any format of the game, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
It's a hard, if you get it right, it's a hard ball to play in any format.
I remember Alfonso Thomas extolling its virtues over a long period.
Yeah, it's weird looking around the county scores and everyone's at different stages, with 2 grounds doing 90-minute sessions. Most other grounds are doing the usual 11 till 1, 1:40 till whenever there's 32 overs left. As that's really swung actually from Shannon Gabriel. There's me just saying that the ball wasn't doing as much in his session. That ball's gone past Abell and then swung late down the leg side.
Yeah, he ended up, Johnny Tattersall, well done to his left after that past the off stump. See it again. Good take.
It's funny just thinking about that Shannon Gabriel York. I'm looking at the other county scores and updates, and Kemal Roach is bowling Yorkers in the Surrey-Essex game. Maybe it's just the West Indians are quite famous for their quick bowling, aren't they? And I feel like they like to use Yorkers more than other countries. That's a fairly full. It's not quite a Yorker, but a wide outside off. It's going to be 4 for Tom Abell. There's no point chasing that. Surely that's going to go down in front of Lord Ian Botham stand for 4. And that was almost a wide Yorker. I'm not sure it was intended to be quite that full from Gabriel, but I think that so many other nations' bowlers like to use slower balls and cutters and all sorts. But like the West Indians sort of nose or toes, weren't they?
Joel Garner.
Yes.
Thinking of the West Indies and indeed Somerset.
Yes, he's still got his size 13 boots in the Somerset Museum.
He had a particularly devastating one because he delivered it from such a height.
Was he 6'8" or something daft?
Yeah.
His plaques behind the Somerset stand underneath the retirement flats.
Curtly Ambrose later on, a little bit more recent, similar height.
Shannon Gabriel's entertained to watch the bat as well, as most West Indians are. Just driven to Don Best for that one-handed pickup. Always been a good fielder, Don Best. I remember his first class debut here, bowling at Yunus Khan. He bowled a few short and wide outside the off stump, and Yunus Khan sort of picked him off, back foot punching, cutting him for 4. But Don Best, even then, we knew he could bat and he could field particularly well, even if his bowling's not quite on song. For England, we saw him do some useful knocks in the Test match with the bat.
Yes, he had that bizarrely early debut, didn't he, for England, when Jack Leach couldn't play.
Yes. That's a couple of years ago when England had Somerset had the 2 England Test spinners. Now, square and fine leg are both being pushed a little bit finer. Is this a short ball ploy or a little dummy bluff? Shannon Gabriel choosing to change the field. And it is a short ball, and it's flicked off the hip, back foot from Abell, fairly comfortably for one. Ben Duckett, a man who we saw this time last week, commentating on Ben Duckett scoring runs against Ungidi, Norkia, some of the great South African bowlers. Ben Duckett looked pretty good that day until he got out with 2 runs to win. He's got 100. It's his 3rd championship 100 of the season and 22nd of his career. 118 balls for his centuries. That's against Derbyshire, and he's there with Hasib Hamid, who's also got 100. So 2 men in the England contention. Duckett and Hamid have both opened for England in Test cricket, and they both scored 100 on the same day together. Plenty of competition for England shirts.
He's going to have to bowl that ball again, Shannon Gabriel. Signalled a no ball eventually.
I think that's his 5th of the day. Frustrating for Yorkshire point of view. That's a shorter ball. George Bartlett just defends well. That's more directed at the body, straighter from Gabriel. Betterly bowled, and that's not so easy to score off for George Bartlett. Adam Lyve just applying the sweat from his brow, and plenty of it there is, and see his faded cap. It's had a fair amount of use, like James Hildreth's grey hat when everyone else has got a black hat. It's grey with all the use and sweat over the years. Full and cover driving for no run from George Bartlett. Another slow, the overrate's -2, which you can't all put down for the heat. Shannon Gabriel really doesn't help that stat, does he?
Adam Lyve, ball in hand again. Yeah, there's a lot of affection, I think, for individual bits of equipment. Caps, as they fade over seasons. I remember Jack Russell's floppy white hat had many a stitch in it. Probably more stitches than hat by the end of his career. Very attached he was to it. Still to be weight. Though his 9th over was his most expensive. He's back for his 10th and begins with a dot. He's bowled pretty well, Matthew Waite. Picked up a wicket. It's been largely economical. Kept that river end fairly quiet in 2 separate spells. Johnny Tattersall's going to stand up to him. He's had a helmet lobbed in his direction and is indeed up at the stumps. And taking it very nicely. Lifting delivery outside the off stump.
I don't think Johnny Tattersall was stood up to the stumps of Matthew Waite, was he? Before the lunch interval.
No, I think this is the first time.
Yeah.
And again, neatly done.
It's a great take, isn't it? I love watching a wicketkeeper at the top of his game, just making it look effortless. When they can just make it stick in the mitts.
Talking about Somerset's position in the table, they're 9th out of 10 in Division 1, 72 points. Gloucestershire, the only team below them with 55. So quite a gap between those two. Nicely clipped away out to deep mid-wicket. They'll get a couple for this. It'll take Tom Abell into the 30s. But where the Somerset win-lose draw figures look a bit odd, the first draw of the season for them was last week at Southport. Gloucestershire have had 3 draws. Kent, who are the next team above them, have had 5.
And even that draw at Southport wasn't easily done. Nearly wasn't to be Somerset.
Some biting of fingernails.
Yes.
So this is driven for 4 through extra cover. Excellent stroke from Tom Abell. Having got into the 30s from the previous delivery, he's now halfway through them. But yeah, Somerset with just 2 wins and 5 defeats. Been beaten more than any team except for Gloucestershire, who've had 6. Not timed this time. End of the over, 1 for 22 from 10 now. Weight, Abell 35, Bartlett 24. 125 for 2, Somerset. But there's a total of 35 points separating Kent and Gloucestershire, and Somerset pretty well halfway in between. But it's quite a big gap down there at the bottom of the table.
Yeah, tricky time for the West Country, and Gloucestershire got pretty hard work against Hampshire this week as well. Hampshire having, of course, won finals day on Saturday. Buoyant and momentum flowing from that, and Nick Gubbins and Felix Organ brought up the 50 partnership. Organ on to 73, so 171 for Hampshire. Pretty tricky for Gloucestershire at the bottom. We are going to see Shannon Gabriel continue. There's some sadly sad news from the ECB and the West Indies that England will not face the West Indies in the next 5 years at all, which is depressing to hear as Gabriel comes into George Bartlett and on drive through mid-wicket for at least 2 runs. Abell and Bartlett will easily come back for that one. Yeah, remember the West Indies came over here in lockdown, didn't they? Jason Holder brought his team, and it was a really powerful moment. There was the racism talks from Ebony, Ray from Brent, and the fact that they were coming over in lockdown was such a testament to their credit to the West Indies players for sitting in those bio bubbles in the hotels for hours and hours on end. And it just seems a bit crushing that a big country like England aren't going to go and play their tour in the next 5 years.
That's away tours, is it?
Yeah, the no tour of the Caribbean, which is a real shame. It's such a great place.
It's a long time without.
I've always wanted to, but you know,
popular destination, isn't it?
England seems to play Australia and India every year or every other year at least. And I'm desperate to go to the Caribbean, but I hear so many great stories about the cricket out there, but nothing's doing apparently. Bartlett tries into point for no run. They might play 8 white ball fixtures in the next 5 years in the Caribbean, but it's not quite a test match, is it? You ever been to the West Indies, Stephen?
I haven't been to a cricket playing island. I have been to Cuba.
Okay.
I think that counts as Caribbean, doesn't it?
I'm sure we'll be told if it doesn't. It's what's the West Indies and what's the Caribbean? You've got to be careful. Cuba is a country in the Caribbean. Yes, there you go. We'll give you that one. Sure, we got
beautiful island too.
Wonder how many of our 2,000 people watching and listening to us are listening to the Caribbean right now. As one of their finest, Shannon Gabriel, is charging again, and he's bowled a much better spell. If you forget the new balls, forget the no balls, sorry, you're going a straight, more attacking line of length here. Better to watch for a Yorkshire perspective.
But on 61, these two now for the 3rd wicket. Developing stand.
Still the 2 slips, the gully. Gully seems quite deep to me, but the pace Gabriel bowls and it might get a shoulder of the bat. I guess it's sensible. And there we go. George Bartlett's gone straight to first slips and it's been dropped. Shannon Gabriel is absolutely furious. He's trying to take it well, but that went straight in, straight out. George Bartlett's been given the life. And to be honest, that was quite a nice height. It's a little bit low, but it looked like there were two hands at first slip. I think it's Adam Lyth at first slip, the skipper. Yes, normally a good slip. His left shin's almost got in the way. He's dropped it and thrown it away in anger. Or is it Tom Kohler-Cadmore? I'm trying to work out.
It may be.
We can't see the numbers on the back. Is Adam Lyth at second and Kohler-Cadmore at first? Or is Harry Brook, who has been in there all day?
Harry Brook's at second. I think it's Kohler-Cadmore.
Kohler-Cadmore, he took the great first catch of Tom Lammonby. Yes, you're right, it is Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's got his underarm on. I remember
it was an easier catch than the one he caught earlier.
I remember being baffled that he's got underarm on in 30-degree heat, but some people say it cools him down. So he's done his future teammate a favour here. They might have a laugh about that next season, but it could be crucial in this game here if George Bartlett has a life. He's going to leave that one now. He's not going to fall into that nicking behind. That fairly common dismissal for George Bartlett.
It wasn't an uncomfortable height.
No, I think if anything, the left shin got in the way, which is just an excuse really for the catcher.
Yeah, I mean the previous one he took off. He was at the other end and took off to his left and held it really well two-handed. And that one he didn't need to move anything like such a distance.
Yeah, so Adam Lyth's at mid-off, so it's, yes, Kohler-Cadmore and Brook are first and second slip. Lyth is the third slipper when required. This time we see a glorious three-point and Harry Brook turned and looked straight at Kohler-Cadmore.
And just look at Shannon Gabriel on his haunches.
Great shot by George Bartlett, but...
Oh, he's not a happy man. He's got the tap on the shoulder from the umpire and his cap.
And George Bartlett is fairly racing along here. He's barely faced half the amount of ball Tom Abell has faced, but he's nearly caught up with the score. Abell's happy to play second fiddle here. George Bartlett striking at nearly 70 runs per 100 balls. Not that it really matters in County Championship, but it shows the positive approach he's got, which you could say may be reckless when he's dropped, but he might make Yorkshire pay for that drop.
Well, yeah, I mean, Abell's been going steadily along, hasn't he, at his own pace. He came in with Matt Renshaw batting aggressively, as his wont, at the other end. And he's played the anchor role, really, for these two partnerships, Tom Abell, on 35 not out.
From the river end, Jordan Thompson.
So a third spell coming up now from Jordan Thompson at the river end. He's the other wicket taker. 1 for 36 from 8 thus far. Played with soft hands by Abell, and it's gone all the way along the ground to third man for 4.
Should say, well, they retrieve the ball that, having restarted at 3:30, tea will be taken at 4:30. 48 overs remain in the day, which means 20 overs have been lost from the day. 16 of these, positive news, will be made up tomorrow and Thursday, is the idea. So hopefully they'll be well over 96 overs bowled tomorrow and Thursday, they reckon. Unfortunately, it'll be a little bit cooler. I think that's quite ambitious, but good that they're trying to get the overs in. And Kohler-Cadmore, having dropped that catch, has had to go and chase that from to the third man boundary, adding insult to injury.
In the meantime, Thompson is in again and once more played rather squarer this time on the offside by Abell. Won't be a run for that. Another look at the missed chance in a moment. There is the offending fielder. Again, I don't think that was where Abell was planning to place it, but he's got away with it. Picked up a single. There was an element of leading edge about that. Here's another look at the wicket. watch the man at first slip. Actually, it was a bit difficult to do that, but just straight in, straight out. And a disgruntled Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Something quite idiosyncratic about George Bartlett's style is he plays with a bit of a flourish even after the shot's actually been played. The bat moves through a certain arc.
Quite an aggressive, positive flow through, isn't it? The bat speed and swing through base. That's why I think the Royal London Cup suits him. Of all the three formats, I think that's the middle of the three lengthwise is the ideal one that suits him.
Well behind that.
Always remember that knock against Leicestershire in the Royal London Cup last year. I also remember him scoring 100 up at Old Trafford. And yeah, I was up there, up in Manchester for that game. Good partnership with Marcus Scothick a few years ago. It's been a good 5 or 6 years George Bartlett's been in and out of the team. Does well, then gets dropped and comes in for an injury.
Bit of bad luck with injury, I was going to say. He had a shoulder operation 3-4 years ago and more shoulder trouble at the start of this season. Squared up, but played that comfortably enough in the end.
He's 24 now. It's been a long while since he's playing England under 19s. Come up through Somerset under 13s, 14s, 17s, to the second 11, of course, having come from the nearby Millfield School. So, but 41 first-class matches still to
I think we can have
solidify himself.
One more look at the missed catch here. Yeah, it was about knee height, left knee height, which isn't, or it shouldn't be that awkward.
So you can see a slight change of bowling here. Matt Revis is going to come in for Shannon Gabriel. I'll do a little switch out and bring Sam Dalling in, and he'll talk you through a new bowler, which he might get through his over slightly quicker than Shannon Gabriel. Here's Matt Revis.
Yeah, Revis is the man. 6 overs to his name thus far, so should still be reasonably, well, insofar as you can be fresh on a day like this. Should be reasonably so. 136 for 2, Somerset. Yorkshire still looking for their first wicket since the resumption. Could Revis be the man to do that? Into Tom Abell, who finds the man at backward point. Dot ball to start the over. Much delayed tea, if you've joined us recently. Got another half hour's play before the tea interval. That's in consequence of a rain delay over the lunch interval and a little bit beyond. Full and played well by Abell up to mid-off, where his opposite number, Adam Lythe, is stationed.
Should have had that first wicket, Stephen. Tom Kohler-Cadmore is usually so reliable. Got such a good pair of hands in there at slip. But it's been a problem for them all summer. Yorkshire dropping catches at slip. I've heard there's been plenty have gone down.
There's a calculated leave from Tom Abell. It's particularly frustrating. Well, you could tell the frustration on Shannon Gabriel's expression, especially when a later delivery in the over was creamed through extra cover. But you could tell the frustration on the fielder's expression as well from his body language, the way he threw the ball away. Nicely played. That's going to be 4 more. Sweetly timed. And that's been the way with Tom Abell on the offside for many seasons now. Trademark Abell stroke. Takes him to 44.
Yeah, it took his time to start with, didn't he, Tom Abell? And he's now just starting to look like he's comfortable out there. Don't want to curse him, but just had a look at it. It was swinging around early on this morning. Not bothered by the fact he's only got, well, he's got 44, but it's taken him 90 balls. He's just happy to be there by his time.
drive followed up by immaculate defence. 140 for 2, Somerset. Had the better of the session so far, but still another half hour to be played.
Short, sharp session it's going to be, isn't it? Just the hour.
Nicely placed. Will just pick up a single. Find the gap between the two men out deep, so just a comfortable amble almost for 1. Abell goes to 45 and keeps the strike. 141 for 2.
Yeah, looks to me. No, I thought Jordan Thompson was going to take his. Yeah, I think Jordan Thompson is bowling from the river end. I thought for a second Shannon Gabriel was walking up there to a change of ends. We've seen him change ends already once or twice today, but in fact he's still got his hat on. It's going to be Jordan Thompson on. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 41 so far. The cricketer in the Yorkshire side, the man they turn to when they need something to happen, and they're in need of a wicket. This partnership is building nicely. 75, make that at least 77. Is it going to be 79? No, good bit of work there out in the field. Who is that down there with 24 on? Subfielder, I believe, on the pitch. A couple more to Abell, just plays it nicely off his legs. He moves on to 47. I'm sure we'll see in a second when whoever that is turns around, but it's a number not on our...
He's Yorkshire's answer to Lewis Gregory. It's the best I can offer.
He wouldn't mind that comparison as Abell leaves that alone. Good bit of zip from Jordan Thompson, but happy to leave that stuff alone outside. Off stump, South Africa going well. 262, 263 now for 2. Rassie van der Dusen, 113, didn't get any here against England Lions, neither did Aidan Markram. Their partnership's now 119 off 98 balls up there. Chesterlistry in what is Ben Stokes' final one-day international. Ball from Jordan Thompson there. Abell pushes it out into the offside, fielded it backward point there. Couple of slips in. Tom Kohler-Cadmore, who not so long ago put that sharp, well, I say sharp, it was sharp because Shannon Gabriel is bowling quite quickly, but a relatively routine chance really, in and out, down at first slip. George Bartlett was on 26 at the time. He's still there. Harry Brooks next to him. Abell gets in behind that and defends that one. Taunton bathed in sunshine now here. Again, you'd never have known if you'd peeked your head out at about 11 o'clock and peeked your head out again now. You probably wouldn't have guessed, given the temperature, given the weather, that we had a couple of hours off for a downpour.
Polly Rhodes' radar was absolutely spot on. She showed it to us through the window, which divides our little rooms up here.
Abell in behind that one, pushes it into the leg side this time.
And you could see the band of rain almost following the course of the A38, heading directly for us, and so it proved. But happily it's moved on now.
We had that plane come from that direction earlier, and the rain was just following in behind it. Hopefully, Polly will tell us if otherwise that's it for the day. Just a little bit too straight there from Jordan Thompson. And Abell is able to just tickle it off his legs for a single, where Jack Shutt, in fact it is, who's not on the scorecard, I think 24, does the fielding. So end of the over, 37 overs gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 144 for 2. There's Hygos on stream there. Hygos Insurance teamed up with the club. I think they're going to be on the Royal London Cup shirts, and Matthew from Hygos is going to come on. Hopefully he can give me a quote. Ben Warren promised me if I had a jet ski that Hygos would insure it, so maybe I can get a quote from Matthew, who's going to come on and join us in the stream very shortly. Very grateful here at Somerset for all the support we get.
Here's Revis starting a new over. Pushed firmly. The man fielding in close at mid-wicket. Revis wicketless so far. Looking to rectify that in this spell.
Good all-round cricketer at Revis. I'm sure he opened the batting. I'm sure in one of his early games I saw him open the batting. It was live, it was.
So he's evolved into a more of a bowler. Down to come in at number 9 on the scorecard.
Yeah, he got... I'd have to look back at the scorecard. I think he got 50 in the Royal London game here last year as well.
Tickled nicely. Fine and 4. And that is Tom Abell's half century. Well batted, the Somerset skipper. He's got pretty well everything right today. Called correctly the toss, chose to bat, and now he's through to his half century.
Yeah, very composed knock from Tom Abell. Survived, you know, it was a bit tentative at first, wasn't his first boundary with that outside edge that just flew past third slip, but certainly in that hour before lunch and this second session he's looked in complete control.
Short, and he dealt with that pretty well. Swayed inside the line of it, and it's a no ball. So another 2 to the total, which will take it up to 150. So 2 landmarks reached in consecutive deliveries, the individual one and the team one. Played fine again, and a little bit squarer than its predecessor, but it's going to be 4 just the same. The placement was the key to that one, because there are 2 men out there on the square leg boundary, deep backward square and then long leg, and neither of them had the slightest chance of intercepting that. It was so well timed.
Yeah, lovely shot from Tom Abell. It's just, if you go too straight at him, it's so strong off his legs like that. Yeah, dissected them perfectly. It's not a long boundary, but neither of them had any chance.
This is going to be 4 more. It's gone finer. This isn't a good over from Yorkshire's point of view, or indeed Revis's. 3 boundaries from it, and still a delivery remaining. Abell through the 50s in no time at all, almost. And inching up towards the 100 partnership now, these two.
He's just not getting that swing we were seeing before lunch, and you were talking about the conditions, Stephen. He was getting that natural away swing and then jagged one back at Abell.
Offside this time. That's a better delivery, and handled comfortably enough by the Somerset skipper. So he stays on 60 at the end of the over, which is exactly double George Bartlett's score. 158 for 2 Somerset. Going to have a drinks break, and we've got a view of Gimlet's Hill at the moment. The refurbished, pretty much reconstituted Gimlet's Hill. Improved access. You can see there's quite a wide row there between the 2 rows of benches, and that's always been a very popular place to watch the cricket here at Taunton. St James Churchyard just behind, you can just see the edge of it. And you see, if you arrive here an hour or so before the game starts, you see people with their picnic bags taking up residence on Gimlet's Hill. It's been missing for most of this season because they've been doing all that work on it, but pretty much completed now.
Yeah, great to have it done. Yeah, it's a bit of jostling, isn't it? It's those, whenever I drive into the ground, I like to get down here early and the gates open, and you just see, you know,
a bit like when if you're on a busy train platform, if you're at Paddington or something, and everyone's waiting for the number to go up, and the platform gets announced, and everyone's walking, but there's plenty of intent behind the walking, and it turns into kind of almost like running, trying not to look like you're running, and it's the same, the race for position at Gimlet's Hill to get your cushion down first.
Yeah, I'm sure the members who are down there are happy to have it back.
Yeah, plenty in that back row as well, sensibly in the shade up against the wall. It is hot. We're not quite at London temperatures, but it is hot out there. And Somerset making hay in the sunshine really at the moment. 158 for 2, as we can see on the scorecard. Matt Renshaw, 43. He was going nicely, but he fell LBW to Matthew Waite, who did bowl absolutely superbly this morning. That was after Tom Lammonby had gone early, caught Cola Cadmore, bowled Jordan Thompson, the man that makes things happen for Yorkshire, for 4. Tom Abell unbeaten on 60. George Bartlett unbeaten on 30. Abell, you just sense, is starting to find his rhythm. 3 boundaries off the last over from Revis, who just strayed 2 straight. Helps. But Bartlett dropped on 26, given a life off Shannon Gabriel, who doesn't have a wicket to his name, but was frustrated with that one. 0 for 45. Matthew Waite has bowled superbly. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 22. I think at one point he bowled 7 overs for 8 runs.
I'd say he's the pick of the bowlers today.
Definitely the standout. Thompson to Bartlett, who just defends that one. Yeah, we've just seen the one over of Don Bess, an over before lunch, just to maybe see if anything was happening. I'm sure he will come into the game as it goes on. Likewise, Jack Leach back in the Somerset side this week, not available last week. Amar Verdi was on loan, a 1-game loan from Surrey. He's back. I think he was playing Surrey 2s this week. And I checked the scorecard. Second teams all started yesterday. Just a single there for Bartlett, gets him down the other end. Jack Shutt doing the fielding in front of us.
Yes, it's slightly different conditions out there than the ones that Tom Bess was used to in his early days playing here.
Yes, the pitch is conducive to spin, which is, as teams are allowed to do, I think that's what home advantage is about. You see Essex do it at Chelmsford, and why not? Flicked into the leg side, but straight at the fielder at mid-wicket off Thompson. Yeah, I don't buy into that. You know, people that criticise that, and you know, we've seen Simon Harmer come into his own the last couple of Essex games, but why not? It's the same for both teams. I think in that Hampshire game, where there was a little bit of talk about how much turn Harmer did get, Liam Dawson got a 5-foot, and he was the first opposition spinner to get a 5-foot at Chelmsford in however many years. And you just think, actually, you've got to pick your side for the conditions. That's what you like to get at Chelmsford with Harmer, though they do have a fine seam attack as well. Solid from Tom Abell, just pushes it out into the covers. We're going to be joined by Matthew from, I keep wanting to call him Matthew Hygos, but Matthew from Hygos. He's going to come in and have a chat to us very shortly at the end of the over. Jordan Thompson, couple of balls left in what is the 39th over. Edge. Oh, and is that put down? I don't think that quite carried. Tom Cola Cadmore, we've got the fielders have their back to us, so I'm not sure that quite carried to Tom Cola Cadmore at first slip. That is a replay of Abell tucking it off his hips. There's the edge. I think it doesn't quite carry to Cola Cadmore. I think it bounces just in front of him.
It looked for a moment as though he was claiming it, and then he didn't seem. He seemed less sure. Yeah, I don't think he was 100% sure.
I think it was frustrated. The reaction wasn't that of someone who just dropped a catch, was it? I think they were just frustrated it hadn't carried. Either way, Abell is still there. He's unbeaten on 60. Bartlett's got 31. Somerset 159 for 2. And as the graphic says, they lead by 159. As Matthew from Hygos comes in to join us. He's been very polite, actually, Matthew.
I like that. Welcome. You taking your hat off for an I don't take my hat off. You don't feel obliged to take your hat off, Matthew. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing? Enjoying your day in the sunshine now?
It's been an interesting day, weather-wise, that's for sure. Ranging from 35 degrees to torrential rain, but
well, this morning they were debating whether they were going to finish early because of the sunshine. I mean, the day has been curtailed, but I don't think... Only Polly, the scorer next door, she has the weather map. She said it was going to rain, and we all said, no, Polly, no chance. Where have you been watching it from so far?
I've been in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion in the county room. So I've been 10 overs out and 10 overs in, just trying to keep cool.
Excellent. Factor 50 on?
No, none on today actually. So school by error. Yeah, that's why I brought the hat.
It's a nice hat as well. I like it. I like it. Do you have persuasion in this game? Somerset, Yorkshire. I detected northern accent, but it sounds northwest.
I was born and grew up in Headingley, so I lived there for 30 years. But my allegiance today is very much Somerset.
Change of bowling. Matthew Waite, the standout bowler, 10 overs. 4 maidens, 1 for 22, is changing ends. He starts with a dot ball. And this is not a loaded question, but are you a regular down here?
I've been to a few games down here. Yeah, I've been down to the T20 games, and this is the second county game that I've been to this season.
Wonderful. And did you grow up? You were born near Headingley. Did you grow up watching cricket at Headingley?
Absolutely. Yeah, I watched plenty of games up there actually from the early 80s onwards, and did some work experience in the indoor cricket school, and was on the cover staff for a short period of time. So yeah, it's familiar home.
Oh wow! You must have a few stories. You got a memory of being starstruck at Headingley. Did you bump into anyone? Did you have to net bowling or anything like that?
Well, we used to have to put the nets up before the games at Headingley as part of the cover staff, I do remember one game where it was, I mean, it's a long time ago, so some old names, but Paul Jarvis, the fast bowler, had been dropped by Yorkshire, but he was still able to bowl in the nets, warming up the Yorkshire players, and he wasn't very happy having been dropped, and I sat, and I think it's the first time I've been genuinely scared at the pace that someone's been bowling, and he was bowling at his own players. And he hit Simon Kellett on the helmet, and the ball flew into the car park, and that was before the game had started. So, yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, Paul Jarvis came down here, I'm pretty sure.
Did he?
Played later in his career, yeah. So I grew up in not far away from here, and Jarvis was definitely on the staff in the 90s, I'm pretty sure. Did he have injury problems in his career as well? I remember him being a quick bowler.
He was quick, and he played a lot of years for Yorkshire, opening bowler. Whether he had, I guess with fast bowling, it comes with the turf, doesn't it? Being injured.
Yeah, I'm just going to have a look to make sure I'm not making it up. Yeah, 9 games, so 138 games for Yorkshire in red ball cricket. Played 9 games for Somerset. So that's down here at the back end of his career.
It was good to have a chat with Steve Kirby here as well at the press day at the start of the season, because obviously he spent some time up at Yorkshire as well. So we had a good chat and a giggle.
And were you still up there when he was first around? It was 2001, 2000. They won the championship.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I certainly wasn't involved then, up there, but he knew a lot of the people that were around when I was kicking around. Not as a player, I hasten to add.
No, seriously, just a lovely human and a seriously good cricketer, Steve Kirby. Yeah. Wonderful career with ball in hand.
Yeah.
And now a fine coach as well. Wait, pushes upwards there, Bartlett. It was in the air, he wasn't in control of that. Don Bassett cover, diving across. I don't think he was really in any danger of being caught, but it was uppish, a push from Bartlett to end the overs. Somerset 160 for 2, 40 overs gone. Bartlett has 32, Abell has 60. Sam Dalling here alongside me. Is it Matt or Matthew?
Either, don't mind. Yeah, no preference at all.
No preference, that's all we like. It makes it much easier. From High Goss Insurance. And tell us a little bit about
Firstly, the connection with Somerset. I know you partnered up with the foundation as well, and you're going to be involved in the Royal London Cup.
It's our first season partnering with Somerset, and you know, we're delighted to be involved. And you know, in the conversations we had with the team here, it was pretty clear that the values of the club match, you know, almost identically with the values we have as a business. So it was an easy decision to get involved. And you know, one of the things that we absolutely wanted to do as part of the partnership is support the foundation. You know, in terms of the sort of grassroots cricket and you know, sort of helping people's lives and introducing sport to children, that kind of thing. You know, so you know, that was very much high up on our agenda in terms of what we wanted to do as far as the partnership's concerned. So we've just launched an offer effectively to all followers of Somerset, where you know, for every new policy that we write that's been introduced as part of the you know, the advertising through Somerset, we're going to donate some money to the Cricket Foundation to help support the ongoing great work that's going on there. So so yeah, we're quite excited about that actually, and it's nice to be able to, you know, just help fund that ongoing work.
Absolutely wonderful. And if people want to take advantage of that, do they need to quote a keyword? Is there anything to make them eligible for that?
They can go onto the HIGOS website, which is higos.co.uk, and there's a page on there for the Somerset Cricket Foundation, and you know, we've got a dedicated phone number on there that if anybody calls that number, it will automatically go through to a team who'll know you know, where your calls come from.
Oh, magnificent. There's that URL that we were just talking about, higos.co.uk, straight onto it's magic what the chaps do next door. It's all in real time.
Yeah.
So we've got, get onto higos.co.uk, find the number.
And look for the Somerset Cricket Foundation partnership. Give us a call or fill in the form that's on the website, and you know, hopefully we can save you some money for your insurance and also give some money to the foundation. And that's insurance, whether it be a home, a car, travel insurance, all the way through to commercial business insurance, you know, and corporate insurance as well.
Bartlett getting in behind that one from Thompson. Lovely shot earlier in the over from Bartlett, just piercing backward point. Pick up a boundary, moves on to 36. Yeah, Ben Warren assures me that you would insure a jet ski, and I said to Ben, what are they paying you here at Somerset if you've got a jet ski to insure, Ben? What about something like the Colin Atkinson? Were you here when Riley Rousseau was smashing the tiles off the Colin Atkinson Pavilion?
I've certainly been at one of the games where Riley Rousseau was smashing it all over the place. I think most of them went into the Somerset stand that day, but I don't remember any hitting the tiles of the Atkinson. But he's been a revelation this season, hasn't he? He's been superb.
Wasn't he just fun to watch? And there were a few people that, I don't know if you know the background, there were people that went, Somerset have been very lucky with their overseas in T20s. So people like Babar Azam, who's one of the best players in the world currently, Chris Gale, Devon Conway, and there were a few people that went, oh, Riley Rousseau, yeah, underwhelmed. No. Some even went as far as suggesting that Rousseau wouldn't get into their Somerset first 11, but I think he proved them a little bit wrong.
Absolutely, yeah, he's been fantastic, and it was, you know, I guess a great day to get to the semi-finals, but you know, not the result they wanted on Saturday.
No, they were outplayed by Hampshire, really. Hampshire, who were excellent. Did you see that drama at the end of the?
Yes, I know.
I was almost glad Somerset weren't involved in that. I'm not sure. I would have loved them to have been anything over 164 for 2, but also I'm not sure how I'd have been able to. Because I don't know if you're a Somerset fan, you'd be thinking if we were involved in that drama, it wouldn't go our way.
It was chaotic, wasn't it? That's for sure. It's yeah, not nice to be on the receiving end of losing a game like that, I don't think. Bit elating to be on the other side.
Oh, Nathan Ellis, what a bowler. What a last ball. Waite in to Abell. He's looking good now for 60. Waite has been the standout bowler for Yorkshire. 11 overs, into his 12th over now. 4 maidens, 1 for 23. At one point he bowled 8, I think it was 8 overs for 7 runs, or 7 overs for 8 runs. He's been superb, and the Royal London Cup as well. I think the Higos logo is going to be on the shirts as well for that.
Have the logo on the shirt, and we'll have some of the team there on the day. You know, with some offers and some giveaways, and you know, just generally trying to promote a bit of fun in the ground as well. So looking forward to that.
Yeah, promised to be good days. We were Harry and I and Stephen were talking about it actually in the rain interval, as it wasn't. Well, I was going to call it the lunch interval, but it was a very long. It was a nice, a very sociable lunch interval, the 2 hours. But we were talking about our Royal London Cup teams, and we know that the counties are denied some of their better players because there's the 100 tournament going on. But we still get really excited by that tournament because it's a chance. Bowled from Wait, Abell leaves it alone. We see that away shape again that we were seeing a little bit earlier on. It's a chance for some of potential young players or players that wouldn't get their chance otherwise to be involved in the first team. Yeah, and the games are quite compressed, aren't they, through August? So I think like the T20 where you can get into a rhythm of winning games. Hopefully that Somerset can do that in the Royal London as well. Well, and the beauty is that actually this time there's the fixtures on the screen there. Just magic, isn't it? What's it start? 4th of August to 23rd of August. So yeah, 19 days, 8 games. Oh, as Abell just takes a couple of steps down the track, and that one lifts, and he'll be glad he wasn't good enough to get a nick on that. Beautifully bowled from Wait, and the beauty is it's in the school holidays as well, which was the one downside of the T20s, and some of the games they're not in the school holidays, but. Yeah, well, it's a longer format, and there's day-night games in there as well. I think there's a Friday night on game. The 19th. I think is a day-night game. So and with the themes that they've got going on in the ground as well, with beer and cider festival and amongst other things. You'll be there for that one. I'm going to try my best. Yes, and I won't be driving. No, you cider man, have you been inducted into that world? I never drank cider until I moved to the southwest 15 years ago, and now I'm not quite a connoisseur, but I do like a cider, well, for sure. I don't think one needs to be a connoisseur, and the beauty, I'm guessing, of a festival is that there will be a number of options on display, so if it's an opportunity to become a connoisseur, really. You can certainly try some new ones, I suspect. Yes, and hopefully not too many. Because I've been warned about some of the ciders down here. Wait, Mr. Abell. Yeah, we had Thatchers up trying in one of the T20 games, and the over 164 for 2. That is going to be the tea interval for today. So just a short, sharp session in the end, just an hour. Somerset having the better of it, 99 for 2. They started the session. They've added another 65 on top of that. George Bartlett's unbeaten on 36. Tom Abell is on 60. There are 34 overs remaining after what will be a 20-minute tea interval. Sam Delling, Stephen Lamb and Harry Everett will be back. Afterwards we've got Matthew from Hygos. And just one final question, Matthew. Sorry, I didn't keep an eye on the time, but I was going to ask you, Hygos is very much, you're talking about being aligned with the values, but it's very much a southwest firm, isn't it? It started in Somerset and it's kind of... Yeah, the business started in Somerset in Somerton and Wells, and we've now got offices in Bridgewater and Street, also in Somerset, but we're now across 7 counties of the southwest. So we're in North Somerset, North East Somerset, Wiltshire, Devon, Dorset, Cornwall, as well as 3 in Somerset. So I guess we've got a perfect fit with the Somerset cricket outreach as well. From a county perspective, it maps perfectly. Other than the office we have in Hampshire. But we won't talk about them. But it's not. You didn't just say that word on the live stream after Saturday. And to Matthew, thank you so much for being with us. And one final time, so there is an offer, hygos.co.uk. Yes, Somerset Cricket Foundation. For every new policy that we write as a result of that introduction, we will give either £25 or £50 to the Somerset Foundation to help grassroots sport and encouraging kids to be introduced to cricket. Oh, magic. Well, I encourage you all to check that one out. Matthew, thanks very much. You've had your 10 overs out of the sun now. I'll let you go back out and enjoy some. But if you find some Thatchers. Find some Thatchers. I was going to say find some sun cream, but they're not mutually exclusive. Thank you very much, Wonderful. Matthew. Thank you. We'll be back in about 20 minutes' time. Grab a cup of tea, grab a Thatchers, grab a glass of water, and please do come and join us for the final session of day 1.
quick update from around the country in the LB Insurance County Championship Division 1. The county ground, Northampton's 209 for 7 against Lancashire. At the Kia Oval, Essex 204 for 6 against Surrey. At Edgbaston, applying to Kent's 165, Warwickshire 77 for 3. And at the College ground, Hampshire 203 for 2 against Gloucestershire. In Division 2, Nottinghamshire 284 for 1 against Derbyshire. Sussex 211 for 2 against Middlesex. There's more to the Cooper Associates County ground than just first-class sporting action. We can also offer you the premier venue in the county for conferences, meetings or training events. Somerset is the perfect venue to hold your event, and our varied and flexible facilities can cater for all of your needs. Our friendly team are more than happy to discuss all of your requirements and can help you to plan from start to finish. From a large conference for over 300 delegates to a small training event, we have the facilities here to cater for all your needs. So for more information, please visit our reception, visit our website or give us a call here at the club on 01823 425 301. Please welcome back our match umpires, Tom Langley and Hassan Adnan. The Yorkshire team led out by captain Adam Lythe. And Somerset resuming after tea on 164 for 2. George Bartlett on 36 and Tom Abell on 60. The first over after tea will be bowled from the...
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground. Last session of day 1. Somerset against Yorkshire in the county championship, and that total on the screen is pretty encouraging from the point of view of Somerset supporters. 164 for 2, 98 put on for this third wicket by the captain Tom Abell, and George Bartlett got through an abbreviated middle session unscathed. And here is the first ball of the final session, which will run until 6:30 or until as many overs as remain have been bowled.
Yeah, 34 left, and actually with Bess coming on, we saw him bowl a token over before lunch, but actually with Bess coming on now, half a chance of getting through those in a couple of hours.
Yes, Yorkshire may have the fact that they're a bit below the required over rate in mind as well. We haven't got a scoreboard in action at the moment. Scoreboards,
we do. We've got
open sesame.
We've got Hampshire versus Somerset. Felix Organ is one that out apparently. Ian Holland is yet to score, so
tremendous.
Talk to that.
Alteration to the state of play. Here's Bess. Oh, that's short and requiring treatment. It's gone down to long leg for 4. Dragged it down. And George Bartlett made the most of it.
Yeah, it was a loosener from Dom Bress. George Bartlett puts that one away. It brings up the 100 partnership. 100 between these two for the third wicket. Unbroken off 135 balls. And counting, they will hope.
That's a pretty fair lick. As Bess bowls much better. Full length delivery on middle and leg. Bartlett defends.
Did it just pop up and hit his thumb? Just the way he turned around there, Bartlett. Looked like it had taken him by surprise and maybe hit him somewhere on the body without.
8 boundaries he's hit now. And defensive again.
It was often his favoured end, the River End, wasn't it, when he was at Somerset? I have fond memories of being in that bar in the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, watching him take wicket. 79 of them in red ball cricket for Somerset at 27.29.
Settled into the groove now after that one loose delivery. End of his second over, Dom Bess. And Somerset are 168 for 2.
We're going to have Shannon Gabriel from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. 9 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 45 so far from him. Should have been 1 for really. George Bartlett, 26 when he edged one behind. Tom Kohler-Cadmore in and out. And there's Sonny Baker on the screen, one fast bowler about to bowl for Yorkshire. A young, exciting Somerset fast bowler. And as you'll see, just dutifully putting the equipment away because he was out on the outfield during the interval. Steve Kirby there with his mitt and also pads on. Steve Kirby, if you watch behind the wyvern, you might see he's got a big old bruise. He's not the best with the mitt, Steve Kirby, so he now wears his full wicket-keeping pads, but it was great to see Sonny Baker out there charging in. As Abell gets in behind that one. We've got a scoreboard back as well, not quite fully functioning. I think there's some, unless I've got kind of blurred vision, double vision, I think there is a couple of a few things on there.
We have the Somerset total up there twice at the moment.
That's better though. Baby steps. I prefer that to Organ 1 not out, Holland 0 not out.
They're also 4 behind the reality. They haven't quite catered for that boundary in the previous over.
I think the Heat is playing havoc with technology today.
There
There
we
we go. There we go. Still 4 behind, but we've just got one of everything, so we're getting there. Slowly but surely. It's Gabriel wearing number 20 in the second ever 3-game spell for Yorkshire. Abell just helps that down to fine. Picks up another single, so he moves on to 61. Gabriel stands there head in hand. I think he feels that had there been no bat involved, there may well have been a question asked of the umpire there. Smile on his face there as he walks past as a chat to Tom Abell too. And you can see him with a few words, gentering at Abell, but big smile on his face there from Gabriel.
Sonny Baker was one of the names we were discussing with a view to picking a side for the Royal London Cup, which is very soon underway, 50 over competition.
And signed at lunchtime that he may well be fit for that. Fingers crossed, because that would be brilliant. Missed the majority of this, if not all of this season, I think, with that back injury, which is so common amongst fast bowlers these days, though, with medical science as it is. I mean, you see how Reece Topley, it's kind of Reece Topley's world and everyone's living in it in the ODIs. As Bartlett gets behind that one, but it was only 3 or 4 years back that his career, he might have thought it was going to be over, that he'd never play cricket again. It's the hospital, I can't remember what it's called, the one at Lord. A lot of them have their back surgery done and pins put in their back in Lord. What is it called? You know the one I mean?
Is it the Wellington?
That
is a hospital that's very nearby.
We'll go with that then, shall we?
That's only off the top of my head though.
Yeah. Sonny Baker, anyway, was gone off topic, but Sonny Baker out there bowling to Steve Kirby. Our very own Ben Warren had his Steve Kirby moment at the weekend at finals day, struck in the shins by a stray ball. Well bowled there from Gabriel, just like jagged in as Bartlett's hand movements suggest, and just cut Bartlett up, struck him from the thigh pads there.
It's a useful contribution that George Bartlett has made. Still the opportunity there to go on and do something really big, which would be great for his future prospects. He's part way there on 40 not out.
Been out there 69 balls now, so score. It's been positive from the start, wasn't it? He was very positive from early on, George Bartlett. Drives at that one. Positive, doesn't quite go where he wanted. He was looking to push that through the covers. It's ended up earning him a single at square leg. Was there an umpire signal happening there?
Didn't see one.
I thought I just caught a glimpse on the screen of an umpire's signal. I'm just always wary of that with Shannon Gabriel. Has had his issues with finding that.
Oh yeah,
front
you're
line.
quite right. It's a no ball because it's just
it?
gone up to 172 for 2 now.
Yes, there we go.
That
no
would
ball.
be no ball number 6.
It was quick. The arm was up and down quickly, but yeah, Gabriel, as he had that problem up at Scarborough, plenty of players did have that problem up at Scarborough, and in fairness to Gabriel, Surrey bowled more known balls in the game than Yorkshire did. I think Gabriel had the lion's share of Yorkshire's, and it was 6 overs or so before he had one here, but he's now had 6, do you think? Is that what you said? 6? He certainly had at least 4 that I've been on comms for.
Putting a man in at short leg now.
Yeah, it looks like it's George Hill that usually comes out of slip and goes in under the helmet. The 2 slips still. Imagine it's Kohli Cadmore and Brook down at that end. Gabriel charging in. It is a short one, but it's outside off stump. It's cut away beautifully from Tom Abell. Don Bess is going to trickle over the boundary. It really teased. Was it Don Bess down there? I think it was.
It is Don Bess.
It teased him.
What happened was that it actually got to the rope, but didn't have the power to bobble over it. But will go down as a boundary because of the rope's interference and its progress.
You could see Bess was chasing it, and then he thought, no, I don't need, I'll save my legs. And then it just slowed up, and he kept stuttering, thinking, oh, Shannon is not going to be happy if I don't chase this down. In the end, it was fruitless. Abell just pushes that one off the back foot into the offside, takes a single to Adam Live, the stand-in Yorkshire skipper in Stephen Patterson's absence. End of the over then, 43 gone here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Somerset 176 for 2. This was the ball earlier in that over, which then led to some friendly words being exchanged, and they were friendly, yet Abell just jabs his back down on it. And I think Gabriel's thoughts are, if you miss that and that strikes your pads, I'm going to have you. It was all smiles, though, from Gabriel and Abell, all good-natured.
Abell still on strike to his former teammate, Dom Bess. And that's off the outside edge, I fancy. Going down to third man. They've taken a single. He wants a second, Tom Abell, and gets it. Very, very quick between the wickets again. Just looking for a signal from the umpire, but there is none, so that confirms the outside edge.
Yeah, just looking at the replay, it wasn't a drop catch, it was just a bit sloppy in the slips. It bounced just in front of Kola Cadmore at slip there, which is why it kind of spilled through his grasp when they picked up the runs.
Cry of catch, but no chance of it going to hand. There's going to be another single for Tom Abell here. Right to Matthew Revis, deep mid wicket, 180 for 2. Ticking along nicely, Somerset, at the moment. Over rate is -3 up on the scoreboard. Yorkshire hoping to rectify that before the close. It's played straight to the man at backward square leg by George Bartlett.
Just heard the cries of Tractor for the first time today. I've not heard him yet, but he was there a couple of balls ago.
Watchfully defended. Best then into his third over. Since that long hop that went for 4, he has not bowled a bad ball, Dom Bess. See a replay of the Gabriel delivery, which rather cut George Bartlett in half. Ooh, and painful. Lower midriff. This one played into the covers. There'll be a bruise there for a few days. End of the over. 180 for 2. The man out, Tom Lammonby for 4. Caught at slip off Jordan Thompson when the total was 25, and then Matt Renshaw after an attractive 43. LBW to wait, the total on 66, and it's since moved on to 180 for 2. Substantial partnership. Now?
Yeah, the kind of partnership Somerset need. They've been lacking a few too many times in 4-day cricket this season. Good crowd in the sunshine, a lot of them being sensible and sticking to the shade. Somerset stand is all in shade now. A lot of people over there in the back of the Bovum stand or in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end at the top tier in the shade here, which is the end that Gabriel is going to continue from as Tattersall flies away to his left, tips it round the post. It came off the pads. Is it buys? No, it didn't. I thought it was going to go leg buys. It's buys. It would just zip down the leg side. It was already angled down that way. It kept swinging. Tattersall did well, I think, to get a hand on it.
10th buy of the innings. A pair of boundaries and a couple of singles, which doesn't really do justice to Tattersal's performance.
No, the 2 off weight he could do nothing about at all. It was all really down to the bowling. That short leg goes back in under the helmet for Bartlett, who's facing on 41. Couple of slips, gully, point, mid on, mid off, deep square leg, deep fine, and that man George Hill under the helmet and short leg. but happy to leave that one alone. Another no ball though, overstepping Shannon Gabriel. There he is, that looks like Tom Banton to me, and Lloyd Alley, who was, I'm not sure if he still is, was the captain of Taunton St Andrews as well, deep in conversation. Tom Banton available for this one, but not selected. George Bartlett retains his place, and Lloyd Alley, well known on the local cricket scene, very good cricketer, grandson of the late great Bill Alley of Somerset fame. Also works for Cookery, who are club partners, kit manufacturers as well. But
if
Lloyd,
he's a chip off the old block, he'll be quite a character.
He was lovely, lovely lad, Lloyd. Very, very good cricketer. Left arm seamer, a batter really, but left arm seamer too. Pushed into the covers, they take a single, well run, shy at the stumps from Dom Bess. Headed hands from the fielders, suggesting they thought that might have been rather close, but in the end, good bit of running. Abell's quick, Bartlett is quick, there was no hesitation. Straight away.
Just missed out on Bill Alley, his playing days. He was an umpire by the time I got interested. Very good one too, test umpire.
He was almost a bit before his time in the speed at which Bill Alley scored. He was very aggressive for that, the era in which he played.
Yeah, he'd have been a very good T20 player.
Lloyd might well be here. I think Taunton St Andrews are in the Baker Cup final. I think they're playing Bridgewater, so I expect Lloyd will be here at the Cooper Associates County Ground playing in that. We'll go to the Yorker. Just gets the length right, doesn't quite get the line right though, and it ends up way outside off stump. Abell's able to leave that to go through. Keep here Monday the 8th, I think the Baker Cup final is, day after Somerset play at Gloucestershire. It's always a good evening out, the Baker Cup final here. Matthew Waite deep in conversation with Will Frayne, 12th man duties for Yorkshire today. Both of them were signing autographs for the kids that were in the Trade Nation stand. They've gone home now, school day's finished. Another no ball. Shannon Gabriel overstepping.
Hasn't quite got it right this over. It's a wide-ish delivery. Well outside off stump earlier.
Yeah, and you wonder what's the... He's bowled 10.5 overs, so he's
all of them in short spells.
Yeah, 9 balls into this spell. It's only his second over, but he's already bowled 3 no balls in it. And in this heat, it's a long old run-up, Gabriel, and he puts everything into it. It's hard work. And you're just not doing yourself any favours with overstepping like that. Open face. Think about a single, but don't take one. Good decision in the end. George Hill at Gully does the fielding. Abell remains on strike. He's got 69. George Bartlett's got 42. Partnership's 120 off 156 balls. So the run rate certainly hasn't been a problem. Innings run rate is 4.09. 30 overs remain in the day after this one. So we lost 20 overs to that fairly heavy rain, actually, and they were off the best part of hour and 50. Was it 1:40 they should have restarted?
Yeah, the most awkward mini session was just before the rain came, just before the lunch interval.
Punched off the back foot into the ground. Jordan Thompson, it is at backward point, does the fielding. Still a ball remaining in this over because of those 2 no balls.
There was just that phase, wasn't there, before the lunch interval when it got hazy and the ball started to move around a little bit. And batting suddenly became more awkward and the scoring rate declined. But on the whole, it's been pretty good for Somerset today. Still 31 overs potentially to be bowled in this final session. And that over rate is still 3 down on what it should be.
Defends on the back foot, and we are out of the over. Well, I mean, overstepping no balls. I mean, Gabriel's overs take much longer than Dom Bess's for a start.
Yeah,
when you're
that rather sort of cancels out the advantage of having an off spinner on at the
does.
other end.
It does. If you were doing a live, if you're looking at that overrated in real time, I think you'd catch up and then fall behind, catch up, then fall behind.
Is Bess going to continue? I think he is. He's got the shades on. He'd need them. Interesting the point you made about the population of the Somerset stand earlier. Usually by this time of day they've emigrated to somewhere sunnier, but because it's so hot they're staying put. It's a good place to be at the moment in these temperatures. On to sunshades still up. Dual use, that probably needed for both today. Here's Bess.
Perhaps wouldn't have anticipated needing it for both though when he turned up this morning.
No, he was probably thinking purely sunshade terms. But it turned into an all-rounder. Respectfully pushed up to mid-off. It's nice to see Dom Bess bowling here again. I remember the little chink in his approach. Maybe not quite so pronounced now as it was. Just a slight adjustment in the pace as he comes in for the final 3 or 4 steps. Bit of a lope to start and then a walk. And this is a good over, good containing over, which he's going to get through pretty promptly as well. At this rate, there's 2 deliveries left. Oh, that spoils it to a degree, at least a couple. I don't think it's going to go all the way. Sliding stop, and another 2 for George Bartlett. Just inching his way towards the half-century mark. .188 for 2. Last ball of the over coming up. And that's the 5th defensive stroke we've seen out of 6, just the 2 runs off it.
There's Henry, one of the 2 camera operators we've got here today.
He's down
Henry,
on the balcony below us.
Henry and Andrew down there. There he is giving away. He's not got any chocolate cake. This time on Tuesday, Andrew was just tucking into some chocolate cake. I suspect Andrew's probably done the same and is hiding it from Henry. Don't trust him, Henry. If he says there's no chocolate cake, I wouldn't trust him for a second. Sterling worked those 2 gents of doing down there. He's competing with that bar, so there is a part of the pitch that is just, he's got a restricted view, but he is right behind the bowler's arm, and as predicted, that spell from Shannon Gabriel is going to be just 2 overs long, and Matthew Waite comes back into the attack. He's been the pick of the bowlers and gets an inside edge from Abell, who's just pushing forward. Runs down to Revis, who does the fielding at fine leg. There they are.
Yeah, hot work for them.
So you got
there, although there is a bit of shade.
I think they've been in the shade most of the day and they've just been exposed, but you can see, so you've got Andrew on the right who's doing the main camera, and in the big box you can see next to that, sorry, Henry on the right doing the main camera, Andrew is on the slow-mo camera, so when we get those slow-mo angles, that's the piece of equipment that's doing it for you. We're so lucky to have those slow-mo replays, they are good. It has to have someone operating though, it doesn't happen automatically. Wait in, and Bartlett drives, it's checked, and they pick up a single. It wasn't sweetly struck, but there was enough on it to pick up a single to mid-on.
Just looking at a picture out there now with the late afternoon sunshine.
I've been corrected. I'm reliably informed that the Baker Cup final is in fact on Monday the 25th of July. So 2 weeks earlier than I claimed it was. I don't know why I had it in my head. It's good to have the correct information. Thanks very much to Melvin Gale. As Abell takes a couple of steps down the ground and just pushes at that one defensively. I'm pleased to have got the date right. I'm a bit upset because I know I can't make that date, unfortunately. I'm not in Somerset, but I would encourage you, if you're in the area next Monday, to head down to the Cooper Associates County Ground. If you've got a bit of a hankering for some more T20, well, you're going to see some high quality T20 that night. Taunton St Andrews versus Bridgewater. Never know, you might get a Smead or a Bantam playing. Will Smead, I think, played for Bridgewater. Not sure how much he's played this season. Left alone, it does feel a bit unfair, doesn't it, if you come up in a club T20 and you've got Will Smead out there.
You've got a family day on the 14th of August coming up.
Oh, this is Harry Everett's notes, is it?
If I'm deciphering them correctly. Beer and cider on the 19th of August.
Yeah, they're very different days, aren't they? The 14th would be the Middlesex game, I think. Middlesex at home in the Royal London Cup.
And the 19th, the Sussex one.
Short, cut away, lovely looking shot from Tom Abell. Despairing dive at backward point from Jordan Thompson. That raced away. Tom Abell moves on to 70 with what was a lovely looking shot.
Yeah, given a little bit of room outside his off stump, and he latched onto it superbly.
Rare loose ball from Matthew Waite, who's been the standout bowler. Brilliant to see him fit and playing again. I mean, he made his debut, I think, 2014. He was only an 18-year-old. He's just played such little cricket through to injury. Just kept picking them up. Abell pushes there, won't take a single to Bess at cover. Ends the over. He had that freak. So the reason Jordan Thompson got his opportunity in the Yorkshire team was in the COVID season. I think Yorkshire were due to play Durham up at Chesley Street, and he had this freak injury just throwing a ball where one of his kind of intercostal muscles almost ripped out, and I think he said they were in an interview afterwards that they were almost using him as a case study because it was kind of a surfing injury, but it happened as a complete freak, and Thompson came in and has done so well, but just sometimes you get those players who are just so unlucky with injury, and I think Waite's one of those.
Still to be Don Bess from the River End. Not an unfamiliar end for him. 4 overs for 9 thus far. Nicely played. Will just be a single though for Bartlett. Maybe possibly aiming a little bit straighter than he eventually played it. But comfortable single. Goes to 46. Almost into bonus point territory, Somerset, which is a nice feeling with just 2 wickets down. Haven't been able to say that too often this summer.
Giddy heights.
Just 5 away from the first batting point now. 5 available potentially. If they can get to 400, get all 5. And they're set fair to that in terms of overs. It's 110 overs, isn't it, that counts. So no reason, if they can preserve wickets, why they shouldn't get there.
Yeah, going at 4 and over-ish, so that takes you to 440, doesn't it, 110?
Mustn't get ahead of ourselves, though. They're in a good position. They've got a good foundation here, Somerset. Been searching for it for much of this summer. Great looking shot, but straight to the man at backward point. No reward. good over, another attritional over, just keeping things tight. Dom Bess, just the 1 run off it. 0 for 10 now from 5, 195 for 2. Bartlett 46, Abell 74.
Few games going on elsewhere. Up at the Cheltenham Festival, we were talking about it a little bit earlier on. Hampshire, having won the toss, selected to bat. They've moved on to 203 for 2. End of the day up there. They're electing for they elected for a shorter day, so they finished at 4:30. Felix Organ, because of that, is not out overnight on 93, so he might have an uncomfortable night's sleep, not just because of the heat. I mean, none of us are sleeping that well in these last couple of days of the heat, as weight continues to Bartlett, who gets in behind that one. James Vince, the Hampshire skipper, who was just so cool in that T20 final. Well, that was a noticeable thing, wasn't it? His captaincy, that run out of Luke Wells off the last ball of the penultimate over, just brilliant. Northants 218 for 7 against Lancashire. End of the day there too. Lewis McManus ends unbeaten on 59. Kent versus Warwickshire. They're still playing up at Edgbaston. Kent 165 they mustered in the end in their first innings. 6 for Ollie Hullen-Dolby, who had the first 5, is that right? 6 for 40.
In double quick time.
Had the first 5. Henry Brooks 3 for 2 as Bartlett gets in behind that one. 3 for as well, rather than 3 for 2, as we just see a replay of that Tom Abell cut shot off Matthew Waite in the previous over from this end. Just a little bit of width. And that's that slow-mo camera.
And it emphasises Tom Abell's fluidity of his stroke play. That slow-mo camera. Great shot of it.
Warwickshire 90 for 3, so trailing by 75. Sam Hain, who's just having such a good year, 50 unbeaten off 69 balls. Short,
up in
top
the air.
edge, it's gone up, it's gone up. Revis is underneath it, he takes the catch. Bartlett was not quite in control of that one really. At any point, he was just dropped short of a length. Short leg side boundary. So he took it on. And wait, yeah, he did dig that one in. And it went up, didn't get a hold of it. Good catch there from Matthew Revis, who steadies himself, takes the catch. Bartlett has to go. He's made 46. A relatively good lick, but he'll be disappointed with that. Somerset have lost their 3rd wicket. 131 that partnership was worth off 180 balls. So get a warm round of applause, Stephen, but having done all the hard work, it's just a feeling he's given that away a little bit.
Yeah, in terms of the stroke played, and just the feeling that he could have made a more thorough impression. Of a similar innings to Matt Renshaw's, really, in terms of the figures. Renshaw made 43 from 61 deliveries, Bartlett 46 from 87. They've both contributed, but not as much as either would have liked.
And that's the difference. That's those turning those defeats into draws, the draws into wins. Is when batters are in, you need at least a couple of them to go on and get big scores as well as starts. But still plenty of time to go. And this man, Lewis Goldsworthy, is in fine form off the back of his maiden first-class 100. I think that's probably only 2 balls into the over. I heard Harry Everett moving around. Why don't I just use that wicket as an excuse to nip off and bring Harry back in?
Yep, talking about batting points being available to Somerset in 3 runs' time. In fact, it's Yorkshire who've pipped them to the first bowling point, or the first bonus point, I should say, of the match. 3 wickets equals 1 bowling point, which is already up on the scoreboard. 197 for 3. And Lewis Goldsworthy, who made 2 heroic contributions in both innings in the previous game at Southport. 100 in the first and a fighting rearguard in the second. As Waite goes in to bowl to Goldsworthy, his first ball, which he pushes out to mid-wicket. Some cabling confusion, which Harry Everett has nobly resolved.
No, good afternoon, Stephen. I've just come up with a big smile on my face delivering the goods of fresh sandwiches and chocolate cake, strawberry cake, I don't know what it was, Victoria sponge to the box, and as I do, George Bartlett gives his wicket away, so sorry about that, Somerset fans.
Poor timing.
Good for the Yorkshire faithful watching us from up north.
And drive, which is straight into the stumps at the bowler's end.
It's a sign of a man in form, isn't it, for your, what, second ball? To just play so straight. It hits the 12th man, the 12 three little sticks that are sticking out the ground with the bails on top. To hit them shows how straight you're playing the ball. It's a pretty good sign for Lewis Goldsworthy.
So all these tea time delicacies.
I've saved you some. I've made sure.
Us, are they?
I've just put them in the aircon next door with the Richard Latham's cracking on. He's tucking in. That's why Sam swapped out for me, because he wanted to go and get first dibs on the cakes.
I remember the stick I took as left alone by Goldsworthy at lunchtime for tucking into a beef burger a little early.
Yes, you did a bit. And then when I get there was none left.
Oh dear.
And I've just been down on the Thatcher's Terrace, and there's a whole box of them that have been unused. So.
Unreasonable distribution of
well, no, it was slightly my fault. I went out with the ground staff onto the pitch and got roped in to be a volunteer +1 to the ground staff. When it suddenly started raining, I was roped into pushing the covers on. So it was help the ground staff or have a beef burger.
Well, you did the noble thing.
That's it. So I've made up for it with a few scones and afternoon tea in the Colin Atkinson most recently.
Richly deserved.
Indeed.
197 for 3 at the end of the over. Successful one from Yorkshire's point of view, frustrating one from Somerset's, and in particular from George Bartlett.
Yeah, back at number 4 headed Tom Banton. Just been chatting to Tom Banton, who's been over the Colin Atkinson. Chatting to Lord Alley of Cookery, a few friends of his in the Colin Atkinson. He's on 12th man duties today. He's allowed a bit of chocolate cake. He didn't let Jamie Thorpe see Tom Banton eating cake on duty, but he's running enough calories on and off the pitch. And in this heat, when you've got to run the drinks out fairly quickly, I'm sure he's allowed a bit of chocolate cake. He won't be in too much trouble. But no, gutted to see the man who came in for Tom Bartlett number 4. George Bartlett just falls short of that 50. But local battle, mates Don Bess and Tom Abell facing off against each other is an intriguing development here, isn't it? I didn't realise, having done a little lap of the ground recently, quite how close the wicket is, how short the boundary is over long off currently for Tom Abell, which would be against the spin. I'm not saying it's going to go over the top, but the wicket's slightly over towards the changing room side. And he's just driving to mid-off. I guess if he keeps driving through mid-off, it might eventually push a man back, but Tom Abell's not really a guy to go over the top, so probably not.
Yeah, he might go all the way along the ground either side of that man who's just fielded.
Yeah, that's probably more likely, isn't it? Elegant straight makers, Tom Abell. This one's slightly shorter, not back of a length. Don Bess. The contrast between a Don Bess over and Shannon Gabriel over, I reckon Bess can get through a whole over in the time Gabriel bowls one ball. The faffing with the long run up, and Don Bess is on a mission to just get through, get back, and then he can enjoy a post-work evening with a few local friends. As again, Abell shapes to go back and then plops forward, just defending on the front foot. First slip to Tom Campbell stood fairly deep. Interesting, the pace Don Bess bowled, and Abell's not going to go too hard, I wouldn't think, but this time he does, that extra cover. Can't quite find the gap. On course for a maiden here is Don Bess, but Tom Abell will not be too worried. 100 in his sights here. Still a -3 over 8 though, so Don Bess making up for Shannon Gabriel's slow work.
Can't find the gap at the moment, can he, Tom Abell?
There you go, straight like that, already, and a whole over complete. And yes, interesting development. You'll enjoy this, Stephen. So after our Royal London Cup chat earlier, if you want to rewind to about 3 o'clock, 3 till 3:30 on today's play. Myself, Sam and Steve and the commentary team for today had a big chat about the Royal London Cup 11s, and I've just walked around the pitch with Sonny Baker having a great chat. He's on the Devon League chaps. I've been had a really good conversation with him about his fitness and his bowling, and he's positive, he's confident. He's been bowling with Steve Kirby on the outfield quite a lot in the lunch and tea intervals, and he reckons he probably won't play the first Royal London Cup game, but he's hopeful that the latter stage of the group stage he'll be fit.
Oh, that's
between
positive,
him, Davey and Sale. We do with one of them being fit.
First ball of the new over defended. Hasn't been run scored since the fall of the wicket, and we will show you the team we eventually settled on for the first Royal London Cup match at the end of this over. It's a lot of fun picking that. Some uncertainty.
Yeah, I mean, it's looking at a Davey or a Sale could probably bat 9, whereas Sonny Baker, yeah, bat 7 in the A division in the Devon League and was playing at Kilmington the other day, but he's in first class, you know, professional cricket, 50 over games. He's going to be more of a 10 or 11, really. But even then, Somerset's strength in depth is great to see. There's so many options. We'll show you shortly.
Well, they'd be the envy of some counties.
Absolutely. It's not many that will have 2 overseas. I know Middlesex seem to keep signing, and a couple of Indian guys have come over, which is nice to see. Washington Sundar getting a game for Lancashire. Umesh Yadav's going to play potentially in the Royal London Cup. So it's seen as the weakest of the 3 tournaments with players-wise, but still going to be some really decent overseas getting involved. Pujaran's going to be playing.
Well taken. Tattersall. He's had a challenging day out there behind the stumps in the heat. Some deliveries that really were too wide for him to have a chance of reaching. Gone down as byes, but nothing there. Thou shalt not pass. Goldsworthy having a good look. There's no need to rush. This team is still in a strong position despite the setback of that wicket in the last over but one. The 3 who've gone today, Lammonby for 4, Renshaw for 43 and Bartlett for 46.
They'll feel they've missed out, I dare say. All 3 of them, I mean, Tom Lammonby didn't really get in, but...
Paul here, having spent a moment or 2 looking at it and getting his bearings, he's gone off the mark emphatically. Hammered into the boundary at deep square leg, came back into the arena.
Yeah, great shot. Just, I don't get this thought when bowlers bowl short to a short guy. Lewis Goldsworthy's been a diminutive figure all his life. He's not shrunk, so he's been used to the short ball and he plays it so well, and he's not completely new on the scene. Matthew Waite would have played against him last year in the Royal London Cup and has seen him bat before. Seems an interesting approach.
Yeah, as well as getting off the mark, he's brought up the 200 for the hosts. Last ball of the over is a leave. 201 for 3 then. And there's the team we came up with. Entirely unofficial. You see the 2 overseas at the top and near the bottom, Matt Renshaw and Peter Siddle. Some experience there as well, the form of James Hildreth, yeah. Josh Davey, Jack Brooks, and James Rue. All 3 of us picked in our original teams, not least on the back of his efforts at Southport last week, although this is a different format.
Steve Davies unfortunate to miss out on that 11, but it's bound to be injuries. As Tom Abell uses his feet first ball to Don Best, interestingly. Confident, positive approach to the man on 74.
Yes, we had Steve Davies settled in our squad.
Yeah. So, changing feel, leg slip with a helmet. And there's the normal slip. So Colin Campbell's at slip, Lewis Hill's at leg slip. Tom Abell's going to back foot punch this into the leg side for a 1. Don Best didn't really want to give him that easy one, but Revis is out deep mid wicket, so that's the area he's going to play with the spin.
Scoreboard's having a little bit of difficulty accommodating Lewis Goldsworthy's name.
Yes, often the way. Can't see the score. Golders, I think, would be the best way around it. Lewis Hill just stretching a leg slip.
Yes, I'm not sure it's okay on the Goldsworth, but then there's something that looks like a hashtag gone wrong.
I think with the number, his score and the Y sort of all blur into one. You end up can't see what he's on, but
probably
we can
be
update you.
sorted.
He's just pulled for 4, so Don Bess this time is full and defended. We know he's on 4 of 11 balls on the YouTube stream, so don't worry at home.
Yeah, we've got both electronic scoreboards working now. The Gimlet Hill one was out of action for much of the season. It connected with the works that were going on down there, but it's looking good now. Both thoroughly legible, giving a fair bit of information here.
Bess again is defended, getting through another decent over this. No messing about, just the 1 run off his latest over.
There's a very neat little bar going along the bottom of your screen there, which gives a lot of that information, showing it's been another good over for Don Bess as well. He's kept things tight, probably doing exactly what his captain would have asked of him. 7 overs for 11 runs.
I mentioned the great to see the Indian players coming and playing as overseas over here. Navdeep Saini's had an interesting game at Edgbaston. He's won a few no balls. He went for 34 in his 3 overs. Kept them all out for 165. So interesting one, really. That it's great to see these guys come across, but it's adapting to different line and length, isn't it? Playing on Indian wickets compared to English wickets.
Still to be Waite into his 16th over. 2 for 35 his figures, and Goldsworthy, or rather Abell, is going to pick up a single down to long leg.
Yeah, we're giving Waite the credit for the Bartlett wicket. Bartlett's more got himself out.
Well, it didn't look great.
No.
It was up in the air for a long time.
Yeah, an easy catch in the end, running in by Revis. But yeah, you're right. I don't think Bartlett needs to play that shot. I think he was tempted by the short boundary over towards the Trade Nation stand, where the school kids were early in the day, but now at 5:35, sadly, they've all gone home.
Matthew Waite, the most used, and I think the pick of the Yorkshire bowlers today.
Yeah, they've not been great, if we're honest. Jordan Thompson was good at the start. I was quite impressed with him swinging line and length, but I'm surprised they haven't used him more, to be honest with you. Yeah, Waite's done that sort of middle overs enforcer job, hasn't he?
Arms pumping. As he goes in. Here's another dot ball. Going along fairly sedately at the moment, Somerset. 203 in the 54th. Leaving again. That over rate is staying stubbornly at -3.
Yeah, Waite's not particularly slow, but
well, I think the trouble is it just everything takes a little bit longer in this heat.
I think they could do with giving Jack Shutt a go to try and help them boost to that over rate. Useful off spinner. Don Bess is having a go. Why not try spin from both ends?
Length delivery, which is pushed up to the aforesaid Don Bess. Overs remaining today. Temperature possibly has peaked by now. It's forecast to peak mid-afternoon. A little bit cooler tomorrow. another maiden. 16 overs, 5 maidens in all. 2 for 36, 203 for 3. Somerset in the driving seat.
They've just slowed down a bit, haven't they? The only pressure, I guess, is the bonus points. If Somerset go past 110 over mark, they can't get any more batting bonus points. But George Bartlett was the positive aggressor. Tom Abell was always going to sort of anchor the innings and play through after Lammonby went, and Renshaw too. So Goldsworthy's going to get himself in. He is a positive stroke maker, but it's good to see him give himself time to get in. 4 off 19 balls so far. Just a 1 scoring stroke off that short ball. And Abell's just content to see off Don Bess's good balls and wait for the bad ball, as you do in 4-day cricket. Plenty of time left in the match. Somerset will be more keen to just win the game rather than go chasing batting bonus points. But it's slightly infuriating when so many games this season, in the 111th, 112th over, they've gone past what would have been a milestone batting bonus point figure. Good use of the feet there by Tom Abell. That's a 1 through the mid-wicket region.
Yes, it broke at the deadlock to a small degree at least. I can only recall seeing 1 bad ball from Don Bess in this spell.
Yeah, it's a good point actually, he has bowled nicely. 7.2 overs for 12 runs is good going for the local lad back on home turf as Goldsworthy goes back and defends, and he'll have a bit of a point to prove here. There you go, leg slips coming into short leg.
Yeah, good attacking cricket.
There's potentially a 1 available to mid-on. Mid-on's quite wide and fair way back. We'll be right on the edge of the ring. We're at a 30-yard circle. Mid-off's up on 1, so just look at the areas where Goldsworthy could just rotate the strike here.
Yeah, if you can push it past the bowler to the bowler's right.
Could probably scamper a 1 to Adam live. Not in any hurry yet though, Lewis Goldsworthy. 22 overs remaining today. Depending on how many overs of spin we bowl, it could be quite a late finish. I'll be surprised if we get all those overs in before 7 o'clock, to be honest with you, but Tom Burns keep bowling maidens, they might have a chance. Yeah, Lewis Goldsworthy, the only scoring shot, brought the Somerset 200 up, and that was a 1 short ball from Matthew Waite, who's going to continue from the just got the pavilion end.
Yes, Tom Abell will be on strike after that single off Bess. So Yorkshire keeping the lid on things quite effectively, particularly since the fall of George Bartlett's wicket.
Jordan Thompson.
A rest for Matthew Waite, deserved. 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 35. Bowled more than anyone else today. And Jordan Thompson is going to come on for his 13th. Drops straight into the groove. Oh, good football this from Don Bess. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Don Bess has played far too much five-a-side warm-up football in the Somerset shirt, hasn't he? Somerset fancy themselves as decent five-a-side footballers, and
We're going to see that again. Yeah, up.
Left, right,
Foot,
left, right,
thigh.
left. Beautiful.
Exemplary.
I tend to always flick it up my right foot. I struggle to flick it up with the left foot. Don't mind doing it. It's just when your fast bowlers want to shine on the ball, it gives you a bit of stick for kicking it. But I think 55 overs in, that's totally legit. They're not worried about the ball shining and swinging too much from at this stage.
Still only 24, Don Bess. Came into the Somerset side very young. That's about the first ball of the last 9 he hasn't been involved with, either as a fielder or bowling it. Somerset waiting for the bad delivery. Yorkshire determined not to offer one. And that can build pressure. Oh, didn't quite do so well that time. Should have relied on the feet.
I'm just slightly surprised by Yorkshire's lack of the use of Jack Should. Yes, they're bowling economically, but they probably want to get goals with the out before he settled. And he seems fine against Matthew Waite. He's fine against Bess. I just think, try another bowler who's in the team as a bowler. Right, I'm off-break bowler. Yorkshire want to take wickets before the batters are settled.
Yeah, and with the ball not doing very much, the bowling is commendable at the moment.
Yes.
They're keeping it tight.
I think it's commendable, but not penetrative. Is that a fair comment? In that?
Yeah, well, I think that they're hoping that they can build a little bit of pressure and induce another mistake.
I guess Jordan Thompson is your strike bowler, so him coming back on at this end is an aggressive sign. Until he does that.
Yeah, that relieves the pressure, because that's a delightful square drive from the Somerset captain to take him to 80. 208 for 3. So yeah, the building of the pressure in the over rather spoilt by the last ball.
Yes.
Just a little bit short, and Abell pounced on it.
Meanwhile, a couple of hundreds to report. Adam Rossington's got 100 and straight out. Hit a few sixes. Playing for Essex now, of course. Back-to-back sixes off Kemar Roach, the West Indian. Then he was caught by Burns, bowled by Roach for 100. And Cheteshwar Pujara has got another 100 for Sussex. They're going well. A lot of their players are averaging, sort of stat, I think it's something like 7 of their players are averaging over 40 this season, which is great going for Sussex. Goldsworthy goes back and defends. Yeah, Sussex have 278 for 2 and Essex are 262 for 9. Similar scores, vastly different in the wickets column. Vest with his sunglasses on, twirling away, and speaking to a few people at lunchtime, talking about Don Bess as a footballer, and he was a bit overweight as a kid and didn't want to bowl. His brothers and cousins, a lot of them bowl quick, and he couldn't be bothered to run in, so he just tried ball and spin at 13, 14 and got quite good at it. Got up through the Blundell's ranks, through the Devon age groups, through the Sidmouth side, and suddenly realised he's pretty good at off spin, so he thought, I'll keep going with this for a bit. Lo and behold, he's now bowling around the wicket to Goldsworthy in the County Championship game, having a few England Test caps under his belt.
The plan's worked out pretty well.
Yeah. I think him and his YouTube girlfriend Phoebe Slee have made a good home in Yorkshire. They're quite happy up there. They'd probably love to be in the West Country, but sometimes you've got to make these brave decisions. And Eddie Byram's done really well. He's a local lad who, well, I know he's from Zimbabwe, but spent a lot of time around here playing in Taunton. He's done really well, having signed for Glamorgan. Adam Hose has done all right for Warwickshire. There's been a few young lads who've not quite made it into the Somerset first 11 regularly, have gone away and done well at other counties.
Jamie Overton.
Yeah, of course. Shows the strength and depth of the Somerset Academy. The youngsters coming through. So just talking to Sonny Baker earlier, and his younger brother Blaze Baker, he's only about 15. He's another exciting young quick bowler coming through, we might see in a few years' time. Hopefully in a Somerset shirt. That's a bit shorter from Don Bess. The first, and Shannon Gabriel makes a good diving stop as Bess loses sunglasses on the turf. I didn't expect to see Shannon Gabriel unfurling a dive. I think any other fielder would have stepped across to his right and picked it up and thrown it in, but he was a bit slow on the uptake.
He got there though.
He saved 3.
To his credit.
He did. He looks absolutely knackered for them.
I think there are quite a few knackered legs out there at the moment.
Well, this is a bit weird when 2 or 3 of the other sides they've already finished for the day at 10 to 6. And Somerset have still got 19 overs to face, and Yorkshire 19 overs to bowl probably is more taxing of the two. And bizarrely, having had the lights on until gone 10 o'clock at Finals Day on Saturday, the lights are now on at 5:45 at Edgbaston. Light deteriorating in Birmingham while we've got full of blue skies down here. What a funny day of weather.
Yeah, it felt so sultry after that burst of rain at lunchtime. You know, it sort of feels like thunderstorm weather a bit, but we've had no thunder.
Meanwhile, Ben Duckett goes to his double century. Him and Hamid have put on 328. Knots of 374 for one. Derbyshire really chasing leather in the heat.
Yes, Derbyshire put to the sword here, of course, in the last T20 game before finals day. Came down here, first time for ages Derbyshire have been to Taunton. And that record total, 265. And then a 190 run win. And it all ended in anticlimax really on Saturday. Single here for Goldsworthy. He goes along to 6. Adam Lythe is going to have a few words of encouragement, if he can summon them, for Jordan Thompson.
Yeah, what do we think of Adam Lythe's captaincy so far today? Of course, no Patterson today. He's normally got the metaphorical armband.
I think he's been alert to potential improvements in the field placings, kept in touch with his bowlers. He's fielded well himself, he's chased well.
That's a pretty important set stand, isn't it?
Just making an adjustment at the moment as Thompson heads in again. Oh, well fielded.
I think that might be another drop catch. I think that's Kola. It's not Kola Cadmore again, is it? It's another drop catch. This time at Gully diving forward. I think that's a bit tougher.
It was a difficult chance. We can have another look at it. In fact, it's out of picture, but the body language is pretty explicit.
Two hands. Harry
Kola
Brook.
Cadmore's at first slip.
Harry Brook. The guys have been at slip.
He's moved out from second slip to that backward point position.
Third, yeah. That shows the ranks of the slips. Kola Cadmore, Brook and Lythe, and yes, Brook now at Gully.
So that would have been Tom Abell.
Still ruining that is Harry Brook. You can tell by his body language. He's looking down at the ground, looking at his hands. Very frustrated.
It's a much harder chance than the one missed by Kola Cadmore off Bartlett earlier.
Just
it was a diving effort.
Yeah, diving forward. No single taking. He still stopped the ball.
Copybook defensive push to conclude the over, and I think my stint, because Sam Dalling is behind and ready to move in and will appear after a few words from you, Harry.
Yes, meanwhile Essex are all out. Porter's LBW to Dan Worrell, another Aussie overseas. Plenty of them in the championship this year. And yeah, Ben Duckett now over 200, is closing on 1,000 championship runs for the season. Pretty good going for him, not even through July yet. His 4th double 100. Ben Duckett played into form here, the Cooper Associates County Ground last Tuesday against a star-studded South African attack, taking that form out on Derbyshire. But Don Bess is now going to be round the wicket to Lewis Goldsworthy, who flicks it into leg side for no run.
Right, H.
Good afternoon.
I haven't really seen you. I've kind of been with you all day, but not really spoken to you.
I'm not sure we've been on comms much today, have we?
We keep passing like
Ships in the night, is it, they say?
Best with his sunglasses on is defended. Do you enjoy a bit of cake? Do you get a bit of
No,
cake
I
and
haven't.
sandwiches?
I've heard you were getting criticism actually for leaving egg sandwiches in a press box in this heat.
Now that is so harsh.
I'm
'cause-
just telling. I'm just passing on the message.
Let me.
Just passing on the message.
I agree with you. I was in the Connection Pavilion. I was offered 2 plates of sandwiches.
So what were you doing over there?
The veggie and the meat. Sorry, we'll just let Don Best bowl to Lewis Goldsworthy. A couple of the Blundell staff I worked with are here on. I'm quite sure what they're here on. There's a ground. There's so much going on today. There's sponsors events. There's ground staff event. There's schools day. So I've sort of got friends and contacts and work colleagues from various hundreds of different jobs and social events I've done over the last 10 years, all in different buildings across the ground. Random contacts of people to catch up with all over the place. So, although I've been talking on commentary all day, there's been a lot of other socialising with other people who aren't necessarily here at every championship game. A lot of people just, if this particular day 1 of the Yorkshire game, people seem to be the one they have to go to. Big crowd and big events going on also. Anyway, where was I going? Yes, sandwiches.
Yeah, I was waiting for that. I was going to let down West Bars. Right. We got to you being offered a plate of veggie sandwiches and a plate of non-veggie
Yes,
sandwiches.
and I was going to take the veggie, the cheese sandwiches. And they said, oh, don't take the veggie ones. People in the press box would rather the meat ones. The egg and the meat. There was egg and the meat ones.
Because I was just thinking they were egg sandwiches, Harry.
Well, that's non-vegan. Still from an animal.
Cheese isn't vegan either.
So I was going to take the cheese ones, and they said, no, take the egg and the meat ones, whatever the meat ones were. And I said, well, that's not very sociable in heat. They might stink in the press box. I said, no, take them. And there he is. Jonathan Lewis Oliver was the sandwich. And he's brought the other 2 up. What a man he is. So now there's 2 plates of sandwiches, 2 plates of cakes.
Look at Warren, straight up. He was talking about his bad knee and all that bruise on his knee. Oh, I can't walk. And as soon as the sandwiches are up, Warren sprang up.
He needs some shin pads like Steve Kirby's got. Just look after his.
If you had the slow-mo replay on Warren there, he would have just been at normal speed. So quick was he when he actually did it.
Oh, there he is. What's he tucked into? No, we should say thank you to the lovely snacks that keep us going up here.
Brilliant to have J-Lo. Jonathan Lewis Oliver, the real J-Lo. Here, Jordan Thompson continuing from the Marcus Gothic Pavilion and just getting his field sorted. There's just a conversation going on between him and is it Harry Brook that was at that kind of backward point, just to make sure he's at the right distance from the bat as Tom Abell gets in behind it. It moves on to, or has moved on to 80 here. Tom Abell's batted beautifully, slightly tentative at the start, but has been at his fluid best. Tom Abell. Jordan Thompson with that headband on, flanked by Adam Live, who's just doing a little bit of work on the ball, sporting number 9, the Yorkshire stand-in skipper with Steve Patterson not in the 11. Abell pushes it to Don Best, who's full of enthusiasm, even this late and a hot day.
Always enthusiastic, Don Best.
Best, absolutely determined not to give Tom Abell anything free there.
Is he the man with the dirtiest whites in county championship cricket? Is that an official stat?
You wouldn't want to have to wash his whites, would you?
Yeah, let's feel for Phoebe Slee actually with her. Presume she does the washing.
I hope he washes his own whites, Don Best.
No, I don't reckon he will. He's so busy charging around from this place to the next. I reckon he just dumps a bag and off he goes. He's travelling all over the place. It's the way he shines the ball on the middle of his shirt. I've not seen many players do that. They normally shine the ball on their trousers.
Defensive there from Abell. Bump ball with Best sprints in still from cover and shapes to throw it at his very good friend, and there it is, just rubbing the ball on his heart. He's just keeping it close to his heart.
I like Best. It's funny, there's a little comment here saying, oh, I've just lost it. Don must be on a diet, 13 from 10 overs, says Mark Leaf on the YouTube stream. That diet's helping him charge around the field and bowl very economically.
Yeah, he's bowled really well, Don Best. A highly competitive cricketer, but also a cricketer full of quality, both with bat and ball and in the field. There's a bit of shape there from Jordan Thompson. Just joining us, it's 5-6, but we're only 59.4 overs into the game, into the day, but also into the day. It's day 1, so we won't see Yorkshire. The second new ball won't be available to them. Just Shannon Gabriel at mid-on, just threatened to go for a little bit of limbering up there. Maybe we'll see one more spout for him. The last spout he bowled has been, or was from this end, just a 2-over spell. They've been struggling with overstepping as he did up at Scarborough last week. It's a good line of length from Thompson, Abell just shoulders arms, leaves that to go through to Johnny Tattersall behind the stumps, who's kept tidily. There are, what, 10 byes on the scorecard. But a couple of those were 2 sets of 4s off Matthew Waite. He's bowled beautifully, but there was nothing really Abell could do about Abell. Abell certainly wouldn't do anything about Tattersall. End of the over then, Dot to finish it. 210 for 3, Somerset are 60 gone.
Yeah, Don Best is just going to keep bowling here, I reckon, because they can't seem to get a run off him, so I guess it's a patience game here. Can Yorkshire out-patience Lewis Goldsworthy and Tom Abell? They look like they're happy to bat to close, 16 overs remaining. Indefatigable Don Best into his 11th over. I would like to see Jack Shutt get a go though. Not quite sure what they're waiting for. Maybe don't want to bowl spin in tandem. Maybe they like the change of pace, but I always do like to see spin from both ends. Maybe later in the match, but 60 overs gone. Don Best is just going to keep landing on that decent line of length. So the short leg is now back to leg slip again. Can't quite make his mind up, Don Best, where he wants him. The deep mid-wicket man is 15 yards off the boundary. Goldsworthy is taken at slip. That is a great catch from Tom Coley-Cadmore. Took a good one off Lammerby. He then dropped one. He's now taken a great catch. Lewis Goldsworthy driving outside off stump. He didn't need to. That's Don Best banging a good line of length, frustrating Lewis Goldsworthy, whose patience wore thin. And he's gone for an expansive drive. And that's a one-handed left hand, weaker hand of Tom Coley-Cadmore, the keeper, who's on his way to Somerset this winter. That is a cracking catch.
Yeah, a little bit of redemption was there for Coley-Cadmore. That was a really sharp catch. He is usually so good, which is why it was such a surprise to see him put Bartlett down. Took a step the other way, kind of blinded by the keeper. That is a brilliant catch. Just pure reaction to that. And Don Best deserves that wicket as well. Bowled superbly. Other than, I think, at the start of his spell after tea, I think he bowled a rank long hop and got hit away for 4. But other than that, he's been pretty much on the money the whole time. Big wicket as well. Goldsworthy's been in a little bit of form recently. He made his maiden first class half century here against Surrey in what I can only really call the Jamie Overton game. Then went up to Southport, made 100, made 70 odd in the second innings to help save the game, and that means for the first time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in a red ball game, the home crowd are going to get to see James Rue out there to bat.
Yeah, very excited, the young man, the teenager, coming out to the wicket with his skipper Tom Abell. 55 on his back, skipper gives him a nice pat on the back. Go on lad, we want to see James Rue do well. Talented family, brothers scoring runs even younger than him. Thompson Andrews first team, Thomas Rue, very talented player, but James a left-handed bat, wicket keeper. He's going to get a little bit of stick, is he? Just watching the Yorkshire fielders around him, they're going to get into him early. Try and get under the skin of the young lad, but he's pretty unnerved, pretty unmoved playing at Southport last week. He won't be fazed by this situation, and interesting to see left hand up against the off spinner Don Best. So that last wicket, actually, bizarre how the bowler was passed in Don Best, past Somerset, snicked by Lewis Goldsworthy, current Somerset, and caught by future Somerset TKC, Tom Coley-Cadmore, formerly of Worcestershire, now at Yorkshire and destined for Somerset in the off-season.
Well, I reckon there's 2 future Somerset players involved in there.
Yes.
I reckon there's a comeback for Don Best at some point in his career.
Oh, he's just going to false start here. Is the current wicketkeeper Johnny Tattersall actually wants to tweak something? No, he changes his mind. Don Best is going to come into James Rue's first ball is defended. First ball in the white shirt against the red ball at the Cooper Associates County Ground for James Rue. So exciting to see him play at Southport last week. Get those runs. Him and Lewis Goldsworthy, the man who's just departed, were the main run scorers in that high scoring draw. alongside Keith and Jennings, of course. But Joe gets a quicker one from Don Best, speared in, well played. So there's a man on the 45 behind square. There's a deep square leg and a mid wicket, but Rue's not going to worry about any of them. Big lunge forward, defending positively. Head over the ball, great technique into the offside. Well drilled is James Rue. Gets in good positions, plays technically correctly, and then can unleash some ridiculously good reverse sweeps, which I don't expect to see quite this early, but is exciting to watch when he gets going. He's got all the shots in the locker. James Edworth Kenneth Rue, born 2004, which is scary, isn't it, really?
Don't.
The 18-year-old.
The year before, he was barely one. When was he born? What date was he born?
January 11th, 2004.
Okay, so he was one a bit when Somerset last won the T20 Blast competition.
Scary, isn't it? Averaging 31 from his 2 matches, 3 innings so far.
See that wicket on the screen there. The reason that James Rue is out there is because Lewis Goldsworthy fell to the spin of Don Best. Brilliant catch. Really good catch from Tom Kohler, Cadmore. James Rue, I mean, he did play, didn't he? He played in that County Select 11 game, didn't he, against India?
Stumped Cheteshwar Pujara.
Yeah, that's right. Thompson continues, leg side-ish. Abell tries to just help it on its way. Isn't able to get any bat on it, and Johnny Tattersall does well, tumbling away to his left.
We shouldn't forget that on his T20 debut, James Rue got 47 or 35 balls before being bowled by Daniel of Sri Lanka. Shan Daniel got him for 47, just shy of a 50 on his T20 debut, so does like debuts, does James Rue in a Somerset shirt?
Yeah, just played, he had exams and he just finished his A-levels, only 18. Opens the face there. Tom Abell, they don't take a run. Just played the one second 11 championship game, 111 runs in the game, best of 56, so solid. Couple of 50s for him in the second 11 county championship, but this is, he's been playing schools cricket, played a bit of twos, played that Sri Lanka development game, and it looks like there's going to be an opportunity now for him to play potentially in the first team for the rest of the summer. There's this game, there's the Essex game, so he might play 3 red ball games in a row. As Abell leave that one alone. You wouldn't have thought they're going to bring him into the side to not give him a proper run, so I wouldn't have thought even if he didn't get runs in this game he'll miss out at Essex. Then the Royal London Cup, where he could potentially play 8 group games, hopefully a semi-final and a final, and then September without school to think about this formal championship game. So really big opportunity for James Rue here, and it might not happen for him straight away. Started well, a lot of excitement about him.
How about that? Hey, A-levels get in the way of playing cricket.
Didn't Jamie and Craig Overton, when they first played, I'm pretty sure they were in the middle of exams, and it was Rue hasn't got this issue, but when it was the whole that thing where pro bowlers come in but are restricted to 4 or 5 over spells because of their age as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things. When do you revise? When do you play cricket? I remember my A-levels taking my revision books to cricket games.
I can only imagine. I suspect cricket came first, left alone by Tom Abell. I'd imagine, if I know anything about you, what I can imagine is we've got sun's out, you're probably scoring and revising at the same time.
I would, obviously I wasn't driving when I was in my A-levels, I guess, or GCSEs. Well, even GCSEs, I would revise on the way to the game in the car, and I would revise if I was out and I wasn't batting. Yeah. And I'd revise on the way back, and I wouldn't miss a game, and I'd get plenty of revision in.
You obviously don't get car sick then with reading.
You're right.
That's a good talent of yours. Abell waits. He's got 80.
I guess it helps on the multitasking front.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? For you, it'll be key. If you got you wouldn't be able to cope if you got car or train sickness, would you? Did you do much revising on your way back with Polly on Sunday morning?
We did actually a lot of revising on Sunday morning. Yes, he was telling us all about the no ball. If you rewatch that finals. Was it the no ball? Not the Nathan Ellis L ball, the actual last ball. Not the penultimate ball, which we thought was the last ball.
You mean the run out?
That was it, the run out and the MCC laws, and she was talking us through the intricate details of that.
Well, I think,
I'll be honest, I got lost at one point.
It's because it had been caused a dead ball. Lancashire had a point. They did Ben McDermott, basically no one was run out, and so Lancashire saying they completed the second run. Ben McDermott sprinted down to the other end, but he was handed a stump, and if the stumps are already broken, you have to pull one out with one hand and have the ball in the other, and McDermott was actually handed a stump. So technically the 2 runs were completed, and what the MCC and what the umpires are saying was that the ball was already called dead after the first run. I don't think it would have changed it, and I tell you what, Hampshire deserved to win it. I felt for Lancashire.
But then we got really technical, and we said once all 3 stumps are pulled out the ground, Polly then said you have to put them back in and pull them back out again, which I thought was a fascinating rule I'd never heard before.
That's why you need to know the rules. Well, it's Hampshire. They started celebrating, which is why they pulled the stumps out, and why not?
That's a full delivery from Best to Rue to open the over, but defended now. We've got a no leg slip, but we've got a, what do we call that? It's a silly point, but it's a forward silly point. It's not a short extra cover, and it's not a silly point. It's a silly cover point, let's call it. I think that's quite accurate, actually.
Yeah, I think it's
quite like that. Silly cover point and a slip. Kelly Cadmore needs better strings in his trousers, but
I want to test your revision then.
Oh, no.
So do you have to put the stumps back in and put the bails back on, or is it enough to put the stumps back in?
Enough to put some back in, I believe, because they'd be right faff when
that's what I was thinking.
Yeah. Again, really full from Best. I like this. Really attacking full deliveries, not just defensive flat darts. These are flighted, beautiful off-spinning deliveries off the index finger. Gets really nice twirl, really nice technique, does Don Best. Off the index finger, and really fizzing. We can't hear the fizz from here, but I can imagine the fizz. That's a cricket ball. That's full on Midland leg, and James Rue doing well to keep out a decent spell of bowling from Don Best. This might seem a big statement.
Go on.
This is I can't remember seeing Don Best bowl this well in the Somerset shirt here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. I know he's not necessarily got loads of wickets, but I think he's bowled brilliantly.
Yeah, his economy rate is very, very good, isn't it?
On day 1 of the county championship, I don't know if Somerset are just nervous to get out to their old mate, or if he's just bowling superbly.
I think he's bowling brilliantly, and actually Jack Leach will be encouraged to see this, to see Don Best bowling with such control.
But is it? I don't know if it's necessarily the pitch turning. I don't think.
No.
I think he's just bowling a very good line and length. As Steve and I were saying, we can remember maybe 1 bad ball in 12 overs. Another quicker one. That's gone for at least 2 behind square. Will it go for 4? No. Good stop by Jordan Thompson. And there, he's tried a few cricket balls. He's not necessarily got away with them. He's landed in the right spot. That one was a little bit back for length and whipped away. Don Best ruining what was another great over. And James Rue gets off the mark with a 2. Another man who's just rocked up to the press box. I was making a chat with Stumpy earlier on. Stumpy is preparing a bit of pre-season training for next summer already. Talking me through, Stumpy's going to do some weighted vest run-ins in the off-season. Try and shed a few pounds and get his time up. Finished 10th out of... It's not 18 mascots, there's a few other ones as well. Is it 24?
Oh,
24 mascots. Yeah,
and
24 mascots.
Friend, the cricketers rise to finish dead last in the
Middlesex
Panther constitution. There's a brilliant article on the cricketer that Nick has written about his day. There's some GoPro cam footage. Many of us would joke about doing that in the press box. Nick is about the only person I know who would.
I wasn't joking.
Go and do it.
I'm dead keen for it.
Well, maybe you got your
second. I got audition though. I'm not sure if I'm fit
choice. Yeah, maybe have trials. Excellent. Thompson to Abell, who pushes it back. Maybe we'll have to get trials set up next year.
Well, I didn't realise
during the T20 as well as qualifying for the group stages, there might have to be a Derham Everett a training regime. I'm sure Steve Kirby will put you through your paces.
Oh, sure he will, with his shin pads on.
Jamie Thorpe, forget about treating the players. Just make sure Derham and Everett are fit for finals day. Well, you can have 2 travel. You can have a travelling reserve.
Back up. Not sure if there's 2 Stumpy outfits.
Abell drives. Thompson unable to get it away though. Drives it into the ground. Thompson flicks it. Who's designated ball shiner? Is it George Hill there? I don't think it is actually.
The other thing is apparently Stumpy's going to return tomorrow, so very excited for the 1,500 school kids.
Wow.
Stumpy's been relaxing in the Derham armchair for the last couple of days.
At least the heat's dropping a little bit off
tomorrow.
Tomorrow's
a bit cooler.
I think health and safety may well have got in the way of a Stumpy appearance today.
So Stumpy will be signing and waving at a few people tomorrow. Particularly the school kids.
Left alone by Abell.
Cool, isn't it? You come to school kid, you come to the cricket, you get Pete Siddle, you get Tom Banton's autographs. Even Matt Revis, when he was fielding, was signing a few autographs. Then you get to high five Stumpy. What better day of school can you have than here at the Cooper Associates County Ground I might even deliver you a bit of cake, I suppose. I could go around the crowd and make some kids' days with some cake as well.
Look at the smile on your face. Are you going to be able to do that, though? I don't want you to make promises you can't keep. Abell in behind that one on the back foot. Pats it down into the ground.
Adam Ly's having a loosen up. Does bowl useful off spin. I think he's potentially an under-bowled player. He seems to bowl in the white ball games quite a lot.
Opens the bowling a bit in T20, doesn't he? I don't think he did on finals day, but he has in. He might well have done in the quarter-final.
But then it would be a massive insult to Jack Shutt if Adam Lye bowls himself before him.
Pushed out the side, not to take a run. Adam Lye, 36 first-class wickets at 47. 204 games for him. What a career he's had, averaging a tad under 3,800, 12,248 runs, 2,900s. I mean, there's an argument to say that Adam Lye, given, perhaps not now, but given the number of players that have had a go opening the batting for England, that Lye maybe should have been given a little bit longer.
Yeah, there's a lovely article with Adam Lye in the Finals Day programme, actually. I was really enjoying reading yesterday.
Cut, but into the ground, into Dom Bess, so there'll be no run. End of the over. 212 for 4. Is that Graham Hardcastle might have written that? I think ACB Reporters Network, he's next door. We've got two.
Yes, we should give him credit, actually.
Is in the press box, as is Richard Latham, who wrote the interview with Tom Abell that's in there, I think.
Yeah, I just like the positive attitude. He still believes he should be playing for England. He's still got a chance. He's still working really hard. 7 times he's been capped by England in 2015. I mean, all of them in a year, so I think he only got to play that home summer, and he did all right. He scored that 100, and he was in that weird phase, wasn't he, between Strauss and, well, Cook's actually retired now, but still playing for Essex, and just trying to settle on an opener. Went through Robson, Compton, Lythe, et al., and he did all right, but just not quite good enough, they reckoned. Perhaps harsh done by, but Dom Bess, another guy who probably played for England, you could say was harsh done by, got 5 from Sri Lanka, but
I think he'll play again. I think,
yeah.
And that 5, I think Dom Bess himself would say that it was. I mean, I think he would quite openly admit he bowled far better in other tests over there. Yeah.
How it works, isn't it? Sometimes your worst day out bowling, you get more wickets, a couple of long hops, a couple of full tosses straight at fielders, and your figures are improved quite nicely.
But then the confidence he took from that, he probably took into the rest of that tour, because I remember he did bowl quite well in the next. I think that was the first test, wasn't it?
Yeah. Even back to Lythe, he's Yorkshire's leading T20 run scorer with 3,500 runs in that form, but he can then transfer it into the red ball game as well. I just find it particularly impressive when players can completely transform their shots, their stroke playing. Yeah, Lythe played twice against New Zealand and 5 against Australia. Left out after that, and not yet to get back in.
Tough tour that as well. I mean, Australia, that would have been Johnson, Siddle at full tilt, really. Lyon.
Yep. Bess, lovely flight to James. I think he's bowling better. He likes bowling to left-handers. Dom Bess makes sense. A natural spin away from the left-hander, and he's getting to a lovely rhythm here.
Rue would have been what? Same king side as probably George Thomas. Will Smale as well, the lad who's playing 2s cricket. Banton's younger brother, I think, would have been in that year.
Jax Banton. Yeah, I was going to give you a 2s update, actually. I had it all queued up and then got distracted by something as usual.
Kashif Ali. Give us a 2-up.
Double 100 for Worcestershire second 11. Bit like Notts against Derbyshire in the first 11 championship. Worcestershire seconds are racking up. 452 for 7 as Dom Bess 12 to another very nice over here. Kashif Ali, 203. And then Alfie Ogborn, the left armour from Bridgewater, who opened the bottom with Will Williams, who's now at Lancashire. He got the massive breakthrough. Ben Green has got a couple of wickets. He's 3 for 49.
Run a ball, 203 there.
Oh, there we go. Stumpy relaxing.
In the shade, good to see.
With his tongue out. He's getting ready for Finals Day next year.
And it's a strong Worcestershire side that as well. Bowling attack, Somerset batting. Ollie Cox is making his Ben Cox. His first name is Oliver, though, I think. Ben Cox is making his comeback from injury, and he's playing. Finch is playing. Pat Brown is playing as well. England international. Now we are going to see Jack Shutt into the attack. belatedly, one has to say, what are we? I suppose 65 overs into the date. So we've got one off spin on at the river end and off spin on here at the Marcus Druskovic Pavilion end. Relatively early days in Jack Schutt's career, just the 4th first-class game he's played. Just a couple of wickets. 25-year-old. Played a fair bit of T20 so far.
Yeah, got 4th in his last game, I believe, against Durham, the last T20 he played back in June. He's not been picked for the last few T20s for Yorkshire, but
seems to only play against it. He got 5 for, I think, very early in his career, a couple of years ago. This is pre-COVID. I remember him getting a 5 for against Durham. Here he is then. Tattersall just getting the field right. Abell waits. He's on 80. He's been on 80 for a while. One slip in, Cola Cadmore. Abell just turns it into the leg side, picks up a single. Hill comes around from mid-wicket to do the fielding.
I just love Jack Schutt's action. We've seen some cracking actions this Yorkshire side. Matthew Waite and Jack Schutt are two pretty unique actions, really.
Yeah, what would you say about Waite?
Waite is, the arms waggling like he's going to take off. Really.
It's a bit ungamely, isn't it? But it's also very short. It's only 8 steps. And
it's almost a Mark Wood run up, but yeah. I think Waite could maybe bowl Mark Wood pace if he directed all his adrenaline and all his body aligned down the straight. I'm not Stephen Jones, but I'm sure you could get him going more streamlined and he'd probably bowl quicker.
Familiar faces in the side for Schutt. He made his twos debut back in 2015 in a team that included Waite and Tattersall, so he's known some of these chaps for a while. Short ball, and Roos cut it away. There is a fielder on the boundary. It's Hill, so just picks up a single. I remember his debut in T20 because it was on TV. It was in a Roses game. Like what a game to come in and play at Headingley. I reckon he got Liam Livingstone.
I think he got a big wicket. I remember him, yes.
Maybe Croft too, but definitely Livingston. As Abell comes down the track, turns it round the corner, thinks about a single, but is turned down by James Rue. I reckon it was Livingston and Croft.
I'm not going to check. I'm going to let the trivia questions just settle in with the YouTube comments. I'm sure some of the Yorkshire fans will confirm. I completely forgot that England were playing today. I just suddenly thought we should probably check the England score.
No, it's all right. We're happy
the
enough
county
here.
championship. We're enjoying that.
Different format. 59 without loss of 12. There were a slog sweep comes out and it's gone big. Tom Abell, who's been stuck on 80, on 81 before that. He's been basically slowed down a little bit in the last half an hour or so, but he's had a look at Jack Schutt. Slog swept in for 6, over into the Trade Nation stand and moves on to 87. Lovely shot. Didn't expect that.
No, so Tom Abell was dropped on 80 off JT, Jordan Thompson. That drop we talked about, Harry Brook at Gully, and he's barely faced the ball, barely scored a run since. Just the 1 and now the 6 off this over. So she decided he's going to line up Jack Schutt.
Picks up a single. Well, there's an argument. The pitch doesn't have the Waite's bowled well. Bess has bowled really well, but in the heat, it's a 4-day game, isn't it? But there's an argument maybe you might. I mean, they've been scoring quite quickly. I guess it slowed down a little bit. They were up at 4.1 and over. They're under that now. It'll be 66 overs gone. So 4 and over would have been 266. So they're below 4 and over. So they're still going on at a decent look. But it looks a batter's day, doesn't it? Very much looks a batter's day.
Yeah, I find that really interesting how Tom Abell, I think that's massive courage from our Somerset skipper here. We said all Saturday afternoon and evening, every interview he did, every time he was chatting to anyone Saturday night, he was always talking about, that slog sweep, should have got it slightly further in front of square, fight that for 6, we maybe win that game. He was set, he was going, he's such an important player. And he's now gone and slog swept for 6 in the county championship game in the first over of the new bowler. But now it's Don Bess, who's a slightly different proposition. He's settling on that line length. I guess he knew that Jack Schutt's new, inexperienced, and I'm just watching the replay of that slog sweep now. It's probably going to crash into middle and leg if he misses it. Not the kind of shot you expect Tom Abell to play in a county championship game, but that's the confidence oozing from him, even though it got him out on Saturday. Don Bess with a more attacking field, a slip and a leg slip. Back foot punching. Maybe that was why Adam Lyve was reluctant to use Schutt. He knew he couldn't quite rely on the inexperienced off spinner. But you've got to give the youngsters a go. You've got to get them into the action and see if they can even buy you a wicket sometimes. You've got Abell set. If they get Abell now, Yorkshire is game right back on. But Abell's looking set and 12 away from another 100 in a Somerset shirt as skipper. Defending into leg side, they think about a 1. James Rew keen, he's quick between the wickets. Abell says no, he's fairly hot and bothered, to be fair. Tom Abell, he's been out there a while in the heat of the day. Great strength of mind, fitness, and I'm going to talk you through 2 more balls from Don Bess and then bring Stephen Lamb back into the attack. Now that was more of a single James Rew was keen for. Good bit of fielding by Harry Brook, making up for that. Well, not really making up for it, but keen to impress at mid-wicket, having dropped Abell. Only 8 runs ago, but it's been quite a few overs ago now. Back when Jordan Thompson was bowling from the Trescothick Pavilion end. And this time he does get the single, does Tom Abell. He was looking for that single the last 3 balls, just trying to push it into the leg side, into mid-wicket for 1. He gets the 1, he goes on to 89, and I'll bring Steve Lamb to the attack, and he's going to talk you through 9 overs rest of the day. Probably be my day's done.
Two for 4 then. Thanks very much, Harry Everett. You're welcome to jump back on at the end for a couple of overs. You want to see off the day in style. I mean, you probably got people to go and see. You've probably got to run around and steal more cake from different areas of the ground. Bring some more. He's just disappearing because those meat sandwiches, he knows they're in the office, so he's going to go and have a go at those. Harry, so get his dinner before we go off to watch Taunton Town Football Club in pre-season action tonight down at the Signet Healthcare Stadium. They're taking on Bideford. 9 overs remaining in day 1, on day 1 here of the County Championship clash between Somerset and Yorkshire. Jack Shutt is bowling to Tom Abell, who is on 89 and batting nicely. Slog swept him for 6 in the previous over to move his score on, having been dropped on 80. Moves on to 90 by cutting Shutt out to deep backward point. Evening, Stephen.
I just had a very nice scone foisted upon me.
Excellent.
And I was told to eat it
I was going to say, was there much
before
resistance?
Harry Everett came in. There are 1 or 2 still left.
Left alone outside. Off stump there by Rew.
Not too much of a surprise that Jack Shutt's been brought on for these closing overs. Hopefully to get that over it better than -3, which it's been stubbornly stuck at for much of the day.
Cut away by Rew. There is a man out there though, so it'll just be a single.
Always exciting to see someone making his home debut as well. James Rew, after that splendid start he made with the bat last week at Southport, has bat in hand again. Non-striker's end at the moment.
Abell moves on to 91, just on the back foot, turns it around the corner to square leg. Yeah, the first of many for James Rew. Somerset fans will be hoping.
Yeah, and he's a man after my own heart. He's a wicketkeeper and he's a left-handed bat, and he's already a hell of a lot better than me.
Around the wicket to the left-hander comes Shutt, and Rew shuts him out. Ends the over. 68 gone. 225 for 4. Somerset.
Very useful left-handedness in a keeper. Jack Russell was a prime example. The role for Gloucestershire in England. Very irritating customer to bowl to with the bat. James Rew is on 4. He's mainly had the bowling of Don Bess to deal with. Tom Abell is looking after that for the moment. As Bess starts a new over. Good looking stroke for no result, finding the man right beside the square leg umpire. Close enough to be in conversation, which he is from time to time as Bess is in. A couple of paces down the wicket that time for Tom Abell. Some tired legs out there amongst the Yorkshire fielders. Not there for much of this very hot day here at Taunton. Slightly unexpectedly extended lunch break because of the rain. Down the wicket, a shout of catch, but was always going safe out to deep mid wicket. Comfortable single for Tom Abell. He's on to 92. Can he get to his 100 before the close? 8 overs, including this one, to do that. Much the most significant contribution to that Somerset total. That's a good delivery from Dom Bess. That turned and lifted. More spin visible there than I've seen today.
It did. It did turn that one from Dom Bess. He's bowled beautifully, hasn't he? Absolutely beautifully. Maybe using the footmarks that are starting to appear there outside the left-handers. Off stump.
And Rue deciding to leave that one, having no doubt been taken aback playing at the previous delivery and meeting with thin air. There was daylight between bat and ball. Real peach of a delivery from Dom Bess. 1 for 17 from 15. Rue survives on 4. Abell on strike now is 92.
Gets in behind that one. Tom Abell from Jack Shutt, who's continuing. Has had to wait bide his time today, Jack Shutt, before coming on to bowl late in the evening sunshine. 6:30 now. And we will continue. Lost an hour and 50 minutes due to rain as Abell turns around the corner, thinks about a single, what they say no. Lost about an hour and 50 minutes to rain. 20 overs in the end it was, that shower. Coming down at lunchtime, you wouldn't believe it now. Looking at this beautiful Somerset evening. Quantox fully visible. There was a bit of haze before lunch. Abell sweeps again, he's gone up, and he's gone over Jordan Thompson at deep square leg. Cries of catch in vain. Tom Abell, keen probably not to be left in the 90s overnight, has slog swept Jack Shutt for 6 for a second time. Moves on to 98, just 2 short of 100 now, Tom Abell. A little bit of risk involved in that shot. There is a deep square leg, deep mid wicket. Short boundary though. Abell gets on the back foot, tickles it in to the leg side, moves on to 99. They think about a couple, but Abell wasn't interested. There wasn't 2 there. 2 balls remaining in the 70th over. James Rue on strike. Somerset skipper Tom Abell is on 99. Couple of hundreds to his name already this summer. Both away from home. The first coming at the Kia Oval after the pretty torrid run of form in his head. And he was talking about potentially dropping himself. And that's just his level of humility as Rue keeps that one out. One ball left for the 70th over. Second 100 of Abell's season came at Gloucestershire. End of the over then, 2-3-3 for 4. Abell's got 99, Rue has 4.
Yeah, the stats showing him as very much Somerset's premier batsman overall this summer, despite the slow start that you mentioned, Sam. And on the verge of another 3-figure individual score. Quick chat with James Rue, who's kept him company while the score has advanced from 210 to 233 for 4. Donbass will continue from the river end. Abell on 99. Tipped away, and this is going to be it. He'll get at least one here. And you can hear the appreciative applause of the crowd as Tom Abell goes through to yet another century. 101 not out of 235 for 4. It's been the key innings of the day. The helmet is off, the bat is raised, and he gets a hug from James Rue.
Well, Stephen, by my maths, that is Tom Abell's first 100 in front of a Taunton crowd in red ball cricket for 2,504 days. Because the two he has got, he's got 11 first-class centuries, 7 of them have come from away from home. He got one against Hampshire in September 2015.
I remember that one. As Bess is into him again, there's going to be another single here out to deep mid-wicket. He batted for a long time with Marcus Trescothick in that innings.
He did, and his other two at home both came in the Bob Willis Trophy, so there were no fans here to see them. Twice fall in the 90s against Hampshire last year, and I'm trying to think who the other one was. Oh, I've got it on the edge of my tongue. Surrey, I think it was. Yeah, Surrey. I think Ricky Clark might have got him out. Ricky Clark was certainly involved. But yeah, that's quite remarkable when you think about it. First chance he's had to acknowledge the home crowd in that way.
It is going to be more runs for James Rue here. This could be a boundary. His first at Taunton. That's another landmark. These are moments that any young cricketer would remember. Coming into bat on your home ground for the first time, off the mark with 2, and now he's gone to 8 with his first boundary. It's great to see, especially with Tom Abell at the other end going through to that landmark.
It's encouraging, isn't it?
Studied forward defensive this time from James Rue. It's a sort of move down the generations in a way. I remember when Tom Abell came in, Marcus Trescothick was still scoring shed loads of runs for Somerset. Now Abell is the senior partner at the non-striker's end as Rue defends firmly, watchfully. Looking to build on that excellent start to his county championship career at Southport, and so far so good. He's on 8 not out at the end of that Donbass over. Abell on 102, 198 deliveries. You may have heard on the public address, 2 6s, 12 4s, and that is a remarkable, partly COVID related statistic that you've come up with there, Sam. What a moment for him.
I am quite pleased with that one,
yeah,
Stephen.
You should be.
I didn't want to say it. I don't want it to go in anyone else's report. I'm being selfish. I've done the maths myself. But no, it's surprising, and it's nice for Tom Abell to have that, because he's adored down here. Shot to Abell, gets in behind that on the back foot.
I recall seeing him make 100 at Edgbaston on one occasion. This is going back a while though, quite early days in the Somerset side before he was captain.
Well, it would be, by that run, you can always go into stat and things like that, but actually 2015 would have been before he was skipper, so it's his first 100 in front of a home crowd as Red Bull skipper.
Yeah, very special.
Shot into Abell, works him into the leg side. Picks up a single, moves to 103.
Relaxed, legs crossed at the non-striker's end now.
Yeah,
the Somerset skipper.
I suspect he'll be a bit more chilled now, only his shot comes around the wicket to James Rue, who again is on the back foot and cutting, but just for a single out to George Hill, who fires it in to Johnny Tattersall.
Can they secure bonus point number 2, Somerset, before the close? 242 for 4 at the moment, so 8 more needed.
No run there off the penultimate ball of this shot over.
Shot a lot more expensive than Bess. Contrasting figures.
Swept hard, it's along the ground this time by Abell, and it dissects the two fielders. Lovely shot, square leg, deep mid wicket, can't cut it off. Ends the over then with a boundary, 2-4-6 for 4 off 71.
Yeah, he's played shot very well in that area. 2 sixes already, and the 4 to follow up.
I'm going to disappear, Stephen, for the evening, I think, to go off and try and type something up. Something coherent. It won't be, but I can at least try, can't I? And Harry Everett's going to
Sure, it'll hang
nip
together
back
very
in.
well. See you soon, Sam. Beautiful evening sunshine here at Taunton, and shining largely on Somerset fortunes as Bess is in again to Rue. Abell was thinking about calling a single from the non-strikers end. It wasn't really there. Into the 73rd over of the day overall. Somerset winning the toss this morning. Tom Abell deciding to bat, and he'll be feeling pretty comfortable with that decision at the moment as he stands gloves off at the non-striker's end. Gently, firmly played back to the bowler by Rue. Oh, has he been taken? He has. He's been caught at slip. He was trying to cut Don Bess. Aggressive intent about the shot, and a very fine catch by Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's missed one there today, but he's taken 3 excellent ones, and that was as good as any.
Tom Kohler-Cadmore. It's bizarre that the script is being written. Coming to Somerset in the winter, coming to play here, and he's taken 3 blinders, as you say. Yes, you dropped 1, but that's a really good reaction. You want to flinch with the hard edge off a back foot cut. Done so well as the Kohler-Cadmore to take that catch.
It's a reflex catch, really, isn't it? He wouldn't have had any time to think about it. Great effort, that.
I guess does wicket keeping help? But normally you have a helmet on and you've got gloves, but no night watchman. Lewis Gregory is going to come out with 3.3 overs remaining in the day.
So the 5th wicket's gone. James Rue not quite reaching double figures. And might count himself a little bit unfortunate going for the cut to a fractionally short delivery. But you fall victim to a catch of that kind, and you must wonder for a moment whether it's true. Really great catch. We were talking about the slip cordon being reinforced next year. Good evidence.
He's got to be the #1 now, hasn't he?
Even if you put the missed catch into the bag. 3 superb efforts. So Gregory it is to join his captain.
We should also say, from a Yorkshire perspective, well deserved for Dom Bess. He's been truly brilliant today with the ball. Well deserves that second wicket, and I've been really, really impressed how he's been bowling.
Yeah, 2 for 24 his figures, and in his 17th over, so it's been difficult to get away. Defensive from Gregory first up. I guess if Somerset look at the day's work overall, if they can see it through without further damage, 2, 4, 6 for 5. They have settled for that at the start?
Yes, I think so, definitely.
Gregory off the mark here. Comfortable single. On to 2, 4, 7. I guess that they might look at the moment when they were, what, 195 for 2, and felt they could have gone on further from there than they have done. But you've got to balance these things up.
Yeah, oh, compared to the collapses Somerset have had this season, I'll definitely take today.
Abell back on strike and defending to complete another Dom Bess over. Still -3, that over rate. Got spin at both ends. It's got stuck. Be a new ball due reasonably early tomorrow morning. Be 76 overs bowled today, so just 4 overs first thing tomorrow before the new ball is available. In the meantime, Shannon Gabriel is coming back to bowl what would be a maximum of 2 overs.
Yeah, big move this from Adam Lyth. Makes sense, I guess, with a new batter. I wonder if he had this bowling change planned until that wicket of James Rew fell. Shannon Gabriel to try and have a little blast through, take one more bonus wicket with them for Yorkshire tonight. Could have a bowling point. I guess if there's one more wicket, you'd probably say it's a fairly balanced day. I think at the moment you'd say Somerset just on top, but in these conditions it definitely suits the batters more than the bowlers. You think Somerset will want to get at least 400 to get full batting bonus points, and then not have to worry about bowling until late on tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's not as likely now as it seemed.
No, exactly.
Before George Bartlett's dismissal.
And the tail's not as strong as it normally is for Somerset, we should also say. Still a decent 8 to 11, but not quite what it has been. Gregory ticks that for 1 off his hip straight away off Gabriel. Gregory with positive intent. He's not just going to block it out for the draw. Well, not, you know, you sometimes see batters coming at this stage of the game and just think, oh, I'll just see it out till tea, till close of play. Sorry, not tea. These are my words. It's been a long day, isn't it, Stephen Lamb? But I think Gregory will keep positive. 2 off 3 balls. He's going to take the runs when they come.
Yeah, and Gabriel now has to bowl at the man who's been in for much longer than Gregory. The man who's on 107, not out.
This is down the leg side, and that's tickled fine down to... No, it's not tickled fine. It's been given us byes. Looked like it had touched something on the way through. I thought it was a bit of bat or maybe a bit of pad, but no. Jonathan Tattersall loses his hat, and that has gone down to the Collins Accent Pavilion for 4. And Jonathan Tattersall has had a lot of byes against his name today, which he's got nowhere near. And not his fault again, I'd say.
Yeah, I think a couple of them were even harder than that. There have been 3 cases of boundary byes. 14 in all, but 12 in boundaries. And that's not to say that Tattersall's kept badly. It's a couple of wayward deliveries.
That's a swinging away ball from Shannon Gabriel, showing his full control here. Swinging it both ways.
Just striving for the 6th wicket. Yorkshire, currently in the form of Gabriel. I imagine Dom Bess will bowl out at the river end. Deserves to.
A lot of credit for the Cola Campbell catch. Nice to see the YouTube chat comments. Everyone appreciating what a great catch that was. That's Tom Abell flicking it down to long leg for 1. Good point for Mike from Ilminster. Mike Unwin for the museum, saying a good replacement for James Hildreth in the slips. Would be Cola Cadmore for next season for Somerset.
Well, that's the position where James Hildreth has tended to perch in recent seasons.
Yeah. And James C on the comments also agrees with me. Sure, that touched something looked like bat. Yeah, I'm very surprised. Umpire Tom Longley gave that as buys when it go down to Clonakson Pavilion. Who are we to argue with the umpires, but it did look like it hit something. Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow and Jason Roy are closing in on a 100-run partnership, chasing 3-3-4 against South Africa. Lewis Gregory with a beautiful cover drive, good stop by Adam Live, who's not a mid-off, he's not extra cover, kind of in between the two, quite an attacking position there to catch a checked drive slightly too early from Lewis Gregory that could pop into his hands.
Shannon Gabriel rather labouring back to his mark. I don't think that over rate's going to improve in consequence of this little spell.
I wonder if that'll be held against Shannon Gabriel. Future teams trying to sign him, if they're looking for an overseas quick, would have put them off signing Shannon Gabriel with the pace he gets through the overs. Gregory, soft hands, we talked about in the last game, I remember on commentary, gliding this behind point for 2 runs, good chase. And Gregory's rotating the strike nicely here. He knows he doesn't want to waste too many balls with 110 over. Cut off for batting bonus points. Somerset need every point they can possibly garner from this game.
Yeah, they've got 2 of the 5 now. And the chance is reasonable, certainly, of picking up number 3. But that's all for tomorrow. Won't do that this evening, just 2 overs left. Bess is going to bowl the penultimate one. Dot ball to start. Dom Bess is obviously the official ball polisher. He's got a great pink stain down the front of his shirt, which is where he applies it. Impressive return to his former home ground for Dom Bess today. Economical, 2 wickets. That's a good stroke by Tom Abell. That's going to go all the way. For extra cover, that'll put a little bit of a dent in Bess's figures. There have not been too many boundaries off him. Takes Abell to 112.
Meanwhile, Johnny Bairstow's reached his 15th 50 in 93 ODIs, 1100s. Yorkshire greatly missing Johnny Bairstow.
Watchful defence from Tom Abell, whose day is almost done.
I wonder if Johnny Bairstow would have stopped any of the poor buys that Johnny Tattersall's had to die for today.
I don't think he'd have got
No.
many of them, if any. Down the leg side, and Abell wanted a single, Gregory didn't. Don't think it was there. Firmly to the man just lurking behind square leg. That can cause trouble. That's a good stop. Backward point.
One more, you hear the shouts. I heard the players, I was watching the deck a bit below, trying to persuade James Drew into reverse sweep earlier. He didn't fall for that. Minor bit of sledging, but they're going to get behind Shannon Gabriel here. Before the final over, we'll just say the close of play at Derby. 439 for 1. Duckett ends 2-3-7 not out.
Wow.
Hamid on a career best 165. Their partnership's worth 393 and only 6 off Nott's highest ever second wicket stand, which was made in 1890. And 13 more runs will take them to the highest stand for any wicket for Nottinghamshire. Ridiculous run scoring from those two. Poor old Derbyshire chasing 260 in a T20 here on Saturday, previous Saturday, and then well over 400 runs in a day in the county championship there. Bowlers have gone around the park a little bit in recent weeks. Shannon Gabriel, the last over of the day, is leg side, and Lewis Gregory doesn't manage to get a tickle on that. Tattersall is optimistic with his appeal. Essex got a wicket just before the close. Ryan Patel edging Sam Cook to slip. Harman with a good catch. Stumps is 9 at the Oval, and Surrey 24 for 1. And we talk about the no balls of Shannon Gabriel. Navdeep Saini, the Indian bowler, he has figures of 8 overs, 3 for 55, but 12 no balls.
Wow.
Which makes Shannon Gabriel's effort
That's
today
double.
not bad. Yeah, exactly. Ridiculous, really.
Gabriel's, it is exactly double.
6, yeah. More than 300 runs and 16 wickets at Edgbaston today. Always entertaining cricket at Edgbaston, T20 Finals Day, All County Championship cricket. And they're going to play even longer. You thought this would be the last game finished today, but Middlesex Sussex is going late into the evening, as is Warwickshire Kent. Helm's got a late wicket, getting Archie Lennon for naught. Allsop's also gone for his hundreds. There's been a few hundreds around. Hamid, Duckett, Allsop, Pujara. And Umesh Yadav is bowling at Cheteshwar Pujara. Nice little Indian link at Lords today. Hundreds for Allsop and Pujara, but 2 late wickets for Helm. See Sussex close on 328 for 4, so playing at Edgbaston and still at Taunton with what? 4 balls remaining. Shannon Gabriel, 2 slips and a galley. You'd have thought they could go ultra attacking really for the last few balls. I can't see there being too many rash shots from Lewis Gregory here. He's just going to tuck it away. Shannon Gabriel falls onto his chest. A little bit leg side has this spell been so far from Shannon Gabriel.
Yeah, the over half complete, and Tom Abell back on strike.
Oh, we got some mixed comments for Tom Kerner-Campbell here. I think it must be a Yorkshire fan. Sir Rank says he's trying to get himself to play Division 2 cricket next year at this rate. That's a fair point, actually. The more catches he takes, the more damage he does on Somerset here. Could he condemn his future club to relegation? For 4, no! Superb effort. Well worth a clap. They run back for 2. Tom Abell, how fit is that?
Yeah, at this stage of the day.
Yeah.
When you're on 114 not out.
28 years old. Fair play to the man. Tom Abell charging back for a second.
Terrific.
So we're down to 2 more deliveries remaining. Plenty of fans still in the ground. Oh, it's a bit of a waft from Tom Abell. He did play at that one. Fortunate to not
that
get
would have been
outside edge.
awful if he'd nicked that.
Awful for Somerset. Pretty good bonus for Yorkshire.
1 delivery left.
To be back with us tomorrow morning. We're going to just before 11 o'clock. I'm here all 4 days this week. I think you're having a day off, aren't you, Stephen, tomorrow?
Yep.
Western Storm skipper Sophie Luff's in for Wednesday and Thursday. Myself and Sam too.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting to do any of this game, actually.
Oh yes, meant to be in Iceland.
Delighted to have seen today.
Brucey bonus for Stephen Lamb. Great to have you with us. Gabriel, last ball, well left by Tom Abell. And that draws to a close a pretty decent day's County Championship cricket. 76 overs bowled, a great effort despite losing nearly 2 hours to rain. What are your thoughts on the whole day, Stephen?
Well, it's pretty evenly poised. I'd say just in Somerset's favour. I think Tom Abell will be pretty comfortable with that decision he made this morning. It looked, we were all saying, from the look of the wicket, which is a very arid shade of brown, then it was bat first, which is what he did. And he's been the star of the show, Tom Abell. Finishes on 114 unbeaten, power to add tomorrow. Faced 216 deliveries, 2 sixes and 14 fours. And that's been the outstanding knock of the day. Support from Matt Renshaw, 43, and George Bartlett, 46. Those are the other 2 main contributors. Both may feel a bit disappointed that they couldn't go on for longer, make it count more deeply. Then otherwise, Tom Lammonby made 4, Lewis Goldsworthy 6, and James Rue 9. The other 3 batters dismissed today. Standout bowler for me, Matthew Waite, 16 overs, 6 maidens, 2 for 35. Economical, tight, but really very little to choose between him and Dom Bess, who's bowled a long spell this afternoon. 18 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 29. Those 2 really the outstanding performers for Yorkshire. So I'd say fairly even, just tilting towards Somerset if they can add quick runs tomorrow.
Yep, Steve Davies missing out on his first Somerset first class match. The second time since joining. The first time he's actually been dropped, so big game for James Rue when he gets the gloves tomorrow. But yeah, do join us just before 11 o'clock tomorrow. Have a good evening and feel free to re-watch the highlights, rewind through the YouTube channel. You can watch the whole of today's play back on the YouTube.
And many thanks indeed for your company.
And finally at the college ground, where Hampshire 203 for 2 against Gloucestershire. So once again, thank you very much for your attendance today. It is very much appreciated, and we look forward to seeing you again very soon.